Vile vile tunafanya sim replacement, karibu kasi. Free of charge. Kisha tunakuzawadi
Yes, so leo nataka tuongea about so many topics. Sana tukianza ni Ruto Presidency na vile amechukua Mount Kenya region mpaka watu hawalali siku hizi. So ingine nataka tuongea Uhuru, mambo ya kuapisha the 34 judges na 34 judges walienda State House kuapishwa, but kuna watu bado wanasema it was illegal. Sasa kama ni illegal, how come the 34 of them walienda mpaka huko kuapishwa? So from there we can kick on tuendelee na the rest of the topics. Rupia.
Yes, Mtembei.
Yes, tuanze na 34 judges na Ruto Mount Kenya.
And Angel, good evening.
Kopoa.
Good evening.
Rupia.
Yeah,
Good evening to Rupia.
Sawa, asante sana. And let me go straight to the topic number 1, which is Ruto's presidency 2022. I think there is a way that politics in Iran kwa inch, which we know very well, that our politics are based on coalition pacts, and that we have had betrayals in the city in the past, and we've had kingmakers. One of them was Raila Odinga, who supported strongly Moi. First, it was Jaramogi Oginga Odinga who supported Kenyatta, and then we had Raila supporting Moi, then to Raila supporting Kibaki. So, and we've seen betrayals. The other one that we are yet to see is Uhuru betraying William Ruto. Because, you know, Kenyan politics, you cannot go it alone as a lone ranger. So for me, Ruto's presidency in 2022, I think it is still immature, and I think it's a pipe dream. Though don't take my comments to be strong, but I'm just speaking from experience, what we have seen in the past. Because when in 2013, I think we had something that yangu kumi yako kumi, but it is now turning out to be something the other way around, because now Uhuru has gotten his, you know, where I am in Kisumu, sisi tunajuanga na tume learn from these betrayals, and we have actually been betrayed by Kikuyus because we've supported them, they hawajarudisha mkono. It's the same thing wanafanya kwa Ruto. Ruto alisupport Uhuru, Uhuru najua hatarudisha mkono. Na hiyo sasa, ile advice ningepatia Tanga ni kwamba, if they are genuine that they want Ruto to be president in this country, 2022 is not the right time. Get a serious partner for 2022, which the serious partner can be Raila Odinga. Support Raila Odinga to become president. And I know as President Uhuru Kenyatta is also backing him, and the same Ruto will also back him, then we will have Raila Odinga becoming president in 2022 with a lot of ease. Then come 2027 or 2032, we can talk of Ruto becoming president, because sisi Wajaluo, we cannot betray you. If Raila had supported, if Ruto had supported Raila in 2013, Ruto would be president in 2022, and that one I can assure you, because we would be behind him, whether it is bloodshed or what. Tutakuwa nyuma yake, na sisi hatubanduki, na mtu kiongozi wetu Raila akisema tunaenda hivyo, tutaenda hivyo, because sisi Wajaluo hatuna hiyo roho ngumu ya kuambiana vitu alafu mnaenda mna betray. We don't have that heart. So Tanga, you support Raila 2022, Raila will support you in 2027 or 2032. Ruto will be president in the broad daylight. Appointment of 34 judges, I think the law that states that the president should appoint all the judges fronted to him by JSC is a fake one and should be changed with immediate effect. Because I know, Mtembe, you know what is entailed when somebody says you appoint. You are the appointing authority. You give roles to people to perform. When you are giving these roles to people to perform, you should be, it should be clear in your conscience that the people I'm giving this job to perform are clean, and all the integrity issues have been met. So for me, first, I would propose an amendment of that article, whatever it is, that if judiciary wants to be independent, let us make a law that let judiciary judges or high court judges or whatever they are be appointed by in the judiciary. Wachane na executive. Na hii wakiweka president ndiye an appoint at you propose. It is like the JSC are appointing on behalf of the president, and now you are being told you have to appoint. These are the people. Even if the president in his mind knows very well that there are some people with integrity issues in this list here, he is not allowed to reject. That is a vague law, and that is a very bad law that should be changed, either to remove those judiciary totally out of executive, or or to actually correct it and say that the president can reject or accept the list that is brought before him. But if you tell me that now the president has to just to accept and appoint, and the word appointers also has weight. You know, the JSC, they vet and they look at the integrity issue. But the person appointing must be, it must be clear in his mind that these people I'm appointing, they are of these characters. So for me, I think the judges or the lawyers, they are trying to gag the president, which is not right. The president can reject the list and take it back to JSC and say, these are the following reasons I have them, and these are the why I have rejected the list. So look unto them and bring another list for the 6th. I don't see that is common sense. If people, people like using the law, and we know the law has also got some small weaknesses. So they are really relying on the weaknesses to go through. So if that is my opinion as a Kenyan. I think
Okay.
you say the other topics we will discuss baadaye.
Hizo zingine tunakuja huko. Kimengere, saundi yako imekuwa sawa? Hebu mute your mic.
Ma.
Hatuwezi kusikia bando. I don't know what's the problem with your mic. Okay, twende kwa Angel.
Yes, good evening everybody in Mutembei's platform. Me, I'm happy to see you guys. And my opinion is, siasa ni karata sometimes. The way you might be thinking, unaweza jikuta 2022, it's not the way ulikuwa umeweka akili yako. So, mi maoni yangu ni, if itakuja ni Ruto president or Raila or any other person who will be there, I just need a president mwenye atajua, mwenye ataweka Kenya mahali penye inatakikana. At least atoe Kenya kwa madeni. At least common mwananchi wa Kenya, hata kama atauza miwa lakini apate kitu cha kukula. Sitapenda kuona president mwenye atakuja Kenya, atakuja then baada akuwe ni wakuluti na kuweka kwa mfuko yake. I think if we say that if it will be Ruto, it's well and good. You know, we Kenyans, we talk, but sometimes we have not that powers. And the criteria that these leaders of ours normally use up there, we don't know it. Tutachezwa tu venye tutachezwa, na utapata tu penye tumechezwa then tumeweka. So, kama ni Ruto atawin, it's all okay. Kama ni Raila atawin, it's well and good. But what I know is that karata inakuwa karata, siasa inakuwa karata. Leo huyu amekataa huyu, kesho hii wamepatana kwa hoteli, wamenunuliana chai na nyama choma, wamekula, wameelewana, wamekuwa sauti moja. So, as we weigh our opinions, let us see, because 2022 is not far. Tutajua hiyo wakati ikifika, because right now bado Kenya iko kwa BBI, haijapitisha BBI. We don't know if 2022 we shall be having election or not. It might be changed. We can focus our minds that 2022 we shall be having to vote for Baba, we shall be voting for Ruto. Then upate imefanya nini? Imechange. Naona? If venye ita change, hivyo ndo tutaenda nayo, because we have no powers. Hatutaenda tuambie president that ilikuwa to vote 2022 and yet he's having a referendum. BBI inaposhiwa iko kwa ukuta inakuja. So, mine is that kama our Kenyan leaders could be having a wisdom like Solomon, the way Uhuru appointed the charges and swearing in of the charges, angepewa tu ka wisdom kale ka Solomoni, kuna history angeacha Kenya. But because Mungu hawezi kukupea kila kitu, oro Mungu ana sababu ya kukunyima kitu, that's the way it is, and we just say thank you, but we just praying to God to change this Kenya of ours. Thank you.
Videlis Juma. Juma, unmute your mic. Okay, twende kwa Pato. Pato. Guys, mkishaingia hapa mwingia muongee. Kama muongei mnatoka nje tu. Hakuna nindi ya kukaa hapa, mnajaza na many people want to join for no reason. Kimengere, sauti yako imekuwa sawa? Unmute your mic. Yes. Kimengere, tumia simu kulogin. Hiyo kitu natumia hapo si poa. Nimekataa kabisa. Just try use something. Oh, Moses. Moses uko hapo ama umepotea pia?
Yes.
Yes, tuambie bana. Tunaona Raila anaelekea kuwa president hivi rahisi sana.
Niko, unanisikia?
Yes.
Wacha nisikize wakiongea kwanza then itakuwa. Nataka kusikia Rupia akiongea
kwanza. Chance uongee then unakataa kuongea na unarudi tena. What's wrong with you guy? Can you unmute your mic?
Ndio, wacha Rupia aongee then ndio niongee.
No, Videlis nataka unmute your mic Videlis Juma.
Moses, yes. Rupia shaongea na ndio tunaanza.
I can still talk. There's no problem.
Kusikia kuna
Clinton.
Yes, sir.
Yes, tuambie bwana, tunaona Raila anaelekea kuwa president.
Tena anaelekea tu kimandazi tu hivi, yeah? Lakini bado kuna roadblock, yeah? Hatutakubali akuwe tu hivyo kimandazi. Hii kitu hupiganiwa bwana, si ya mama ya mtu apewe tu hivyo amelala alafu aletewe kwa mlango. Hii kitu utafutwa. Na ndio unaona sisi tunapanga kwenda Kisumu tuwaombe kura. Hata kama ni wachoyo lakini tuko njiani, tunarudi pale Kondele kuambia kwamba hizi numbers bwana mzifanye zicount. Sasa nikiingia kwa mada ya leo Mtembe, nimeona ukisema kwamba the appointment of judges, hiyo mimi nilishaongelea. Nikasema kwamba Judge Odunga na Judge Ngugi, I refer to them as BBI judges. It is the BBI that made them to suffer the way they are suffering. Yeah. So they will continue suffering so long as BBI suffers again at the Court of Appeal. And even if BBI goes through the Court of Appeal, I think the suffering of Judge Odunga and Ngugi will continue. Because appointing them again after BBI goes through, Wakenya tutaona kwamba maybe Uhuru sasa amefurahi juu BBI imepita ndio maana amewaita tena. But kama ni wachafu mnavyosema, let them sit aside. On Raila's presidency, sisi kama wale wengine tunaomba kwamba the determinant ya Raila's presidency ni Musalia Mudavadi. Sisi wengine tunaomba kwamba Mudavadi ajitokeze tu kimwanaume na akue kwa hiyo debe. Aende tu hata bila running mate. Asipoenda itakuwa ngumu kwetu. Lakini akiwepo pale Musalia na Mudavadi kwa debe, nakwambia Mtembe, hiyo rais unasema eti Raila anakuwa rais. Hautaiona. So Mudavadi asipovai,
Clinton Clinton, ngoja kidogo, ulikuweko 2013 wakati Mudavadi aliamua kusimama?
Ya, nilikuwa.
Unajua alishindwa mpaka na kuku.
Hapana bana, Mudavadi alikuwa number 3.
Yes, lakini alikuwa na kura ngapi?
500,000 votes.
Raila alimshinda mpaka kwake kwa nyumba.
So that doesn't matter, lakini this round ni a different time. Mudavadi alishaambiwa kwa matanga ya mam atakuwa rais. So Waluya wengi pia walienda State House wakaomba rais Luya unity wakapewa. So this time it is very different. So tunataka Mudavadi akuwe kwa hiyo debe ndio ikuwe rais wetu sisi kama wale wengine.
Clinton si Mudavadi amesukuma Luya unity juu wao hawaitishangi maendeleo, wanaitishanga Luya unity. Si wako nayo already.
Sasa si ndio hiyo atatumia hiyo Luya unity kuwania urais. Yani Raila akipata Western Bloc ashinde Ruto Western na kura 500,000 hapo atakuwa ametuacha sana. So huyo Mudavadi akuwe tu hapo apate hata hiyo 500,000 yake atakuwa ametuokolea mahali. Hiyo Western ndio shida. Mount Kenya mko na 8 million, tuseme Hasla apate 7 million. Hiyo ni stronghold yake na Raila Nyanza yake ni 900,000 votes. Sasa hapa kwa Mudavadi ndio kuna shida. Sasa tunamuomba popote alipo ajitokeze akuwe kwa debe na atusaidie.
Okay, Kimengere sauti imerudi.
Meanwhile, my last statement Mutembei ama Mudavadi, Mutembei ni kwamba in 2022 it's not gonna be that easy to the Asla na kwa Raila pia. Na Uhuru factor pia I think will play a major role. Juu kuna kitu atasema na Wakenya wengi watabelieve. So akisema hicho kitu against Raila, it will favor William. Akisema against William, it will favor Raila. So yeye angeenda tu kama Kibaki, amalize aende pole pole, acha wanaume hapa chini wapambanie. Yeah, that was my opinion.
I have something for Clinton.
Yes.
Oh, Clinton, you know very well that in Kenya, Uhuru is the kingpin for the Mount Kenya region. Up to the time we are speaking.
Ruto stop cheating people. People goes on day and night, changes their minds. The mind for 2017 is not mind for 2022.
Let me just finish. You'll react. And the statistics I'm using are for the 2017. Because we are waiting to see if the Mount Kenya region has shifted to Ruto in 2022. That one you will see in 2022. But as we speak, Uhuru is the kingpin for Mount Kenya because Ruto cannot unite the Mount Kenya region. He just have some small boys there who are masquerading. You know, those ones are like small bulls. They are following the cow from the front. So they still don't know how to approach politics properly. And then in the Rift Valley, it's outrightly clear that is Deputy President William Ruto, who is the kingpin there. We have Gideon Moi with very little votes in Rift Valley, but the outright king for the Kalenjin nation is William Samoei Ruto. Then there is Raila, who is the king for Nyanza, Western,
not
Coast,
Western, only Nyanza.
Coast. Let me finish.
Now to may change mind.
Coast and some other small pockets like Masai Land
and Nairobi.
Oh, Clinton, I'm finishing. You just start. So what I wanted to say, Clinton.
And remember that you flashed away with tear gas Kalonzo Musyoka. He could have been giving you Machakos, the Ukambanis. So, yule mlimpea matia gas. Mjua hapo sasa mmetawanya kura. Hizo zinaingia kwa Mount Elgon region.
Hapo tuko na
Kalonzo.
Mtua, tuko na Kifuda. Don't worry.
Kalonzo is also somebody, but he has to be supported by either Raila or Uhuru so that to be the king, or else Ngilu is anampiga pale na nani pia ako pale. Mutua, this guy from Alego, our man from Alego, Siaya County, the governor of Machakos. So what I wanted to tell Clinton that, you know, Ruto will not be on the ballot in 2022. And for your is a
Chalo, he's what? Unasema point ingine, point nzuri alafu unapotea.
Potea, una
Then I want to ask Rupia before you continue. Are you the IBC chairman who knows those people who will be on ballot paper or what? And what makes Ruto not to be on ballot paper?
Sijaienda maandamano, lakini mkikataza Ruto hiyo siku nitakuja maandamano. Ruto lazima kuweka.
You can explain for us. And Rupia, let me tell you, you are joking with somebody who don't joke. Wewe cheka tu, kuna siku utajifungia tu pale Kondela utakuwa unatoka.
Hizo ni threats. Watu wa baba wandilingi na threats.
Mutembei, let me answer Rupia in 1 minute maybe.
Yes.
Nimesikiza venye ameongea, but nilikuwa nataka anielezeni kwa nini Ruto hatakuwa kwa debe 2022. But all these people are good people. Ruto was good up to 2017. Ni venye tu amemaliza kutumika ndipo akakuwa mtu mbaya. Raila mnasema has been good ever since. Kama amekuwa mtu mzuri. Wajua mimi shida yangu na Raila ni kwamba mbona ameinsist anataka kuwa president? Na tena 1982 kidogo. Okay. Okay, so Mutembei, nilikuwa nasema ameinsist anataka kuwe president. Reason being, he's the father of democracy, sijui Mandela moment, sijui vitu mob. Eti amepigania democracy Kenya. Hakuwa peke yake. Kuna wengi walomsaidia kupigania democracy. Angekuwa marais. 1982 maybe sikuwa nimezaliwa, yes. Lakini mbona akataka kunyakua uongozi kutoka kwa Moi? Hiyo kuu. Ni interest gani yako nayo hapo kwa rais?
My friend, stop lying. Coup was planned by Moi. Also, Ochuka was a senior private. A senior private is the lowest ranking in the army. Is the lowest ranking in the army. So how can a lowest ranking in the army organize coup? Those were things that was managed by Moi. Give Raila a break, please.
So Moi organized his own coup, yeah, according to you?
Yes, Moi stage managed coup to control the opposing from the Kikuyu and the Lowland. Look at the people who had died. Most of them are Luos and Kikuyus, nothing else.
And why was Raila involved that much mpaka akashikwa sasa?
Raila was not involved. Those people were arrested. They were never trialed. Hakuna koti yoyote alipata Raila na hatia, na hakuna mtu yoyote alipata Raila na hatia, na hakuna jaji yoyote alisend Raila kwa prison. Those people were sent in prison without trial. So without trial, even in army, kuna court of martial. So you can't say they were wrong or right.
Okay, so according to the information you are giving me, 1982 you were not born just like me. You read it in history just like me. And in history, it is what I'm telling you. So you don't have to insist that you are the one saying the truth. You know?
Clinton.
Yeah. That thing, whatever involves Raila in this is a pure propaganda. It's a pure propaganda. Kama Raila angekuwa na makosa angepelekwa kotini, tungejua shida iko wapi. Appoint hakupelekwa, hata wewe ujui the truth. The government don't know the truth. So it is speculations.
Mutembei, lastly, niliomba 1 minute Mutembei. So lastly, naweza nikasema kwamba yes, he fought for democracy. but it is not a must that we have to reward him with the presidency. Kuna wengi walomsaidia kufight, kuna wengi aliwapata wakifight. Si retire tu tumwandike kwa history books tuseme Raila fought for democracy, na hata kama ako hapo Bondo amezeeka, tunaenda tunamuona kama tour. Tunatoka Migori na school bus to go and visit.
Rupia uko na kelele sana kwa background.
So lastly, Mutembei, I just pray for a better Kenya, Mimi. Whether it is Raila, whether it is Ruto, we're gonna vote, and one who garners the highest number of votes will automatically be the president. But what I am not interested in, what I'm not supporting, eti mnajaribu kupushi BBI time, ndio ikifika 2022 mtuambie kwamba BBI first before election. Hiyo 2022 tunataka election bana, ifanyike, wenye wametuchosha waende nyumbani, tulete watu ngeni.
Election
so
will be in 2023. If you don't support it, ni sawa tu.
But Ayaga, you see, you are supporting election to be in 2023, thinking that you are punishing William Ruto by forwarding that election.
I'm not punishing anybody. I'm not punishing anybody. I'm not
Even
punishing
this
anybody.
even this BBI constitution, we are making it. No, some of you are supporting BBI to punish William Ruto, which is not the case.
No, Clinton. Uhuru aliingia ofisi March 2013. It is March 2023, itakuwa 10 years. Let us be fair and reasonable.
No. Nani anasema election itakuwa 2023? Election mimi naona ikienda 2027. Hakuna mtu anakimbia mahali.
Mbona hivyo Mutembei? Is to punish who?
No,
after BBI, in this case.
After BBI we need enough time ndio tutafute pesa ya kufanya general election. Na hiyo kitu haiwezi patikana within 1 year ama 2 years. We need at least 5 years.
Tukienda election next year alafu tufanye BBI after your election.
No. BBI is for the elections. Ndio maana tutakuwa na official position, ndio tutakuwa na our MPs tumepropose, ndio the things that BBI lazima ipite kwanza ndio tuende kwa elections.
Na hii miaka ya Raila atangoja mpaka hiyo 2027 unasema ndipo.
Raila is very young.
Why not Raila is very young?
Yes.
Okay. Let's continue punishing William Ruto. We can do elections in 2030 so long as we continue punishing William Ruto through BBI, through supporting those funny things. Because we are sure maybe 2022 at a win. So we have to push elections to 2027.
Clinton, ngoja kidogo nianze. Kuna kajamaa kako hapa kanaita watu eti retreat. Eti Mutembei, why do you allow illiterate people like Ayaga and Rupia on your platform? Eliza fan naweza kuambia wewe ndiye ng'ombe tu. Unajua watu wengine you think because you have a different opinion uko mwerevu kuliko watu.
Huyo ni mtu mshenzi tu hata achana.
There's something I was saying before network interrupted me that I wanted to finish. So what I was saying is
mahali bana tunaumia.
What I was saying is this, Clinton and Angel, we were somewhere where you are today. We were here some 20 years ago, and we also knew that we would be president because there were coalition pacts that were made, and when the time reached that for us to fulfill our partners to fulfill what we agreed on, and then they betrayed us. So you are not any special, because after all, if you look at William Ruto's politics and Raila Odinga's politics, William Ruto has not even reached half of where Raila was in 10 years or 20 years back, because Raila was controlling almost all the communities. In 2007, almost all the communities except Kikuyu community that did not vote Raila. and you were the famous 41 against 1. So we were here, and we know very well. So if we tell you we are supporting BBI, we have a reason of supporting BBI. And those are finer details that I cannot disclose to you. But let me tell you, the William Ruto I know will not run for presidency in 2022 or 2023. If he runs for presidency, then he will not, after becoming president of this country, because he still doesn't have what it takes to become president. Right now, we've seen the Mount Kenya young MPs like Moses Koi and Ndini Nyoro, this one from Kikuyu and Rigathi Gachagua. They are really lying to this man that we can sell you in central Kenya and we can make you a kingpin. Let me ask you, if tomorrow Uhuru Kenyatta wakes up and goes and starts campaigning in central, will Ruto even get room to get into central? In fact, the routes that he's using to get to the routes that he's using. Let me finish. The routes that he's using to get to central Mount Kenya are wrong routes, because at the end of the day, the people of Mount Kenya will say Uhuru is our man. Because now, if people start exchanging insults, that I insult you, insult me. So who is more of our man than the other? Uhuru is our man. Wacha Ruto aende kwao pia akuwe ndume huko. So that is the scenario and the situation. At the end of the day, these people who are taking money from him will leave him. And there are also some sources that have started saying that Moses Korea will deputize somebody. Those ones are also there. And I'm telling you for sure that Uhuru Kenyatta is the kingpin of central Kenya. And in 2022,
do you think Raila being deputized by Moses Kuria, it will work?
No, I'm not saying Raila will be deputized by Moses Kuria.
That's what is in magazines today. That's
After
what
all, everything is still cooking. Kila kitu bado ina cook. And Moses Kuria, for you, let me just tell you, for the purpose of politics, Moses Kuria has realized that there's a window of opportunity. That if he uses William Ruto and betrays him, then he can be somewhere in central Kenya. That is purely what he's doing right now. He asked Ruto to allow him to run for the seat in Juja, and his person won. Now he wants this one in Kiamba. He's trying to show something. At the end of the day, he will just say it's me, because we know the people from the mountain, how they behave when it comes to politics. So let me tell you, whether it is BBI or not BBI, there is nowhere Tangatanga can beat Yeleweke or can beat a combination of Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga. There is nowhere in this country you can beat that coalition, so, if they form a coalition.
Charles Rupia, after talking as a staunch ODM supporter, you still think that after 2022, Uhuru will be running for something under the umbrella of Raila's coalition? Na hiyo kitu itawaingia kwa akili next year wakati atasema yeye amemaliza yake anaondoka. Wanaume wapambane. Saizi ODM supporters wote mpaka pale Kondele, mnajua vizuri Uhuru atakuwa kwa coalition ya Raila 2022. Akifanya nini na amemaliza? Mnajifanya watu wa ODM hamjui term ya Uhuru imeisha. Mnafikiria ndio amebaki na 8 years na atawasaidia next year.
Politics is about interest. Provided Raila coalition will carry Uhuru interest, hata kama amekaa nyumbani, things will be all right with him.
Mtembei, let people talk. Let nyinyi watu wa ODM mtembei, ngojeni prime minister kwa hiyo coalition yenu na hizo vitu zenu zote.
Yes, nakusikia sasa. That's good. Yes, sasa tuanze bro. Tuambie about Mount Kenya politics kwanza.
Mount Kenya politics, what I can say is a little bit tricky. Na ninajua Wakenya wameona tuko na kings pin wawili. Tuko na mmoja ambaye ni president ambaye alichaguliwa na Wakenya wote na Wakikuyu wakamchagua kwa roho safi, tena tumeona wameleta Muturi and they are not hata hawajaridhika. This comes very interesting kwa watu ya Mount Kenya, kwa sababu ni kama wanafurutana. They are not certain nani ataongoza kuwa kingpin wetu, na hapo ndio tuko na shida, kwa sababu Wakenya wametupea jukumu ya kuongoza Kenya for the next 1.5 years ama until next year, na haijaisha, na sisi tumeanza kucompete has made us laughing stock kwa wengine. That worries me a lot.
So si tunasikia Ruto ndiye kingpin wenu ama?
Mount Kenya tuko na Muturi ambaye iko na drama kidogo. Tuko na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye saa hii watu wengi wanasema ni lame duck, na ndio inaonekana kama iko vacuum, lakini bado watu ya Mount Kenya hawajaamua kabisa, so it's a game wait and see.
Okay. And then
Sorry, pia umesikia hiyo statement.
Ruto umeshika Matembei, niongee kidogo.
Yes.
Ya, nataka kumwambia rafiki yangu kwamba
within a few acha nani aseme. Sema Yaga.
Ya, Kimageri. Kitu iko ni kwamba spokesman ya Mount Kenya imeenda Mount Kenya East kwa kina Mwatembei. The problem, you guys are still in denial. These guys wamewasupport Wameru, Waembu, Wambere, wamekuwa support yenu kubwa sana. Bado hamtaki kukubali hata wao pia wanaweza kuwa viongozi. Ukiangalia politically speaking, Muturi is the third in command. Suppose there is no president and deputy president, he becomes president. In Mount Kenya politics, he is the second in command, is the one who holding the highest office after the president. So you guys, even the appointment of the Chief Justice is not a coincidence. He's telling you that the leadership is now going to Mount Kenya East. Please accept and move on. That's how things goes. Your brothers like Matembei wamesimama na nyinyi. Nyinyi pia simama na wao. Mkikosa kusimama na wao, hapo ndio itakuwa double-teti. Double-teti, Raila amekuwa akitafuta tu 15% na atapata kwa urahisi sana around 20. Na huyo Ruto yenyu mtakubali, mtabaki nao mapema. Na mimi niko hapa na tuko hapa after 2020.
Ayaga.
It is very strange. Ayaga akisema akikubali leo kwamba Muturi is ahead of Raila in the pecking order. Thank you very much, Ayaga.
That is
unakunywa soda gani? Unakunywa soda gani?
Mimi nakunywa Guinness. That is the truth.
But Clinton, Raila is a Raia and Muturi is a speaker of the National Assembly.
But Ruto alikataa kuinclude huyo raia kuongea pale Kisumu Mkateta. Hiyo time alikuwa kiongozi gani?
No, Raila is in another level, even if it's Raia.
Clinton na compare vitu uncomparable bana. Raila anaweza
Bana, last time hapa kwa show mlituambia Raila si mtu ordinary, Ruto amruke. Leo Ayaga akituambia viongozi Kenya, viongozi wa kuheshimiwa, anakosa position Raila.
I'm saying Clinton.
The position ya Raila is the people's president. People's president is above.
Is the people's president.
Akona ofisi wapi? Where is the office of people's president? Nani?
Capitol Hill, Nairobi. Capitol Hill, Nairobi. Hapa hill.
Naota kitu haitawahi kuwa na it will never be, and it will never be.
Okay, acha tuende kwa huyu Santos, naona anataka kuuliza Kimengere swali ama?
Sina swali lakini nataka niseme kitu.
Yes.
Ya, ukiangalia tuseme kama allies from Rift Valley. Hello.
Endelea.
wana support DP. Ukiangalia Mount Kenya, our young politicians wote they are being mentored for future presidents yenye inakuja hapo mbele, maybe baada ya DP. Ndio unaona akina Moses Kuria, akina Kishungwa, akina Ndindi Nyoro. Sasa ukiangalia, lakini upande huko Kisumu, they don't have person mwenye ako nakuja. Sasa they are dreaming, kuna their places they are mentoring their future presidencies. Ukiangalia kama hapa Machakos, kuna ule Muturi Coronation Junior, kuna huyu senator wa Kitui. Lakini hao watu bado wana believe maybe Raila anaweza kuja.
We have Babu Owino, my friend. We have Babu Owino power.
Babu Owino,
our next thinking.
Babu Owino politics ilisha. Wacha nikwambie, hakuna mtu hapo.
We have Otiende Amolo, my brother. Unless you are not informed, we have Otiende Amolo.
Ayaga, let me explain something to him. That you know, in Nyanza, you are not, kingpins are not made. You have to make yourself. You have to come out and demonstrate that you can be the king.
No,
that is why I'm saying we will not make kingpins here. We will just see somebody who is out like Babu and is strong and can fight. Then we'll say this is the man. Even Raila was not made.
Sikia, na utakuja kuona tu juu 2017 I talked with someone penye hiyo story na reputation of voting ilikuja, nikamwambia these things yenye watu wana force they can't make. Unaona? Then ikakufika mahali story na BBI ilikuja, nikamwambia majamaa, wewe munaonaje story na BBI? I was the only person telling them hii BBI hakuna penye inaenda. They said you from minority group unaweza tuambia nini? Unaona? Unaweza tuambia nini? Nikamshow my friend, kuna vitu you speak your mind na usiongee genye iko mdomo ya mtu. Speak your mind, angalia venye vitu inakuja, then utaona reality of the matter. Sijui kama umenipata, na hiyo ndio nasaambia watu. Nimemaliza
Okay. Sawa, acha tusikize Kimengere. Ulikuwa watu wa kwanza wenye walikuwa wanapinga BBI, na inaonekana ni kama saa hii mmefanya BBI ikaenda break kidogo, though inarudi kwa nguvu sana. Nini ilikuwa inafanya unatupilia BBI mbali?
Wacha niseme Bwana Mtebei na rafiki zangu sote wanaponisikia. Leo ni siku muhimu sana, tunaongea kama Wakenya na tunaongea kama tunataka kucheji Kenya, na Kenya saa hii ninaona kiasi watu wanaendelea kuerefuka na watakuwa mbele kiasi, but I have a very big challenge ambaye hii wanaume wote ambaye tuko hapa na the ladies ambao tuko hapa, tuko na mzigo na challenge kubwa ambaye sioni kama Wakenya wanasema wameerefuka kiasi, na tugali tu tunatumia majina ya watu kudesign Kenya we want. In fact, Kenya will change until we change our.
Umepotea kabisa. Twende kwa Ayaga. Ayaga, uko hapo?
Na ka comment kamoja tu 20 seconds. Sijui kama Ayaga atanialau ama atani put off juu mimi ni tanga.
Endelea tu mtu wa tanga.
Hello.
I want to tell you this. Na nataka ufanye hii investigation. Even if Ayaga Rupia and Mutembei just fight for Uhuru Ruto will not be president, and that is why the reason why you are pushing BBI ndo mudambu DP mweke huko kwa dustbin ndo mulete election. And I want to tell you this, when God, kuna mtu ako naye kama ni kwangu.
Zimeni mic kama muongei tafadhali. Endelee.
When Corona came, it was a challenge from God. God wanted to show Kenya how we have our leaders. Are they caring or not? And only Corona, it has given Kenya a light to know who is Raila, who is Uhuru, who is Ruto, who is Babu Wino, who is Moses Kuria, who is Ndindi Nyoro. Don't forget that in your mindsets. Amen.
Ayaga.
Thank you very much. Wacha niambie Angela kwamba God do not interfere with the civic matters of human being. That's why even Jesus himself, when he was asked about the issues of taxes, he told people, give Caesar what belongs to Caesar and give God what belongs to God. So for human, there are things that belongs to human and there are things that belongs to God. Me, I want to tell these people one thing. Mount Kenya is already divided. If they will not support Muturi, it is like us. It is like us in Nyanza. Siku moja Raila akitoka na mtu wa South Nyanza apate cheo ya kuongoza, mtu wa Raila apate, mtu wa South Nyanza apate kuongoza, sisi tutamsupport tu. So wao wakikataa kusupport tu jamaa ni shida yao. Asante sana.
Okay. Tuende kwa Jemiso.
Nikupe gani? Nimeingia. Ni aje na umepotea? Hebu nifungue hii mlango. Enyewe umepotea wapi wewe?
Wewe ni Anyaga anapiga kelele hivyo. Jemiso. Okay, David.
Sema Mtembei.
Unatusikia vizuri?
Kabisa nimeweka Bluetooth kwa gari na drive na wasikiza mzuri kabisa.
Okay, unaweza changia ama ufike kwanza?
Saizi niko kwa barabara, wacha nikifika nitachangia, nisikize kwanza watu wanaongea. Nilistaka kuongea jambo ambalo sijalielewa vizuri.
Okay, sawa. So, tuende Kimengere tukuje kwako tena.
Wewe umepotea.
Nasema nitaongea baadaye nikifika home.
Sawa. Kimengere.
Ayaga mute your mic. Tutaki kusikia venye una miss watu huko kwako. Hebu mute.
Acha nimtoe, anaonekana kuna ujinga leo. Kimengere?
Hello.
Ulikatika ukiongea.
Hapa nilikuta interruption kiasi. Sasa uliniuliza kwa nini nilikuwa nafinga BBI. Na ninaendelea kuipinga kwa sababu ya mambo kadhaa ambayo nili highlight na nikapetition parliament speakers. Ya kwanza, BBI hakuna sheria ya referendum ambayo imepitishwa Kenya, kwa hivyo it is fake. Kwa sababu how can you propose something ambaye huna sheria ya kufanya referendum? Hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza nili highlight. Tena niliuliza hakuna sheria how public can participate wakiulizwa maswali ama kushangia. Hiyo haijawekwa kwa parliament. Alafu nikauliza with the environment ambayo Wakenya wako naye saa hii baina ya presidency in presidency, president na deputy wake wote wamegawanya wa Kenya, and they are talking about uniting. Kama wao wawili wameshindwa kukaa na kuongea hali ya Kenya na wanatuambia wanataka kuunite. Watu ya Ruto, watu ya Raila, watu ya Uhuru wote wamegawanyika on the ground. Itakuwa inasaidia nini? Ingine ambayo nili highlight ni hii tension iko baina ya presidency na judiciary. Wanasema wanataka kuunganisha, lakini hawezi wakasema kwa jambo moja. Let me put it this way. Saa hii kila Mkenya amesikia rais wetu akisema we are losing 2 billion daily, na akisema we are losing 2 billion daily, I believe him, kwa sababu ako na mechanism ya kujua, ako na intelligent na CID na wanamwambia ukweli. But the problem is hawezi akachukua hiyo evidence apeleke kotini kwa sababu ya issue ya revisit. Sasa ndio nilikuwa nauliza, if BBI has come to provide unity in Kenya na institution zote hasiongei kwa njia moja, itakuwa inasaidia Wanjiku namna gani? And for that matter, hata kwa sasa kama hiyo sheria ya referendum haijawekwa, hii ya public participation, rais na deputy wake wakae chini wajue why we voted them, alafu waunganishe na judiciary. Hata rais akijua wale wanaiba 2 billion hawezi akawapeleka kotini kwa sababu anaogopa backlash. We are heading nowhere and this makes me so much worried. Hata saa hii nikisikia vijana wetu wakisema wako attached sana na Raila, Ruto, Uhuru, but we have future. We have Kenya after Uhuru, we have Kenya after Raila, we have Kenya after us and after Ruto. So the big thing ambayo nafikiria wa Kenya saa hii ni kuangalia ni kudesign the Kenya we want. Waondoe picha ya Raila, waondoe picha ya Uhuru, waondoe picha ya Ruto, because kama wao hawashikani na sisi hapa chini hatutashikana. So Kenya itakuwa tu kila kitu ina reverse na inarudi kwa hawa watu watatu. So it is the high time Kenyans wake up and open your eyes. The Kenya is not made for Raila, Uhuru, Ruto, is made for all of us. Na ukiangalia Kenya unajiangalia wewe mwenyewe. Unasema without Raila, without Uhuru, without these people, where can I be? Watoto wangu watakuwa namna gani? Kenya yetu itamfika mpaka wapi? If we ukiondoa hiyo mindset, I am telling you Mr. Mutebei, Kenya will change to a very beautiful country. Lakini tukileta hawa watu, let me put it this way. If it's true we are losing 2 billion every day, that comes from head of country president anasema we are losing 2 billion, which is a lot of money. Naye mdogo wake on the other side amewahi kutuambia siku moja we lost only 7 billion. I am asking Kenyans, and I want you Kenyans to reflect. If these people are telling us billions is minute, ni kitu kidogo kwao, and from my accounting ama vile najua 1 billion ukitumia 33,000 kila siku, you can spend 1 billion in 85 years. And they are telling us about 2 billion, about 7 billion. Ni generation gani imepotea? Ni generation gani imekuwa affected for this loss and for this disagreement? I am telling Kenyans as one of them. The issue we have at hand is we have economy imekuwa baya, leadership imekuwa baya, and everybody knows that. Then the solution is either our drivers wa exit na tuwe na watu wengine, so that it's only that we can fix the economy. Because let me put it this way, wa Kenya wote ambao wanasikia hii kipindi, the issue at hand is economy ni baya, na hii pesa, let me ask Kenyans na niwafungue macho kiasi, niwaulize, if Kenya we have 1 trillion which is equivalent na ile pesa tunaweza pagia as budget. Then wale tunaandika, they spend 1 billion a week. It will just take few months, our trillion imeisha. So we need management. Ukichagua, if you have 1 million, let me put it simple this way. If you have 1 million, you can't look for a manager who earns 100,000 a month, because your million will just last for 10 months na itakuwa ni mshahara yake. So Wakenya, tafadhali fugueni macho, mujue the shida sio leadership, we have economy, na the leaders we employ, they eat all the resources kwa sababu ya mishahara yao. Ukimweka hapo ataleta wale watatumia the same amount. So our economy, our budget will just go to few individual. Wakenya, fugueni macho, mufikirie in everything you do. Kindly Kenyans, engage your brain before we put our mouth into gear. Kwa sababu nimewambia the shida tuko nayo ni economy. We know the leadership. Tukiwaweka hapo, they will come with their cronies, na pesa yote tutalia kesho na tutalia after 2022, kwa sababu tutawaeka hao wanakula pesa yetu within short time, kwa mishahara yao, kwa magari yao. Sasa pesa itakuwa inatoka wapi? Tutakuwa tunalia shinda, tutakuwa tuna blame wao, lakini wao watakuwa anakaa raha mustarehe.
Okay. Tunakusikia sana. Rupia, uko na kitu ya kuongeza hapo?
Yeah, I have Mutembei. First, I have one question for Kimorer. Is it Kimorer or Kimogere? Then I have a comment to make. Kimengere.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. If today you have Uhuru, Raila, Ruto, and Gideon Moi, who will you vote for?
None.
You have all these guys in the ballot.
None.
So thank you very much for the answer. So Mutembei, this is what I'm saying. You know, we have really moved. If we compare where we were in 2013 and where we are right now, then we have people who are doing genuine politics, and there are people who are just in politics to make money and to make their life to be where they want to be. But let me tell you, I have said here and again that in 2022 or 2023 that you people are saying, we have an election. And this election, we will have candidates to vote for. So you see, it is just revolving around the people that I've mentioned here. You will never see any new person. Even if you bring a new person, that new person will not be voted for. He will become the last or the second last. So what I'm saying is this. We know our country and we know what we want as a country. In 1964 or 1963, I don't have the correct history there. Kenya has got a very rich history. When we were moving from colonialism to become a republic, and even when we were gaining independence, we have also seen countries like South Africa, like Tanzania, that where they started is what has made them what they are today. As we started by Jaramogi endorsing Kenyatta, who was in prison. Let me just allow me to give that history briefly. And then Jaramogi said, no Kenyatta, no independence. No Kenyatta. Then Kenyatta came. And these people had got ideologies. And then when Kenyatta had been president, they differed with Jaramogi. Majorly the issues that they differed over our land, how the land would be given out, and they differed on policies again. So Jaramogi had to get out of that. So it turned out that Kenyatta was a capitalist and Jaramogi was a communist, if you understand those words. A capitalist believes in wealth making. in a linear manner, but a communist believe in wealth distribution. What do this country need? What do we need as a country? We need to empower our citizens. And then after Kenyatta, we had Moi. Kenya was rich, and we had our systems working. We had our companies, we had our industries, we had our factories working. And from history, you can read that these things were dying a slow death due to bad leadership. So we are when Moi was now leaving leadership, he was going home. Most of these companies are died, and these companies created jobs for our people. One of them is Muoroni, where I am. That is very close to us. We also had Webuye Pepper. We now have the saga about the Mumias. And these things we are seeing. And we are here as young people. So we need to ask ourselves, what do we need as a country? We need to revive our country. And here, somebody like Kimwegere or Kimagere, I heard he's a Mheshimiwa. I don't know which post he holds, but I don't see they are the kind of leaders we should have. Because he is offering nothing. If you ask him, can you give us a solution to this? He cannot give you. Because he is just there. He is not in politics because he's a leader. He's in politics for other reasons. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm saying, what I can say about BBI, I don't support BBI the way you are seeing it. But I'm supporting BBI for a specific reason. Because I believe that if we get my candidate, who I really believe in, who is Raila Odinga, in 2022, you know, so many people are blaming Raila here for the mistakes he did not do. We had Deputy President William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta being elected in 2013. They were supposed to deliver for this country. We should not come here and now start negotiating on their behalf that they were supposed to do this and they have done this. If they did not do what they promised us, why are we going to elect them again? Why would we even talk about William Ruto becoming president after being deputy president for those years? Why would we even talk about Uhuru Kenyatta looking for another post if we did not, if the youth of this country are still unemployed? Unemployment rate is high. Taxes are high. Everything is high. Why would we talk about such? You know, Kenyans, being that we are not sincere to ourselves, we are tribal. We can come here and defend bad leadership, poor leadership, and we defend all bad things. That is why we keep on continuing with these bad things. If we need to get good things, we need to think correctly and get good leaders on board, so that we get this good leadership, we get these good things that we are talking about. But Kenyans are not genuine. Even the leaders themselves don't even know what they need for this country. And you find somebody at some corner, they are chatting something, and they know very well it's a lie. And they believe in that thing, this lie, that let us go and tell them that this lie is the correct one. And it stays like that. So that is the kind of the country we have. And with this tempo and this pace, my friends, Kenya has reached a point that we need a change, and a real change, not pretenders, a real change, so that we move to the next level. We are now here, but the next generation, our sons, our grandsons are also coming. They will be here, and they will just ask themselves, we were here at this time, we are here at this time, what did we do to change this country? Will we still have a country where judges are on one side, executive are on one side, and people are quarreling everywhere, politics throughout? We are doing, there is no time we have for development. We only have time to do politics. Even after elections, the leader that we elect, the president that we elect, cannot unite the country. He still needs an opposition leader to go and help him unite the country, which means we elect wrong leaders. And that is what we have had since independence. We've been electing young leaders. Jaramogi and Kenyatta started very well. Jaramogi endorsing Kenyatta, and then they differed. That is where we started going wrong. Up to now, when Moi came, they was now saying, anafuata nyayo. Amefuata nyayo mpaka kila kitu ikaharibika. We should not defend bad leaders here. We should not come and say, so and so. You know, I can even talk of the deputy president. We know him very well with the YK92. We know everything that has gone wrong with him. All these leaders, we know them. So if we are talking about them, we know what we are talking about. We cannot pretend here that somebody comes from my tribe so that he can become a leader. We don't have leaders in these people. Let us elect a leader. And what I can say, today we have Deputy President William Ruto, Raila, Uhuru, and etc. But we cannot bury our heads in the sand and say we need a good leader outside them. We must get a good leader inside there, because we will need a journey of 1,000 miles. We'll start with that one step that we are going to make. If we know that this is a lesser evil, this is an evil, this is more evil, now we go for lesser evil. Next time we go for election, we go for that good person if they present themselves. But with the current situations that people are being threatened, if you don't have money in this country, you cannot be a leader. So many things. So, gentlemen, let us just be mheshimiwa. I know nimekukaya kidogo, but just take it easy. That is what we feel as Kenyans.
Okay, Kimengere uko hapo ama naona ni kama unasumbuliwa na internet?
Nakusikia.
Okay. Reply to Rupia, nimesikia amekutaja mahali. Rupia amekutaja. Ama hujasikia
tuende next. It doesn't require a reply, Mtembei. It's just a comment.
Ndio naona I wanted him to reply, but okay, Kimengere, sasa twende kwa hii 2022 politics and Mount Kenya wheelbarrow politics. Ruto ndiye tunaona akichukua, and you guy utaki Ruto, utaki Uhuru, utaki Raila. So what happens? Who should Kenyans choose?
I think in Mount Kenya, this is the high time they wake up from the Yasiraba. Kama mimi mtu ya Mount Kenya na kama Mkenya, kuna vitu ambaye kila Mkenya anataka aelewe, na sijui kwa nini watu ya Kenya wamepoteza fahamu kiasi, hata hawaoni ukweli ambaye hata iko kwa kitabu ya Biblia, which is to me is world constitution. Tunaelewa ya kwamba if your father marries polygamy, wote ni mama yako. Hata akioa msichana wa your age, she automatically becomes your stepmother. Sasa tuangalie watu ya Mount Kenya na tuelezane ukweli bila kufisha ya kwamba the wheelbarrow politics, the Jubilee politics, yote I must say this, wakunipenda anipende, wakunichukia anishukie. Ukweli ya mambo ni kwamba Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ndio aende Ruto, he was having good intention, kukuru tension ambaye tulikuwa watu ya Mount Kenya na watu ya Rift Valley. He has that in him, na ilikuwa mzuri sana, angefikia Ruto amulete karibu, ndio hiyo uhasama iishe. Haya, when we had the election last 2017, uhasama pia iliingia na rais akaendea ndugu yake, ndio uhasama iishe Kenya. What I must say today, I must make myself clear. I support Uhuru, what he did for the country. He was having intention. Uhasama iishe ndio Kenya iende mbele. But up to date, no one can convince me otherwise. The President Uhuru Kenyatta was betrayed by his people and his friends and his family, kwa sababu wote aliowaleta aliwaleta wakabebana na broka sao. Look at this way. If your father marries a second or third wife, hata kama akona uhusiano na girlfriend ambaye hajamleta nyumbani, na uende ujue your father is there with that girlfriend. Kama wewe ni mtu ya African culture, utaogopa hiyo jia. Hutaenda kwa huyo mchishana, hutaenda kuadama huyo mchana, because amekuwa karibu na baba yako. This is what happening with Ruto. He was brought closer by Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. He knew the reason. Now, tunasema saa hii, watu ya Mount Kenya wameenda kwa Uhuru. Na kama tuseme ukweli, kama watu ambaye tunataka kutumia our culture, African culture, Uhuru, they are wameoana. Uhuru na Uhuru walioana kwa Jubilee, na tukawa support, na tulichagia, na watu wote wakaona this is the couple we want to lead Kenya. How comes wao wakikosana, watoto wanachukua mama yao, nao wengine wanachukua baba yao kado? As Kenyans, are we solving our problems ama tuna create the big rift? Hawa watu wawili, let us be very realistic about life. Watu, the close friend of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, wamempokonya bibi huyo wa karibu ambaye ni Ruto. Wanataka kumpokonya yule mwingine alileta, anaitwa Raila Odinga. Okay, let me put it this way. Uhuru alileta Ruto kwa sababu ya uhasama ya Rift Valley. Ameleta karibu Raila kwa sababu ya uhasama iliyokuwa nchi nzima. Sasa wote wawili, who has majority? To me, Raila alikuwa na majority kwa sababu he has supporters all over. Naye alileta Ruto kwa sababu ya uhasama ya Mount Kenya and Rift Valley. So three of them, they have duty to fulfill. They have duty to lead us from this stalemate to the next level. But sisi wa Kenya wenyewe tumewafanya wa Mungu zetu. Tumesahau sisi ndio tumewaandika kazi. Na tukiwaandika kazi, wafanye kazi, watufikishe pahali tunataka. Then from there, think of 2022. Now, let me be very frank with the young people from Mount Kenya. Ndio saa hii mutaletewa Uhuru. Na wote wawili walituahidi mambo ya nchi nzima. Uhuru and the whole country, our neighbors everywhere are benefiting. Ni gani beneficio? Beneficio ni kama wote wameungana, waongee pamoja mpaka siku yao iishe ya kumaliza miaka until 22 August. Lakini saa hii wote wameenda kado, na si watoto wa Kenya tunawasaidia kugawanya nchi. But ni nani anaumia? Sisi ndio tunaumia, because for them they always talk opinions, they always talk government, na sisi wenyewe tunaongea juu ya nini? Sisi ndio tumewaandika, but we are just left there kuwapigia ofi. And I want to remind Kenyans,
niko na swali kwa Kimengere.
Wapite, you will be answerable, kwa sababu huku wagawanya wawashe vita, wewe umeshangia. Mount Kenya people, saa hii wacha niwaambie ukweli. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, he meant well for the country. That's why he was bringing these people. But close associate ambao wamembetray, amepoteza focus. Saa hii ni unasikia shida kila pahali, because these people when they came together in 2017, kila mtu alileta watu yao kufanya kazi kwa serikali. Everybody from Ruto, Raila Odinga, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and the close associate wako na watu yao judiciary, wako na watu yao police, wako na watu yao in every sector of economy. Sasa mwingine akiingia, the people who are planted by them atakuwa anasubua huyu mwingine, and that's will continue. So Kenya, unless now we have opportunity to change all these four people, kwa sababu ameshindwa kuongea pamoja as leaders, wameshindwa kuongoza sisi na sisi ndio tumewaandika cash. It is high time tuanze kuwaonyesha yellow card as they wait for the red card 2022. Ninashangaa sana. I am independent mind. I am independent candidate. I am not Kieleweke. I am not Tangatanga. I am a Kenyan. But Kenya doesn't belong to the 4 people or 4 families or who is who. Kenya belongs to all of us. Na ndio ninawaambia vijana wenzangu, until when you will realize Kenya, hawa watu saa hii tukiwafoti tena na waingie tena na tuseme ni wao, they will continue with this game mpaka Kenya ifilisike, kwa sababu michara ni minono, wako na watu yao. Nani atakuwa anaumia? Ni sisi wa Kenya. So Kenyans, pahali muko, hata kama tutaongea siasa, this is saa bado. Now is to tell them they must unite or they exit, kwa sababu the 4 of them wana watu yao, they have best advisors, they have the best lawyers, na sisi wa Kenya tutakuwa tunashangiliwa na nani? Now I remember I mentioned about 2 billion ambaye rais alisema inapotea. Tuna 7 billion mdogo yake alisema imepotea. Who will recover this money? Mmoja wao akiingia ataendelea kuficha, mwingine akiingia ataenda kwa sababu aliwekwa na hawa watu. So the game will always continue. Now the worst mistake these people have done to Kenyans, and I must tell Kenyans to wake up and open their eyes. All the money you hear is getting lost. Hairudi kwa economy. They start them in abroad accounts. Kwa hivyo hata haisacurate. Na kama hawataondoka ofisi, wataitumia, they will never use the money. Kwa hivyo pesa itakuwa inalala benki nje ya nchi, haitumiwi, itakuwa inabaki huko na wanaendelea kupora ingine na kuongeza. So Kenya will always be broke, and that's why I'm calling every Kenyans where they are, hata wale wako kwa diaspora. It is high time we design the Kenya we want, and the first thing to do ni kureclaim our Kenya back. Itoke kwa mikono ya hao wachache, irudi kwa sisi, tuanze in real life. Tuseme our budget is 1 trillion. Abaye tutaandika managers wa kumanage 1 trillion, lakini sio watu wa kumanage ya pocket money yao ni billions. Our pesa itakuwa inatumika kwa watu wachache. We will never realize the Kenya we want, and that's where the problem is. And the problem is Wakenya wamejua shida. Ni kama nilete story kidogo ya paka na panya. Panya walijua paka ndiye anakula, lakini wakaulizana.
Umepotea Kimengere, sound yako imepotea.
You can give Moses.
Sijui umeguza wapi, just check. Halafu Moses unatupea story. Moses, uko hapo ama ulipotea pia? Sasa nini unakunywa? Okay, Luo boy. Luo boy.
Okay, Luo boy aendelee.
Aongei. Luo boy. Okay, Clinton Kimengere amerudi, ni wanakuwa na swali.
Sasa swali langu kwa Kimengere, hebu toa message nione jina lake. Anyway, anaitwa Kimengere. So Kimengere, umeongea vizuri kwa kutuambia kwamba rais alimleta William kwa sababu ya uhasama wa watu wa kwenyu na watu wa Rift Valley. It was not the interest of all Kenyans, and that was selfishness of the highest order. So you are caring for yourselves and those for the people of Rift Valley, as if sisi watu wa Nyanza hatuko Kenya. Nao unatuambia pia rais ameleta Raila kwa sababu Raila ako na watu wengi. Wale ambao wako na watu wachache, where are they falling into? Kwa isa kwa yenyu mnaunda kila siku, sijui after next election mtaleta nani? Now that Raila na Ruto wote watakuwa kwa debe, ni nani mtaleta sasa ndio mseme after tulileta Raila 2017, hii 2022 tumeleta nani? There is this politics Kimengere that goes on in Kenya whereby you use, after using you dump, and that's what happened when Raila became prime minister. Ruto akisema kwamba tulielewana nikuwe prime minister, na kama hicho kiti cha prime minister ndio ilipatikana ambacho kilikuwa changu, baba akachukua, hata kunipea deputy prime minister hakunipea. Sasa unaona hiyo kitu kidogo ilimkosanisha na Raila because of his own interest na interest ya Raila pia. So hii siasa ya kuwa interest ndio inafaa tuachane nayo. Wewe kama Mkikuyu kutoka Central useme this time round unaona ni William ama ni Raila, nani ako na maono sawa ambayo unataka wewe kama mtu wa Mount Kenya, unaona nani anafaa? Nilisikiza gavana wenu kutoka Nyeri akiongea eti anaona Wakenya hawajajipanga, na nyinyi wa Kikuyu mnajipanga. Mkiona Wakenya wamelala, mtatoa candidate na mko na kura milioni 8, kumaanisha 2022 mnaweza toa rais tena. So it is something that people need to sit, watu wakuwe na dialogue. Si eti ukiitwa na rais amenipea share yangu ni kule, Ruto akiitwa na rais apewe share yake ya kule bila kuzingatia Wakenya. But in real sense pia Kibengere, I also agree with you on some issues, maybe hizo za kuleta amani, kufanya nini, but they need to be transparent, you know. Then hii siasa umesema siasa ya wheelbarrow. Eti Mount Kenya saizi mnaletewa wheelbarrow. My friend, from where I sit, ama kulingana na venye naelewa siasa, Ruto alitengeneza chama, akaeka alama ya chama kuwa wheelbarrow. Lakini hakumaanisha kwamba akiwa president kila Mkenya atapewa wheelbarrow. I think haimaanishi hivyo. Kuna chama cha Jubilee kina alama ya mikono. Sijui wao mnapewa mikono. ODM ni chungwa. Sijui Raila akiwa president kila mtu atakuwa anapewa chungwa. So reasoning up to that capacity, I don't support it. Wheelbarrow, nyinyi watu Mount Kenya, ni ukweli mnatumia wheelbarrow. Kama mliomba mkapewa, sometimes you use it. Ukienda Gikomba, you use wheelbarrow a lot. So I don't see a problem. Vijana wenu wakienda Karen waambie Ruto, mimi ni hustler pale natumia wheelbarrow na apewe wheelbarrow. So I don't see a problem there. Lakini hatuwezi tukasema William atakuwa president kwa sababu alama ya chama chake ni wheelbarrow, kila boma atapeleka wheelbarrow. Raila amekuwa prime minister na chungwa, mbona hakutupea chungwa kama hiyo ndio reason? So me, I don't see any problem there at all. I don't see any problem. Let us welcome all the leaders we have. Watu huja hapa wanajifanya eti, let us find the new faces. New faces, hata hapo Mount Kenya mletewe new face sahi. Mwambiwe huyu jamaa alikuwa mwalimu pale KU, ndio tunataka kuwe rais. Mtasema mumjui? So Wakenya tusijifanye na new faces. Ni hawa faces wamezeeka, hawa ndio tutakuwa nao 2022. Utaenda kupiga kura, Ruto anakuangalia hapo na Raila. We don't have the new faces. Now we will make choices from the two faces that we have, and one of them will have to be. You understand? And maybe after one of them, the face that will remain this time round will have to take over after the other one left. So it is a matter of telling these leaders that we want this from you. You either shape up or you quit. And that was my submission.
Clinton, we've seen people being given wheelbarrow and mkokoteni. So hiyo point yako si sawa.
Have they refused to take mkokoteni? Eti mimi sija mkokoteni, mimi sija kufanya.
Umejibu hiyo. The question watu wanajiuliza kwa ufupi ni tuko na Raila, tuko na Ruto, tuko na Musalia, tuko na nani huyu mwingine anaachwa, Kalonzo. Those are the guys wenye tuko nao. Tunafaa kuchagua nani mwingine ama mtembee ingi hapo?
We Mtembe.
No.
Yes.
Umeuliza swali nani?
Kimengere.
Okay. We have a lot of gentlemen. I have observed a lot of concern. Ninakumbuka kuna siku nilitaja, we have people all over the world ambaye they are recognized worldwide na wametoka Kenya. We have Mukiza Kitui ako kwa uwanja. We have Murunga ako kwa uwanja. All these people wakiingia kwa uwanja, let them be given chance, because the problem I have ni nyani ni wale watasheji tu misitu, lakini watakaa kuangalia, they know the game. Sasa afadhali ulete mtu mpya, na tukileta mtu mpya atajua masharti yetu. All other people who are there ambayo mumesema, they have been in government for too long, so wakirudi, what do you expect them to do? Ni kuendelesha na marafiki sao, then nani atakuwa anaumia? Nimeona kuna mtu ameniuliza hali ya hii story nilikuwa napeana imefika wapi. Ilifika panya hakupata mtu wa kumweka kegere, kwa hivyo panya wanaendelea kuliwa. Hii Kenya yetu, the worst mistake is not learning from past mistake. We have learned how watu weka. Tukisema Raila, he was prime minister. Now Ruto is deputy president and he is complaining. Who is the government then? Kama sisi. Yeah, anasema deep state. Rais anasema he is let down by judiciary. Who is more powerful? It is we people. And I am telling Kenyans, wakati watajua tuko na nguvu ambaye kila dunia inatuhitaji, they will wake up na watasema enough is enough. We put new record, tuweke watu wengine wapya. We have a lot of, na wengine watajitokeza. But the issue I have ni kama Wakenya hawaoni, wamefanya Kenya iwe ya watu wanne. Every topic ni the four. Every topic ni nani ataleta hurubaro, ni nani ataleta hii. But the issue is policy. The issue is leadership. The issue is sisi wenyewe tujijue kama wanyonge na tuseme
Kimengere, kuna jamaa kutoka Mount Kenya. Kuna jamaa kutoka Mount Kenya alikuwa hapa last week, alituambia wakati mlienda kuchaguana 2017 eti hawakuwa na akili, lakini saizi wamepata akili. Hawawezi wakajifanya eti wamepata akili juu wanaona this time round hawatakuwa na president. Hiyo akili itabidi mkue nayo sasa kuanzia next election, 50 years coming, because we don't see you getting the akili back anytime soon. Yani mmezoea wa Kenya. Kama hii ya 2013 mlichukua tu. Hiyo presidency mlichukua tu, mlijua si yenu lakini mkachukua. Lakini this time bana itabidi mfeel venye mtaita amekuwa kifeel, Mjaluo pale Kondele amekuwa kifeel, and it is for years. Yeah. Because hii issue ya kutake presidency, I think it will come to an end. 2013 inasemekana mlitushinda, yes. Lakini 2017 mlichukua.
Yes, acha Clinton amaliza then Ndidi
acha nimalize in 1 minute. Ledidi unajua anatoka Narok na anataka BBI include ng'ombe. So ni best, Ledidi anaelewa.
Bas. Hapo sasa.
So Ledidi, so Kimengere, you know, I know yes, the pain that the people from the mountain are feeling. Hamja believe hii kitu inawatoka. Na inawatoka at the wrong time. Mnaona Uhuru kuinclude Raila. Niliona mkiku mwingine akisema kwa internet, maendeleo ilopelekwa Kisumu na yenye inapelekwa Central, ngoja tu, Uhuru should finish and go. Sasa hata ile kidogo tulipewa Kisumu pia mkazusha. Unaelewa? Lakini itabidi kuanzia hiyo next election people will vote. Niko sure kuna watu Mount Kenya watapigia Raila na hawajawahi mpigia, kwa sababu tuliambiwa hapa last time mmepata akili sasa. Na kuna yule Mjaluo atapigia William. Na kuna kitu ningependa kukuambia Mutembei as chair. Mutembei, kuna kitu tangatanga huwa wana feel eti kwa sababu Uhuru alisema yangu 10 na ya Ruto 10, so watu wa tangatanga huwa wanadhani eti Ruto should be the next. Na kuna statement pia Ruto anasemaga eti mimi ndio nimekaribia tu, imebaki hatua moja, Musalia na ndugu yangu ya Raila wanisaidie tu, imebaki hatua moja, wao bado wako mbali. So what tangatanga doesn't understand ni kwamba sometimes huwa inafika wakati the outgoing president anakosa hata kuwa na hiyo power ya kuweka mtu mwenye anataka, unaelewa? So watu wa tangatanga pia lazima waelewe, wakitaka upresidency they will have to build coalitions. Lakini Ruto kujigamba eti I will go this thing alone, hata kama nabaki mtu mmoja, hataweza. Hata mimi nikitaka kumpea na nimeona ako peke yake, nitasema hapana, huyu hata nikimpea kura yangu haitaka. I will have to vote somebody I don't like. So in as much as we are saying that tangatanga wanaweza chukua, but we have to look at the inside part of it, unaelewa? Lakini maoni yangu ya mwisho kabisa, baba naye Mutembei, hata kama nakataa, amezeeka na intention yake ya kutaka kuwa rais pia sielewi, unaelewa? Cause amekuwa hii miaka yote kama prime minister.
Clinton uko country gani?
Mutembei, si mimi ni Mkenya kutoka Homa Bay. No,
uko country gani? Germany.
Sasa anasema Homa Bay na unauliza
huyo nini wenu, huyo mwenye nani wenu mwenye ameritaya juzi yako miaka ngapi?
Huyu mama ako 72.
So
hajaritaya, alisema June. Oh, June imefika. But ni kama hataki kutoka.
So ndio nakuuliza kama 72 huyo ndio anafikiria kuritaya. US iko hapo next na kwenu. President wake ako miaka ngapi? Why are you saying Raila ni mzee na ndio ametantua 18 years?
Si ulituonesha hapa kwa internet president wa US akianguka akipanda stairs za ndege. Unataka baba aanguke ndio muamini amezeeka ama mnatakaje?
Hapana.
So, tuseme tu ukweli, Mutembei, baba he's the father of democracy.
No, tulichagua
Clinton, wewe unaribu hii kitu bwana. Kama sisi tunataka kukua good Kenyans. See the Kikuyus and the Kalenjins who are here. Can you stop talking about presidency? Because if you want to be Kenyans, all of us, just stop talking about it. Let us
Charles Rupia. I'm telling my brother from Rift Valley. Lazima watoe baridi tumekuwa nayo.
Ngoja Clinton amaliza, then we go next.
Clinton amaliza.
Sasa Rupia nilikuwa nasema kwamba tu our brothers from Central and Rift Valley. Unajua mimi sijaenda Central. Lakini nikionanga kwa TV bado naona rough roads. Wanajiuliza kwani hii presidency yote bana. Lakini apart from all those that I'm seeing, I want to encourage anybody from Central Kenya, anybody from Rift Valley, jameni, hata sisi ni wa Kenya. Yule Mudavadi yuko huko. Kama kuna mtu anafaa kuwa president ni Musalia Mudavadi, because amengojea kwa kunyenyekea, hajasumbua mtu, na huyo bado Uhuru hakumuonea huruma 2017. Uhuru bado aliamua tu ni yeye. Kuna mjaluo pale hajaisumbua, lakini hajaiona presidency, lakini mistake mtafanya wa Kenya ni kutupea hii kitu bana, kurudi itakuwa ngori nyinyi wa Mount Kenya na Rift Valley.
Clinton, wewe unasema vitu nzuri na unaharibu. Mimi nimesema clear. Wakikuyu na Wakalenjin wawachane na presidency. Waongee hapo deputy president ikikuja chini.
Ikiwezekana wasivote hiyo ya president 2022.
Mtembei. Wacha niongee kabla madama ingie. Mimi Mtembei. Unanisikia? Hello?
Ongea bwana, wewe hujaongea tangu kuja hapa.
Ndio sasa. Okay, asante sana kunipatia nafasi. Mimi naweza sema bwana Kiberenge umesema mzuri, hata kama ni bili yangu utakunywa kwa bili yangu. Iko namna hii. The problem that we are facing in this country, it comes from two regions, Rift Valley and Central. Rift Valley and Central ndio walipambana wakahakikisha wameweka hii watu wenye wako kwa kiti saizi. And they are the people who are complaining that Kenya inaenda mbaya. When we are telling you these people not to vote this side, ndio still wanataka wapatie the second person mwenye alikuwa kwa that group atukumpatia kiti. Na they are very sure that huyo mtu mwenye wanafanya Kenya ina fail kwa hiyo group. It is now a time what you are Rift Valley na Central, let us try another person from different regions. Last time I said that kuna 47 counties. These 47 counties inaonyesha kuna leadership, we have 47 people who can lead this nation. Ndio unaonaga kuna time wana rank governor fulani number 1, which means this governor, even if given a position of national could lead national, he can do that. But mimi hawa watu wote kama wenye mnasema they have been in government since 1992. Na since 1992 wenye wanataka kuwa president hatujaona kitu yenye ametuletea tangible since that day. Na mtu anasema he is a performer. So it is a high time afadhali tupatie mtu mwenye hajui kitu, tujue kweli tulipatia mtu mwenye hajui kitu. Appointments huwa nalalamika kila siku. Let's change appointments. Alafu kuna hii kitu ambayo inaitwa presidency. Uhuru kuita Ruto ilikuwa ni kama mwenye ameenda kutafuta mwanamke. Na ukitafuta mwanamke unaenda na marafiki. Na huyo rafiki yako atakuwa anaenda anaita huyo mwanamke kuja. Lakini immediately when you marry that lady, you don't want to see that man again. So Uhuru used Ruto to get kura. It's his strategy. Sasa Ruto si lazima ati afanye kitu yote ndio Uhuru afanye. Uhuru is the leader. Uhuru akitaka ataambia Ruto enda. Ruto should respect Uhuru. Period. Rupia.
Okay. Charles, umemaliza?
Umemaliza.
Wait Kimengere, wait. Let's hear from Ledidi. Alafu kuna echo inatokea, kama hujazima mic hakikisha umezima, alafu tuweze kuwasikiza wote.
Kwanza Clinton, nasema asanti. Na kuna mtu hapo, mimi ni Mkenya kutoka Narok, na kuna mtu hapa anaandika ati Ledidi ni bibi ya nani we, na niko kwa nyumba yangu nina contribute Kenya. Mtu asiharibu maneno hapo. Tuko serious hapa.
Ledidi achana nao, proceed.
Sawa, anyway. Sasa mi nataka kusema tu jambo moja. Kuna Mkenya moja juzi alisema wao wamekuwa werevu. Lakini nataka pia kusema saa hizi tumekuwa werevu kwa sababu inaonekana siasa za Kenya zimetuweka wote tukue sawa. Mashida zenye wanakula huko Central, tunakula hapa Rift Valley. Mashida zenye wacha hata kama kuna hizo, mimi hata nasema hakuna kitu imeenda Kisumu kwa sababu ni juzi tu. Ni miaka ngapi tangu Madaraka iende Kisumu? Si ni miaka mingi. Kwa hivyo na hiyo si kitu ati tunachangilia ati tunapiga makofi Madaraka imeendwa Kisumu. Tunasema inafaa kufanyika hivyo. Inafaa president aweke kila mahali Madaraka Day. Kwa hivyo si ati sasa ichangiliwe ati ni kama ametufanyia favor. Kisumu ni kama Narok na Kisumu ni kama kila mahali ni Kenya. Kwa hivyo it's our time now as Kenyans. We stop looking at the things the government is supposed to do as privileges. It's not a privilege for President Uhuru to do anything in Kisumu or in any other country. He's supposed to do because he's our president. So even if he goes where he's supposed to, unaona? Kuliko sasa tushinde tukisema ati sasa president akikuja Narok akikuja kwetu Loita tunachangilia ati anafaa kukuja. Kitu tu ninasema kwa hii mambo ya presidency ya 2022, mimi kuna wale watu nawapenda tu bure kisiasa, lakini imaanisha ati ndawapigia kura. This time round hata sijui kama mimi nitapiga kura kwa sababu
Nikina nani hao Ledidi unawapenda tu bure? Tuambie.
Sitaki kusumbuliwa na hawa watu naona machozi. Unajua hapa Kenya
si political love, ni ile love ingine ama?
Hapana, hii tu kawaida. Hata mtu ni vile tu, hata unaweza sema mwanasiasa gani unapenda Kenya, sio hiyo nye unasema.
Sasa si ndio hiyo Ledidi tumekuuliza. Unapenda, kuna wanasiasa wengi, Muturi, Ruto, Raila, Uhuru, wengine wengi, gavana wenu Narok Tunai. Unapenda nani bure? Hao ndio viongozi tunao.
Wote nawapenda bure. Lakini kwa 2022 niko na favorite. Unaona?
Sasa hapo kwa presidency ndio kuna shida. Favorite wako ni nani?
Saizi nikijaribu kuangalia ule favorite nilikuwa nasema mambo imeenda vibaya. Wanatuharibia wote. Sasa hata mimi sasa nimeanza hata sijui kama nitapiga kura. Lakini nataka tu kuambia Wakenya. Hii 2022 tutanuke. Hata
Ledidi, ukipata network kutuambie ni favorite yupi huyo mambo yake yanaenda mrama.
Ama nyinyi mnaonaje?
Tuambie ni favorite yupi?
Kwa ofisi, alafu wanakuja kutupigia makelele hapa kwa mabiashara zetu. Mtembee kwanza, hiyo unasema ni vizuri umeleta hiyo uso yako. Hiyo unasema ati sijui Raila nini hajazeeka. Raila hata ni kama amefanya mambo yake vizuri. Amefanya vizuri, hata anafaa kuritaya vizuri. Asiende kuharibiwa na hawa vijana. Anafaa kuritaya vizuri. Juu amefanya mambo mazuri.
Sasa Ledidi, kwa wale favorites wako wote, Raila ametoka. Nani sasa amebaki? Raila anafaa kuritaya vizuri. So who is your favorite in 2022?
Sasa si Raila ndiye anafaa kutupatia hiyo favorite. Na ni kama anakata.
It's all right.
Na kina Mutembei hapo wanampiga.
So malizia Ledidi.
Nimemaliza. Lakini mi naomba Mungu, naomba tu baba aritae vizuri kwa sababu amefanya kazi mzuri. Hakuna haja ashinda akichafua mambo yake ya uzeeni na hawa watu.
Aritaya lini? After 2020, after amemaliza kuwa president ama before 2022?
Sai, anafaa kwenda na Uhuru vizuri pamoja. Waende tu vizuri. Kwa sababu hata bado tunampenda kuliko akuje 2022.
Nasema baba aritaya no, anaritaya sahi. Kwani anaritaya kiti gani yenye baba kona unataka aritaya sahi?
Hata wewe Mutembei wacha kujifanya. Si kila mtu anaritayanga, hata wewe utaritaya. Mtu akifika
baba unataka aritaya kutoka kwa kiti gani? Hakuna kiti yako nayo sahi.
Hiyo kukua active politically. Akwe tu advisor.
Acha
nini? Ape promotion. Tunaona kuna ile promotion nasemeka senior citizen ama sijui inaitwa nini.
Hiyo promotion ndio tunataka kumpatia 2022 akuwe president mpaka 2027. Ama kama si hivyo tuseme elections hakuna mpaka 2027, then we can elect Ruto huko.
Unajua kuna ile generational privileges yenye Mungu anapea kila mmoja wetu. Na iko na time na season yake. Unaona? Baba ni mara ngapi tumepee kura? Sisi kama Wamasai.
Tunataka Mandela moment. At least tu miaka tano pekee.
Hapana, kuna zile favors zenye Mungu anapea mwanadamu, generational favors, na inafikanga mahali hata kama we ni nani simba, nafika mahali unaenda polepole. Hata simba si anakuanga isolated akizeeka.
Ledidi, unajua baba asiposimama sasa hivi there cannot be any elections. Watu watakuwa nalala hata siku ya elections.
Kwa nini?
Ledidi, you will not win on this one with these guys. You will not convince Muturi to be a minister.
Huyu sasa kwani ni alikula Kemsa ndiye ana wana light note. Sawa basi Muturi.
So Mutembe, you go on. Mimi nikiwa raia hivi na enjoy.
Amelala Muturi.
Hapana, ni network. So, daktari, ama kuna mtu alikuja mbele yako?
Problem ya network.
Who is next?
Oh, kuna watu wengi walikuwa mbele yangu, mimi niko sawa.
Luoboy amedoze, ama mnaonaje? Luoboy, it's your time. Microphone.
Ameenda kupika ama?
Net yangu inasumbua. Sijui
Luoboy. Okay. Joseph. Ama Lea.
Yes.
Who is talking now? Luoboy ama Joseph?
Joseph, thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, sauti ya Lea. Okay, thank you, Joseph.
Thank you for the opportunity. Me, I'm a student in Kenyatta University and I'm doing leadership there. So I'm happy that I can contribute this motion as a citizen and as part of youth. One, I would like to say that, like I heard someone saying there that politics is a game of interest. All those top people are just targeting what they can gain from that top seat. Na sisi wa Kenya ndio huwa tunachanganyikiwa kitu ya kwanza, because you don't always choose the right person, and because watu wamejua the majority ni watu wenye wako na low income, wamekama hapo na kitu inaitwa tangatanga ama sijui hustler, because wanajua majority of Kenyans hawana income nzuri. They can confuse such kind of people. So can you tell me, how will someone tell you that we will start from bottom up the economy na yeye mwenyewe amekuwa kwa government for those 10 years, for last 7 years? Mbona wako come up na hiyo kitu ya agenda before ya atoke huko na hiyo agenda ingine? Swali ya pili kitu ya pili kwangu, mimi naona leaders wenye wako sahi tubaki of leadership.
Mutembei, peana link. Mimi ni na simu.
Leaders wengine, we have better leaders but because hawana popularity, na pia kwa sababu tumekonfisiwa na hao wachache, that's why we go and select the same those wenye tunaona wao ndio wazuri. But kwangu mimi nilikuwa naona tu kama Raila aishie nyumbani, ama kama yeye ni Raila ni apatiwe tu miaka 5 pekee, tumvote tu miaka 5, because even to me nimesoma kitabu yake inaitwa Freedom Fire to Freedom, vile the way huyu jamaa ametembea politics, not Fire to Freedom, it's called Journey to Freedom. Vile amejaribu kutembea through the politics hiyo muda huyo wa miaka yote, ni huyu ni mtu mwenye nilikuwa naona exactly if it was to kumtuma nyumbani akuwa appreciated, ni kumpatia 5 years, alafu baada ya 5 years sasa turudi hiyo normal game yenye tunataka, atakuwa ametengeneza
Kenya. According to you Joseph, unaona kwamba in 2022 we should vote him just to reward, lakini uoni kama anafaa? Ni hiyo kitabu yake ulisoma ukakuwa inspired?
No.
Now you want us to reward him 5
Kufaa.
years.
Unajua saizi mbona saizi watu watasema Raila hafai kwa sababu ni vile alikuja side ya government. But ingekuwa saizi Raila is still in opposition vile alikuwa anafanya hapo nyuma, vile mimi nilikuwa nikimjua, sasa Raila hata angevai 2022 peke yake, angevai na mtu mwingine yote angemshinda, because Raila amefought against so many things. Hata hii mambo mnasikia scandals za nini na nini na nini, zingekuwa zimesha revealiwa ni wakina nani wenye alichukua hiyo zodo, like because yeye alishakuja side ya government. Sasa watu wanaona because he's in government he can't contribute anything to the citizens. Now wanaona kama yeye can't now fight for democracy and alikuwa na fight in some years back. But is someone who can, when kama anaweza patiwa power, can change something.
Okay, thank you, Joseph. Maybe someone who wants to react to Joseph. Luo boy. Unmute your microphone. Ngoja tumsikize Luo boy alafu everything is gonna be okay. Luo boy, microphone. Okay, let me unmute you. In one
Clinton, ni Larry
Yes.
Larry ODM.
Sema Larry. Okay. Rupia, say you had a question, Rupia?
Okay, asante sana, ninapenda hii show yenu.
Siongee bro, ni nini?
We Clinton. Ni Larry ODM. Sasa nataka niwaulize kitu moja. Mbona watu ya Tangatanga wanaona shida yao ni Raila? Tukiangalia mzuri sana vitu Raila amefanyia nchi. Na tukombea na vitu Ruto amefanyia nchi. Wewe unaona sense wapi hapo? Yes, Ruto amekuwa deputy.
Wewe unakompea Raila aje na Ruto? Sure, hata wewe. Raila is the king of everything. Unakompea aje Raila na Ruto? The Tangatanga people were command because they voted to send Raila to Bondo. But Raila tu yuko tu within.
Mtembei hiyo sarai.
Sasa relax mtembei. Ledidi, 1 minute. 1 minute Ledidi. Larry ODM, have you finished putting your question?
Mimi bado nawauliza swali. Tukitaka kuzungumza mambo ya nje hapa. Swali yangu ni hii. Mbona kila wakati mnakitaka kuzungumza mambo ya Kenya, mnaona tu baba ndio shida yenu? Amwezi ona 2 bilioni Ruto amekuwa anatuchukulia? We je, hebu tueleze hapa.
Okay, thank you Larry ODM. Wakati uliweka first question, Santos alisema hapana. So Santos, you have 1 minute to respond to what ODM was saying. Santos, 1 minute. Wait, Sam, we are coming to you after Ledidi. In 1 minute, Santos.
Sasa watu wengi wanasema DP ako sijui na pesa gani alichukua. Hebu nataka niambie mtu I start a very small project of 15,000 ya kuku, only 15,000. Then after 3 months utaona umeelevate uko 40k. Sasa watu sijui wanakosa nini? Very simple matrix na umeelevate, then unasema he is stealing money. He is stealing money. Yes.
Santos, acha kudanganya bro. Usidanganya watu watakuweka kuku watakufa maskini.
Ujembe, don't interfere with Santos 1 minute. Santos, you have another minute maybe.
Sasa story watu wengine wanatupea story ile sijui ni abunuwazi, sijui ilikuwa marriage, sijui hakuna marriage ilikuwa pale, ilikuwa ni negotiation to run the government. Hakuna kitu tunaweka example ati kulikuwa na marriage, sijui nini. Story nyingine tuache, watu walitaka walipatana. Tufanyaje hii Kenya? Unasikia?
Okay. Thank you, Santos. We are coming back to you. Ledidi, you wanted to react and Sam in that order. Maybe in
Na
1 minute, 1
mimi
minute then.
Mi nataka
Do you want to react to what Larry said, Rupia?
yes, I wanted to react to Joseph and yeah, Joseph.
So I
Can I
think
continue?
when our dynasty, you love your time. Lady and Sam in that order. Maybe you can answer Larry and
sasa
na unajua nimeingia dynasty. Kesho nitakujia kofia Rupia.
Clinton. Clinton.
Yes.
Kwa hivyo sisi tuko upande wa Wilbaro.
Si nilikuwa na wewe lakini kuna mtu amenikosea leo nikaama. Maybe kesho tutakuwa pamoja.
Hapana, lazima tutende pamoja. Sasa mimi nataka tu hivi tuelewe tu understand kitu moja, tusipiganie mambo ya baba. Baba has done good thing, that is another thing, but doesn't mean tutashinda hapo juu si yeye tu ndio nini kiongozi hapa. Hata tumekuwa na nchi zote wamekuwa na uongozi ukaisha, kama Idi Amin Dada imeisha, ya watu wazuri pia kama Mandela iliisha, si aliwacha uongozi kwanza, yeye aliongoza one term peke yake. Kwa hivyo tusione ati tunaona kama ati nani anachukia. Kwanza mimi ukiniambia ati nachukia baba, tangu aanze kusimama mimi hata nikiwa shule tu wazazi wangu tu wanamvotia. Kwa hivyo tuangalie pia kwamba uongozi pia unakuja unaisha. Kwa hivyo kama Wakenya tusishindanilie mahali moja ati kusema ati kama sasa wenye wanasema ati tupee baba ati kama reward. Baba atariwadiwa tu, hata amesha reward. Kwani saa hii yako wapi? Si yako bedroom? Si yako kwa State House? Hata wale walikuwa wanang'ang'ana huko kusema ati sijui tumetoa baba wapi? Si yako State House?
Ako na kiti gani State House?
Wachana na kiti Mutembei. Kuna vitu hata hii Kenya si lazima ukuwe na kiti. Kama sasa baba si lazima akuwe na kiti ndio akuwe influential. Already ako influential na amefanya mambo mazuri. Mutembei. Hata wewe si uko na Mutembei TV. Kwani unataka nini tena? Tusichukulie hizi viti ni kama kufa na
tukikupa time ingine tena tutakumisi. We are coming back to you again. Itabidi waelezee mpaka waelewe.
Advisor wa baba.
Nauliza tuambia baba aende nyumbani Ledidi in peace.
Aende nyumbani kwa advisor wa kumwambia aende aritee vizuri.
Aende nyumbani akiwa wapi? Aende nyumbani akiwa wapi?
Aseme asimami bana.
Makosa iko wapi akisimama? Kama wewe unaweza kumushinda, si pia wewe unasimama tu, yeye anasimama. Mbona umzuie kusimama?
Unajua sisi hatutaki kuosea baba ati tuende kwa uwanja ati tupige against baba. Si tunataka
dumuni na baba mpaka dakika ya mwisho.
Hakuna kudumu. Hapana. Hata mimi mwenyewe si ninataka kusimama. Kwani tutasimama na kakuya? Grandfather, hapana. Tusipigane na wazee.
Heshimu wazee.
Ndio tunawaheshimu na ndio maana tunataka waritae vizuri. Tusianze kupigana wajukuu, grandfather na takuwa vibaya.
Mwachie baba kwanza.
Kwanza ni tushamwachia, hata ni hajachukua. Kwani hajachukuanga 2007? Kwa nini hajachukua 2013?
Kuja polepole. Masuala ya nchi ni tofauti na ya nyumbani.
Excuse me Bernard na sistangu Ledidi. So before we proceed to Sam, maybe kuna watu wana complain Mutembei. Kuna mtu anaitwa Michael Onjiko. Aliniambia hapo chini anatoka Homa Bay. He's seriously abusing some of the panelists here. So Michael Onjiko, I don't want to read your comment on air, lakini kitu umefanya si poa. and I'm still scrolling looking for the comment, but don't abuse anybody here. Watu wanatoa maoni, wengine wana joke, wengine wanamaanisha, lakini you don't have to abuse somebody the way you've abused her like this. It's not fair. It's not fair. So we can proceed, guys. We can proceed. Hey, Bernard, you've chased away Lady Didi.
What did I do? I just greeted her.
Sidhani Bernard alifanya chochote. Unajua Letiti ni mtu ambaye anaelewa the language.
Sam anaitwa Ledidi. Sam
Ledidi. Sorry kuita Letiti. Ledidi. Sorry Ledidi. Whatever you are, umesikia. Pole nimesema pole. So ulikuwa nataka kujibu, ulikuwa naitwa nani? Ametoka? Bernard naitwa ODM. Ule kijana kwenda ndio. Anyway, alisema katikati ya Ruto na nani, bwana Ruto na muna watu tangatanga wanaingilia nani. Si hata kuingilia. Unajua ikiwa mtu ni politician kama senior minister, kama senior Raila is a politician, so the young generation ambao sasa wanataka kuwa presidents, wanagombania kiti hiyo, they want to get more information from Raila. So ndio unaona wanamwingilia hivyo, si watu wanamwingilia tuko baya, they know, so that because it's a political gene, he knows how to tackle this young generation. So Larry si watu wanaingilia Raila kwa baya, hapana. Wanataka atakayejibu vile atakayejibu. So that's the way people, the young politician will get away ya kuweza convince sisi ambayo ni raia, unaona? So but in a real sense, I can say let everybody exercise his or her own right in either way. Uwezi kufukuza mtu kutoka hapo kwenda kwa retire, uwezi lazimisha mtu kusema waenda ngombea kiti. Itategemea ni kitu gani, sera gani uko nayo, which policies, what do you have to offer people, how can you convince the people? I mean political this time is not easy. Kila mtu amejijenga kwa njia yake, and you have to have that namna unasoka na watu. Okay, so Larry, ulikuwa na swali nyingine? Nafikiri nimesahau, nafikiri sijui.
No, swali yangu ilikuwa hii.
Yeah.
Unanipata?
Nakupata.
Swali yangu ilikuwa ni, mbona nyinyi mnaona ni kama as in Ruto is the most suitable, anaweza substitute Uhuru?
It's not about substituting Uhuru.
You can see it's on record.
Larry, it's not about substituting Uhuru. You know, unajua, when you test a sugar cane, when you test a sugar cane,
yes,
and somebody come from a side and want to take that sugar cane, I don't think you are going to let that person take that thing. No. So Ruto ametest the leadership. Raila ametest leadership.
Yeah.
So the both of them, they know what they are doing. So ukiona watu wanaingilia baba kwa hivyo kwa hiyo njia, si tunamwingilia ndio baya, hapana. Unajua kila mtu anauza sera zake, so sio kusema ati Uhuru Ruto anataka achukue kitu kwa nguvu. No, hiyo si kitu haipeanwi na mtu, hiyo kitu inapeanwa na.
So unakubaliana na mimi ya kwamba
inapeana na raia wewe, mimi na wale wengine wako mamilioni huko nyumbani.
So unakubaliana na mimi?
Yeah.
Unakubaliana na mimi kuwa sio vizuri kusema wakati tunaongea siasa ya Kenya, unashinda hapa unasema baba aende Bondo, amezeeka. So unakubaliana na mimi kusema hivyo?
Sikiza, mimi sisemi ati nakubaliana na wewe ama sikubaliana na wewe. Ni lengo ya mpiga kura mwenyewe ndiye ataamua. So mimi siwezi kujiamulia.
Sam.
Yes, sir.
Sam, if you have the opportunity to vote between Ruto and Raila, who will you vote for?
I will vote for, you know what? Rubia.
Ruto.
No, it's not about Ruto. It's not about Raila. I will vote for the policies. That's the most important
for Kenya. You will vote for Kenya.
Wait, guys.
Policies
guys.
Policies of the time.
Excuse me, Sam.
Yes, sir.
There are some questions that you are being asked directly, but you want to beat around the bush in answering them. Sam, umepewa options. Pale primary kuna 4. Hapa tumekupunguzia zikawa 2. Given an opportunity to vote between the two, wote wako na policies. Who will you go for? Is what the mover of the question wants to hear from you. Hapo kuna Raila na Ruto, wote wako na policies.
Okay, let me answer. Let me answer one thing. In a very direct way. Let me answer Rubia in a very direct way. Rubia, wakati unaenda kupiga kura, unakwanga kwa hii box kwa ballot box ukiona upeke yako ama uko na mwingine hapo karibu yako. You always vote alone because that's a secret thing, so it may remain that way. That's why I say somebody voted in me. Sababu nikiongeza hizi the vote Ruto na kumbe na nini. Yeah. So I think Rubia umesikia sasa.
Sawa.
Okay, thank you Sam. Okay. Jakes. Before Jakes. Daktari, pole sana and thank you for being patient. Nilikuja nikakupata nikachukua time yako mpaka sasa pia nakuibia. Pole bana.
Na uko salama eh?
Yeah, uko poa.
Yeah, but I mean, I think all I would like to do is to respond to this radio DM guy, which I think I don't know. I don't know if I mean, when you come in and you're already telling us you're radio DM, and then here you are asking or trying to tell us that Tangatanga is saying that Ruto this or Ruto that. I mean, I think everybody has a right to the candidate of their choice. I mean, you've chosen ODM. You seem to be an ardent supporter of Raila Odinga, and so I think it's also our right to be and to like what Ruto presents to the country. So I think it's okay for you to hold your view and to hold your opinion and to have your candidate of your choice. But I think equally, Tangatanga have a reason to vouch and follow William Ruto. I don't think there is anything wrong with that. And I think all we should, I think all we should hope and ask our country to do is to face to have a fair uchaguzi where the right candidate can win. And I think that is what the likes of Ayega has told us here for the last several months, about, Raila have always won, and we on the other side say, no, he's never won. So I think what we want to have is a fair election in 2022. But for me, my problem with what is going on right now is that I don't think we are in the right course for having a fair uchaguzi in 2022. I do not think that we are doing the right things. And I think it's unfortunate to see the side of ODM and all the other parties quietly, just not saying anything, opposing, to what I think is a collision course we are onto. We are not talking about the IEBC, we're seeing Uhuru again, refusing to obey court orders again and, selectively appointing judges, So I think we are on the wrong path to achieve what I think Radio ODM is talking about. I don't think the country is going to have that clear of a choice again in 2022. Tutaenda kwa uchaguzi, and for us, we'll vote for Ruto. You guys vote for ODM. But I think at the end of the uchaguzi, we're still going to have questions. Did the right candidate win? And so the country is still going to be in a dilemma again. So I'm a very worried person. I don't see us following the right, we are not asking the right question. Hii kitu ya BBI imekuja, we are all mixed up. I think it's very much now we are 1 year into the uchaguzi and we still have an IBC because we na watu watatu. So me, I'm a worried man, to be honest with you. I'm very, very worried about what's going to happen in 2022. And that's what I would like to say for now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Daktari. So kuna mtu tunamruka kabla tufike kwa Jakes. I think everybody is now okay with the order in which we are moving. Santos, umeongea ya? Okay, Jakes.
Hello everybody.
Hatujasikiza Ayaga, tusikie tuzomewe kidogo hapa watu ya Central.
Sasa ungemsikiza lakini time yake inakuja.
Sawa.
Ayaga na Bernard ukiwaona hivyo wamebeba files za kuzomea tangatanga, so ngojea utawasikiza.
I can see Ayaga jotting some stuff down. I know kuzomewa inakuja. We will hear it again, I know that.
Yeah, so Jakes.
Hello everybody. Hello, can I be heard? Am I loud
Hey
enough?
Jakes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, sawa. Me, I don't know where to start from. Today show ni moto. But all the same, Clinton, how are you?
I'm good, brother.
Okay, sawa. So, I tend to agree with some points, I tend not to. Let me begin with a comment kako hapa kwa notice, kwa comment section rather. Kanasema, what has Ruto represented apart from wheelbarrow? Presented rather. Baba fought for a democracy and the constitution too, but Ruto came with wheelbarrows. Okay, I think there's one thing I said last time. At least there's something that is making headways or is meeting topical issues that we can discuss about. I am longing to see a conversation where we will say Ruto has brought wheelbarrow, Baba has brought Kazi, Musalia has brought ABC, so that we can now compare and contrast. We are only debating on an issue that I think it's now getting too tired. Wheelbarrow, I think sidhani hiyo ni kitu tunafaa tushindililie. The other thing, I think everyone, as Wagungu said, everyone is entitled to his candidate, whether I support Ruto, whether I support Baba. So the only thing that the other person should do, he should tell me this is the reason why you should support my candidate. You know, as in we should make one feel that there are reasons why I follow my candidate, not just saying this is what the other candidate is not doing. Tell us what your candidate is doing. Others are saying that Baba has done so many projects and Mandela. Okay, Ruto can also, people from Rift Valley can also cite things that they may think that Ruto has done for them. Others may say Musalia has done something for them, and they are all entitled. So by the end of the day, now let's imagine we're in 2022 July, awaiting few days to elect our leader. What should be the things that educate us or inform us as the voter to choose the leader, to choose the next president, not the failures, not the past mistakes, because everybody has an issue with all these leaders. I have an issue with Raila, I have an issue with Ruto, I have an issue with every other candidate, but what will inform my choice? What should inform you as the voter? Should it be the propagandas, the hearsay, the nonsensical issues that we hear all along? We have been hearing so many crap from people, but we eventually make the choice. How comes we always make the same mistake over and over again? We made a mistake in 2013, we made a mistake in 2007, we made a mistake in 2017, because those who lost still say they won. Those who won still feel as though they won the election, but the president was stolen from them, as we heard the other day. So how do we eliminate this mistake where each person is aggrieved? The winner is aggrieved, the loser is aggrieved, but by the end of the day, we are still in the same position, because in 2023 this will be the same topics. Oh, why is this the incumbent president doing ABCD? Why is it that the previous president was good? Because I remember during Kibaki's time, we had a way of maybe saying this is a lame duck president. He's not saying so much. He's not active. Probably his wife is more active than him. Now that he's out, we are here praising him, blowing his trumpet, saying he was one of the best performers. So basically, I also know even in 2023, we will say, oh, Uhuru was better. Uhuru was doing ABCD, because maybe we'll be having a different kind of president who will bring policies and issues that will oppress and maybe even make it harder than it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, what will inform your voting? Is it the previous propaganda shenanigans and ulabalu that we see all around, or will you be informed to change? You know, we always have what I normally say, resolutions. You as a voter, do you come with political resolution and say, last time I made a wrong choice, today I choose to look for a good leader, a better leader, someone who will take my nation forward? Because we always make the same mistake. It only takes a fool to repeat the same thing, same way, and expect different results. You know, Ledede said something funny, that she found her parents voting for Baba, came still voting for Baba. Now she's saying she feels he needs to go and be an elder, or rather, someone who has an old person title or something, so as to pave way for new blood. You know, we will be inheriting the forest that is muddy, the muddy soil, the muddy waters. We need to change the policy. We need to change the way we do things. We don't need a leader to bring us wheelbarrows and all. We need a leader who will change our country. We don't need someone who will tell us history of our nation. We need a leader who will bring issues that are current, issues that are relevant. We don't need someone to always tell us, I fought for your constitution. So what? By the end of the day, we need leaders. We need people who will defend that constitution. People who will not keep quiet when the constitution is being violated. Why fight for something, and when that something is being violated, you keep quiet? I think it doesn't really add up. By the end of the day, we need to see a leader who says, you, Mr. President, this is wrong. This whatever you're doing, you're not getting it right. That is a true leader, a true reformist. So saying he fought
Excuse me,
for...
Jex. Excuse me, Jex. Before you proceed,
excuse.
Hold it there, Jex. I can see you are saying very pregnant points, but the other side of the of the political divide are seriously taking notes to attack you. Maybe
I'm well versed prepared.
They are just listening, but maybe we can.
Because there are people here who always say that Baba has fought for the constitution. That
no,
is true.
look here.
But if they cannot defend it when it is being
Without
violated,
right
there was no
history,
need
you
for fighting.
cannot even draw the map for the future.
My friend,
wait,
if you cannot fight for what you stand for, there was nothing.
You
There's no
cannot
reason
be
for
calling
fighting.
Baba to defend a constitution
If
when
you cannot
you
defend a constitution when you're violating it, why fight for it in the first place?
Why should he lead into defending
you are out
when
of order.
you have been violating it
Because
all
now,
along?
No, guys, let us stop shouting. Jex, umejimute kwanza. Bernard, kama umeulizwa swali rahisi hivyo, naomba uweke jibu lako pia iwe rahisi tuelewe na tusonge mbele. So Jex, I know you have so many points, lakini umewaingilia sana. Let them answer this one, then you'll have your minutes to complete what you are saying. So Bernard, can you answer that, and Rupia, and maybe Ayaga hajaonesha interest yako?
From 2013, through the tyranny of numbers, Jubilee has been turning this constitution upside down, using it to do anything they want to do. They never said anything. We made noise. We went to the street. They said we are anti-reformist, we are anti-development. Sisi ni kusema tu, hao ni kusema na kutenda. Now in 2017, we said no. Let the people
Larry,
that
can you
want to have their way enjoy it. We keep quiet. Now in our silence, you also have finding fault with us. You have the president, you have the deputy president, you have the president of the judiciary. I don't know what you are calling us for. It is your constitution. You have the mandate to take care of it. You are the one who have been sworn in to do it. So why are you calling us in the first place?
Ben, unaongea ni kama we si Mkenya. Umeulizwa swali rahisi. Raila that you support fought for this constitution. Now that the constitution is being turned left and right, why is he not saying, no, this constitution has to be respected? Mbona
Clinton, we have already told you that after the handshake, okay, we agreed that all the people that voted for Uhuru Kenyatta, we're going to help them, keep him in power until the last day. We will not disturb him at all.
So who are you punishing by making such decisions? Who are you punishing now that you made that decision?
No, it is good for you to begin to rethink, because when you are going to the street, you said we are anti-business, we are anti-development, we are anti-this and this. We said now, no problem. Enjoy whatever bed you have laid. And now the bed is continuing. Let the sleep continue.
So even you know very well the constitution is being violated, but you have no option to. You just support it because you never voted for this government, yeah?
No, we will repair it. Don't worry. We have the means.
Okay, that's what we were looking for. Thank you. So, Rupia,
who is violating the constitution? And how is that person violating the constitution? You know, there are some things that are not clear here. Because I think we want to bring in BBI. BBI is a more revised version of the 2010 constitution. And you people, you want to dare the president every time. You want to dare the president. That is wrong. You cannot tell the president, now we want you to do this, and that is what you must do. Who are these judges? And they are just using the weaknesses in the constitution to dare the president, to gag the president, which is very wrong. If they got a list, if they brought a list of 40 judges, and the president appointed 34, and rejected 6. The president is the appointing authority. The JSC is just to vet. They don't appoint. If the president doesn't appoint what they have given, they should go back and bring others. So they are just looking at some clause in the constitution that the president shall appoint all the judges. Who brought that thing? In fact, that is why we want to change the constitution. Those fake articles in the constitution will be removed. Because in 2010 we said we will actually make changes to the constitution. In 2010 there were also people who did not believe in the constitution reform, and they still don't believe in that. And for your information, Jakes and Daktari, we said here that Kikuyus and Kalenjin should give us a break. They should not talk about presidency. Presidency is now left for us other tribes. Just the same way President Uhuru Kenyatta said, it is now time for the other tribes to take it up. Kama uko Kalenjin ama uko Kikuyu, wachana na mambo ya presidents.
Rupia. Is that the constitution that says that? Does the constitution say that?
Now the same constitution we used in 2010.
We have to make a choice. We have to make a choice, Rupia. Are we a country guided by the rule of law, or we are a country guided by just what Rupia thinks? You know, we got to decide here.
Now and you can't stop it. Okay?
Wait.
Why
wait,
should
members,
you take refuge in the same?
Wait, members. Daktari, according to your question, unaona kwamba bado mnataka hii kitu ama unaonaje, daktari?
All I'm saying, Mr. Clinton, is the Constitution does not stop Kalenjins, all Kikuyus from, that's a moral question. I mean, you can bring it as a moral question, but the Constitution still allows us. If today as a Wagungu, I wanted to run for the presidency, I should be able to. I should not go by what Rupia thinks.
We also have other laws that are governing us.
2022 mwachie wengine. Hata kama constitution haijawakataza, lakini daktari mtuhurumie bwana.
Yeah, but that's a moral question. Rupia is making it to a point where it's like a constitutional thing, like we should not try to run for president.
we have the natural law.
We cannot let it go.
Lakini hata kama iko kwa constitution daktari, wewe kama binadamu,
we have the natural law that was created by God. The natural law can also guide us on this. Now it's just a common sense that you've been president for, I don't know, 40 years. The Kalenjins have been president for 24 years. Can you live for others? Must you just say, we just have to use constitution, even if we can use our common sense?
Common sense haiko kwa constitution. Mkiendelea na hiyo common sense 2022, Mkikuyu atakuwa rais.
Hakuna.
Common sense yao inakujanga after washachukua uongozi. So, anybody wants to react before Jakes continues what he was saying?
I had not even finished.
Yeah, I'm just looking for someone who has issues with you.
Clinton, wacha ni react kidogo kwa Rubia. Sa Rubia.
Not Rupia, Jakes. Or you can, okay, you can react to Rupia some.
Okay, Rubia. Uongozi haipeanwi. Uongozi wananchi ndio wanachagua yule mtu anaangalia. So ya kusema sijui ni huyu ama kusikia vile na rais wakati aliongea kwa mazishi ya mama ya Mzee ati ile president lazima rotate. He was just talking verbally. Alikuwa anajua iwezekani hivyo. So uongozi iko kama wakikuwa wanataka kuingia kwa uongozi wanaingia. Na hata tukicheza sasa tunaongea hivi Moses Kuria anaweza kuwa president tukiwa tunaangalia tu akicheza hivi. Natembea bado anafanya nini hapo. So he has tested. The Kikuyus, they have tested. I don't think they will believe it. So ni jukumu ya watu wenyewe sasa ni other people. Unajua kuna watu ambao wanasoma vitu in advance, wanaangalia nikipita ikona nienda ikona hii. We should succeed. So that's how it is.
Sam, sisi kama ndugu zao wa Kale na ndugu zao wa Kikuyu, tumewaomba sisi kama ndugu zao wa Kenya. Tumesema Sam, wameongoza ya kutosha, watu wachie hata miaka 5. Sam, tumekosea wapi?
Hebu nikuulize.
Hebu na mimi niongee kidogo.
Unasikia Wangugu anasema kuna uwezekano wao pia wachukue.
Matatizo haya yote tulio nayo inatokana na uongozi huo. So tutaendelezaje uongozi ambao unasaidia kudoresha nchi?
So mimi nakuuliza.
Hello.
Kidogo tu
just. Can I chip in and make a point?
Ngoja kidogo Mr. President. Ngoja kidogo. So Rubia, the thing is ni kuwa ukitaka mwanamke na vijana wengi pengine wameangalia mwanamke mzuri sana, akona tabia mzuri, anafanya nini. So kila mtu anakimbilia pale. Everybody anataka mwanamke ama yeye msichana ama yeye whatever. So presidency sio kitu ya kupeana na mkono. Utuachie hapana. Ni mtu mwenyewe umenyane. Ujue vile utasambara utapitia njia yako mwenyewe. So it's not something to be given, to be handed over. You have to fight for it. So when the Kikuyus are fighting for it, when the Kalenjins are fighting for it, they are not sleeping. So they cannot hand something to you. So you have to fight.
The true position is that the president should be elected. And we've gone to several elections in the past. Some of them were not transparent and clear, and we have seen that. So history unasema isi kitu ya kupeanwa. It should not be given, it should be elections. But watu wamekuwa wakiibaiba kura au Kikuyu na Kalenjin. Tunaomba saa hii wasiibe, waruhusu hiyo election ifanywe, au watu wengine pia waingie. Hiyo ndio kitu tunasema.
Okay, basi nyinyi mnaibe. Nyinyi na hata muibeni sasa.
Sam.
Okay, guys, we are eating into Jake's time.
Saddest thing right now is that after 60 years of independence, we are still looking for a nation. We don't have a nation. We don't have a Kenyan hood that we can identify with. That is as a result of the bad governance we have been having. That is something that we should face. Why should we be talking of the unity in Tanzania, contributing to their development and progress? But every election year, we are all retreating back to our tribes and fighting against each other. This is something that needs to cause us to wake up and begin to ask right questions. It is not an issue of challenging and Kikuyu. Why
like
don't
you,
we
Bernard,
have Kenya after 60 years of independence?
But Bernard, are we asking those questions right now?
I've just asked.
Ben, umesema tu sahi hii constitution mnasaidia rais kuharibu, mtarekebisha baba akichukua. So baba sipochukua constitution itaendelea kuwa mbaya. Let me tell you something about baba kuchukua. 2014 I was in Migori when Governor Obado brought the president Sony Sugar. Alirushiwa mawe akiambiwa wangoje 2017 baba atasaidia hiyo Sony Sugar. Bahati mbaya baba hakuwa, saizi Sony haifanyi. Hata hii constitution mtarekebisha baba kisha kuwa rais. Wait and see. Ndio hiyo daktari ametuambia hiyo kitu eti tuachie makabila mengine haiko kwa constitution. Na anytime kuna mismanagement kwa elections, mwenye huwa ana benefit ni mtu wa Mount Kenya. So let's prepare ourselves. Maybe the next is Justin Muturi. Alishavalishwa kofia. Lakini this time tutakuwa chonjo daktari.
Siku zote za mwizi.
Daktari, this time
tutakuwa mwenye nyumba. Siku ya mwenye nyumba iko karibu.
Clinton,
kwa sababu
can I talk?
Yes, Glo, just a minute. Kwa sababu kina Ben Waluya pia waliomba Luya Unity walishapewa. Daktari, this time kutuibia itakuwa ngumu.
You know, Clinton, mimi I have the leverage to kusikiza all these Kikuyu shows during the. I can tell you guys, mutashangaa. You will be surprised of this Mount Kenya mafia, man.
Clinton, patia Glo.
Okay. No, Glo, do you want to react to something you've heard or you want to make your point?
Yeah. I just want to talk about what has been happening hapa. And I can see all this easy, back and forth. What is this is happening? It's because like of the leaders. And I've come here on the show before and I said, point clear, we need new leaders because we've been fighting about the same leaders for about 10 years plus. Like literally, we are like regurgitating, tuna vomit na kukula ile nini. Tunakula tu ile vomit yetu, tuna vomit. We hate this person, oh he's in parliament, lakini tunaendelea tunakula. Why can't we get new people? And that's why I said I will never vote. Like if they want to find me, because that's what they do here where I live, they find people. If you don't vote, they find you. So you have to vote for someone. But in Kenyan terms, no, I'm not going to vote for nobody. Find new people because our wenye tuko, this one doesn't like Raila. Okay, bye. Raila tumwache. Let him go and retire. All of them are at retirement age. What are they even doing? Kupambania hapa, kung'ang'ania hapa ati kiti. Why are they doing that? What is their issue? They don't know the struggles of people who are people who are going to university. Hawajui? They are so privileged. They don't know the struggles of young people. They don't know nothing what's happening. Hey, watu ni mama mboga, people are it is a freaking hassle. They don't know nothing about that. Wao wanaona tu cheo, sijui kiti. What? I do not want that. I don't want that in my country. I want someone who actually feels for people who are on ground, people who are living in mabati houses, carton houses. Are they not people? Kwani si watu? Hao wenye wanaishi Lavington, sijui Ruiru, they are the only ones who are people.
Glo, before you proceed, let me ask you this. You know very well the voting pattern in Kenya and you know the front runners in next year's general election. So according to you, whom do you think can make the best out of these people that we have? Some of them are old, some of them ni vijana.
None of them. Let's get new people. We need people who actually understand the struggle.
Is there a market for buying these new people?
No. Listen, Clinton. I don't think there's any party, because from what I can understand from this conversation, everyone is defending their own person. Kuna the older people in the older generation, they support Sijui Raila. They're here arguing about Raila and Ruto and Nani and Uhuru. I'm
Glo,
like,
I have a question for you.
are you people tapped? Is there something wrong with your heads?
I
Hey,
have a question for you.
what?
Glo.
Wait, Rupia, wait. Glo, can you finish then? Those who have
Yeah, let me
questions will ask
finish.
you.
Yeah. So those three parties is what is joining this whole group together here. And you forget that there's other generations. There are people in 2000s. I work with people who are in 2000, who are born in 2000, and now they're 19 years. These people are watching what is happening, and they're struggling, and they're so hurt by so many things that's happening. Even now with coronavirus, it is so hurtful to see them suffering through something they didn't create. And here we are arguing about Ati Raila and Ruto and Sijuhu, people who are nearly 70 years old. Like, do you think
No,
it is
it's
so
only
hurtful?
Raila who is 70.
Okay. Anyway, you keep
I
your
think Glo
Raila,
is
but
misled, and she is really misled, and should not mislead us in the forum that people who are 70 cannot lead the country and people who are young can lead. I personally believe that the young people have misled us in this country, and they are the reasons why we are suffering here. In politics, there is something called
I've heard your arguments, and you are not someone I should ever talk to. You're not someone who can lead a
in
meaningful
politics.
conversation, so I
You
will
found
never
me
engage
here
you. I
in
will
this
never
forum.
engage you. I
Yeah,
will never
but I
engage
can tell
you.
you
Never.
that in politics, there a politician who is 8 years and above is called an octogenarian. You don't retire from politics. You only retire, like now we can say
I will
Uhuru
never engage you.
Kenyatta and Deputy
Charles,
President William Ruto.
Ngoja kidogo
Charles,
Rupia, ngoja kidogo Rupia.
Charles.
Flo, how old is Biden?
Sorry?
Biden ako na miaka ngapi?
Biden. He is much older, but he's wise. That's the thing.
So
But in Kenya, that's why I'm telling you, in Kenya,
huko
that it does not click with these people. They are old, but they're not
Hii ndio
wise.
ubaya wa kuleta Slay
He
Queens
is
kwa show. Ungeleta mtu
inawafanya
mwenye si Slay Queen tusikie. Slay Queen hakuna kitu anaweza kutuambia hapa.
Excuse me, guys. Excuse me, guys.
Don't do that. Don't do that,
Charles
Rupia. Don't do
Rupia,
that.
Charles Rupia,
Don't do
as
that.
much as I know you, huwezi ukasema hivyo, maybe ni jirani. Then Glow, we are sorry for that. We are sorry
Rupia
for
is
that.
very disrespectful. He shouldn't.
Tungejua atasema hivyo tungemute, but kwa bahati mbaya ashasema, so pole Glow.
Yeah.
But we have to respect each and every person's opinion. So kila
Yeah.
mtu na maoni
Which
yake,
I
as
do.
you said Glow. Yeah. So
But Clinton,
catch feelings, Glow.
Clinton,
So
Clinton,
I want
Clinton,
to do justice to
Leo,
each and every one of us. Do you have
Clinton,
a point or you want to rectify something?
I just want to rectify something. Nitaongea baadaye.
Yeah, rectify then
Mimi
we
kitu
give
nataka
Jakes
kuambia
time,
Glow,
please.
yes, kitu nataka kuambia Glow, don't blame Rupia. A moment you are calling Kenyan leaders unwise is the same mentality the white men outside there had with the African leaders, where a rightful leader like leader say Magufuli, they will call him a dictator. Like Thomas Sankara, they will call him a mad dog. And Gaddafi, they will call him all sorts of names. My friend, let us stop. If you are an Africa, you should be an Africa, and Africa should be your business. A moment you are calling our leaders brainwash, we cannot import leaders from Australia or from US to come and lead us. These are the leaders we have today, and we have to talk something. We have to say something good about them.
I understand. Ayaga, thank you. I understand where you're coming from, and that perspective. I understand that perspective. But where I'm trying to get you to see is that the fact that hata unaona Uhuru pia, the way he's talking to me, he's addressing me like a slave queen. Why? Why? Just because I'm a woman? I can have an opinion and I can contribute something tangible to this conversation. So for him to even say that, that's why I'm like, don't go there. Because it's disrespectful, it's rude, and you should not talk to that
Mutembei, niweke
talk like
link
that about
tafadhali.
anyone.
Link kwa comments, Mutembei.
You should
So
not talk
thank
to
you.
that
Thank you. Thank you,
like I've
Ayaga.
not addressed him any derogatory way. I've not told him ati, oh, we mwanaume kwenda huko sijui. I've not said that about him. I've just told we're here discussing and he's here. The
But
first point of defense
okay,
is him
we
calling
can
me a
hear you.
slave queen. Who told you I'm a slave queen? Nani alikwambia? I have work in the next 1 hour or so.
Politics is a dirty
Don't
game.
do that. Usifanye hivyo. Don't.
Rupi, apologize and
Don't.
withdraw.
Rupia nyamaza. Okay.
Respect me. Ebu address me with respect. Okay?
Ngulo tumekusikia and whatever Rupia amesema tumesikia, but please usiseme ati watu wa US wenye wako over 78 they are wise, but wale wananguru huko Africa they are not wise. Everybody is wise. Raila is very wise. Joe Biden is very wise. Kina Trump, they are very wise. So you cannot single out
Okay, yes, they are very wise.
Gold is gold.
wise, but wetu wananguru wakiwa wajinga. No, it cannot be like that. Okay, so nilikuwa nataka to end this thing. Kimengere ulikuwa umeongea hapo mbeleni about Mount Kenya. So we want to know what is the way forward. Kila mtu anauliza what's the way forward.
So excuse me Mutembei,
Asante
kabla
sana.
Kimengere hajaongea,
Ngoja tumaliza na wewe
tulikuwa
kwanza.
tuna discuss hiyo nini ya Jakes. So akimaliza pea Jakes time yake cause
Sawa.
ata feel
Kimengere
maybe
twende.
tumemkosea. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, asante sana. Asante sana Madam Gro, tumekuona na ni mzuri, mumeshaganya kila dunia na kila mtu. We are represented. Thank you very much. What I can say is very simple and very clear. It is true, Madam amesema about nitasema hiyo umeuliza ya Mount Kenya na hiyo umeuliza the way forward. But let me say hii Madam amesema hapa grow, kwa sababu unaona tumemzingira wanaume karibu 9. She need also our support. So I will say this, Madam grow. Zamani, watu ya zamani walikuwa wanahesabiwa wasee na gray hair. The more uko mzee ndio ulikuwa umeona mambo mingi na ndio ulikuwa unaheshimiwa. But we Kenyans, we also understand even the idiot, they grow old. Hata wakubafu anakuwa wasee. Kwa hivyo if there is a class iko hata kwa usee we have idiot. Hata kwa vijana we have idiot. Kwa hivyo hata wasee pia wanakuwa idiot wakiwa wasee. So not about hair, not about gray. Haya, umeuliza hali ya Mount Kenya, the way forward for Kenyans and the world in particular, Kenya mzima. Ningetaka kusema hivi. Mount Kenya tuko wengi and I have no regrets being born a Kikuyu. For every 4 Kenyans, 1 is Kikuyu. Nataka kusema hivi. If you set a company, the first head anakuwa MD, then you look for manager, you look secretary and personnel. Na hawa ndio watu who makes the company. So tunakuta wa Kikuyu because they are 4, either they must be on that 4 section. Hata kwa moshari unakuta Mkikuyu is either a mortician, daktari, ama mkufi, ndiye amekufa, ama ndiye ameleta hasi. We are all there as Wakikuyu. Kwa hivyo nilikuwa nataka kusema, nimeona watu wengi wamesema Mount Kenya tusahau, Kalenjin tusahau. If we bring forth a Kenyan, whether he will come from Mount Kenya, whether he will come from Beketoni, whether he will come from wherever, as long as he is patriotic and he will be people's servant. I have issue kama atatoka kwa Ukuyu ama atatoka kwa Wakale. The issue I have hii mwaka inaokuja ninawasihi wa Kenya mchague patriotic Kenyan ambaye atajua hapo kasi anything can happen. How many people politician mumewafanya semi god, hata anasema instead of resigning afadhali ni kufe, lakini asitoke na amekosea wananchi. So the way forward ni kuanza kujiuliza hawa watu wote, people are talking about money, na issue ya pesa imekuwa shida kubwa dunia ama Kenya. I want to bring attention to my fellow Kenyans. Money is not everything. Every politician in Kenya, they fight to be politician. Na ndio unaona Furu PS anataka kuresign aingie politics where he is as a servant and he is serving the whole Kenya. Anataka kutoka PS, permanent secretary, anataka kutoka CS, anataka kutoka spokesman aingie kwa politics. Why? Kwa sababu tumefanya politician wawe semi-god. So it is high time Kenyans, open your eyes, open your mind, and you focus on people's servant. Nataka kusema kitu moja kabla sijamaliza, na hapa ninaiona kwa Wakenya wote, and I am a proud Kenyan. Niseme hivi, katika Biblia ama World Constitution ndio mimi naita Quran and the Bible, they are World Constitution. Mtu ukisoma utafuata maagizo ya Mungu. But I want to tell Kenyans, wherever they are, I strongly believe the first man, Adam kuubwa, he was a Kenyan. Hata nobody will convince me otherwise. Why I'm saying he was a Kenyan. Alipoubwa, Mungu alikuja kwake baadaye, akamuuliza maswali direct. Akamuuliza, Adam, uko wapi? Sijui kama Adam alikuwa hajasoma geography. Badala ya kusema niko east ama niko hapa chini, alisema I'm naked. So hakurudishia Mungu ile swali ya ulizwa direct. Akaulizwa, kwani umekula ile tunda? Badala ya kusema yes or no, alisema ni yule bibi ulinipea. So everything he was blaming God. Na ndio saa hii tunasafa. Now, Kenyans, you have responsibility. You are blaming politicians na wewe ndio umewaandika kazi. Okay, let us come to the issue of money. Everywhere in the world, people wamesumbuliwa na pesa. Na hii nimeona wanataka kuita Bitcoin kwa sababu wameiba, mapesa imejaa kwa macontainer, it has become paper. Sasa wanataka kuleta in a new form. Kenyans wako kwa hizo biashara. But the issue is, we have the best country on earth. Free air, free sun, free rivers, free environment. But the problem is policy making. Nataka kusema, kwa nini nasema hivi? When I was flying member of parliament in Udhaya, I had an agenda that ningeleta watu 111 every month waandikwe kazi. Na hiyo ni watu, na hao ni watu vijana, na hao ni watu wakiandikwa kazi. But policy ikiletwa, inaletwa unasikia ni mimi na watu yangu, ni mimi na watu yangu. Hicho umeuza hali ya BBI the way forward. Let me put it this way. Kumalizia grow, nataka kumalizia. Umeuliza hali ya BBI. Nilikuwa na propose hivi kama Kimengere. Umeona issue ya executive na judiciary imerudisha Kenya nyuma wakifight. Sasa wakati wana fight, nani anaumia? Ni sisi. Nilikuwa nime propose hivi. Judiciary wawe wanatupea watu watano. Wakitupea watu watano tunawachagua direct. President, judiciary tuwe tunamchagua, asiwe na ripoti kwa mtu, tunamchagua direct. Because hawa watu watatu wakichaguliwa direct, judiciary, president wa Kenya, speaker achaguliwe direct na watu, he will be responsible to Kenyans people, sio watu wawili ambao wamempea kazi. Those are the areas in future Kenya wanataka waangalie sana.
Point of order.
Yes,
A
nani?
point of
Gandalf?
order. Ayaga.
Kamagere
Yeah.
umesema hello,
Yes,
naongea
endelea.
Kamagere umesema judiciary, you'd propose judiciary iappointiwe direct. Don't you think president is the commander in chief? Anything that goes wrong in a country, the failure will be felt, or the president will be the one to be blamed. Now, for the first few years, we've been in Nairobi, in Kenya, you've seen so many things are happening that parliament or something passes a bill, then watu wengine wachache wanakimbia kotini, they put an injunction. So how will this help us? Everything that president will be trying to do to help mwananchi wa kawaida inakuwa inastopiwa kabla ifanyike, just because tumechagua wale majaji wenye wako na mamlaka, wako independent, that they cannot be questioned by president or they cannot be stopped by a president. Are we not bringing a crisis?
I don't say all judges. Mi nasema chief justice. Chief justice akiwa anachaguliwa na watu direct, he will be responsible to what
and who do you think the chief justice works for? They don't work for themselves.
I think that is a very wrong thing from Kimwegere, because president is a symbol of national unity. He combines all these branches of government, and we cannot say that you go and elect chief justice from the people. So president is still above the chief justice. And you can't gag the president by bringing some fake law that the president must just appoint some people that you want. If it's the appointing authority, he has to make the decision, because there are guidelines in appointing. In appointing, you give roles to people.
Thank you, Rupia. Are you not feeling the impact of deficit? Are you not feeling the? Are you not a Kenyan? Are you not feeling the impact of deficit?
Kimegeri. The president is working well. If he didn't appoint the judges, let the JNC bring other judges to be appointed. If they have no integrity issues, watakuwa appointed.
You know,
Rupia, what I can say to
Kimegere, we don't want to heckle. Give us chance to at least to ask question. Aglo, give me a minute.
Okay, Ayaga ngoja Glo amalize, then tukuja kwako. Glo.
Okay, thank you.
Wacha nimalize na Glo, niko na point ya Glo pale kidogo tu. Glo, niliona mahali una compare Joe Biden, age ya Joe Biden, ulikuwa unajaribu kucompare the governance style ya US versus Kenya. Don't you think this is Africa? Then the way we lead is totally different from the. Unajua wale watu walianza kitambo, they are the first people to get independent, then walikuja na laws zingine za kugovern, ya kuchunga kila sheria. Unajua huko president sio kama Africa, so hakuna vile na hakuna pale utajaribu kucompare a country like Kenya with the USA. That is impossible.
Thank you.
In Africa, we break the law to help mwananchi wa kawaida, because kila politician akona haja yake. Kuna ile haja anataka amalize. Mtu anataka akichaguliwa grab land, mwingine anataka akichaguliwa afanye kitu fulani. Tuko tofauti sana. Watu wachache in Africa wanajali mwananchi wa kawaida. Siwezi sema hata ni Raila ama nani, kila mtu wako kwa tumbo yake. Ndio maana unaona hakuna kitu kizuri kinaweza endelea Kenya hata tukijaribu kufanya nini, unless tuangalie fresh leadership, because wale wote hata sahi ukiona how what they are ganging for the next government, they are just the same people, they are just shifting towards a certain direction, and they are the people who will be there. They are calling changes.
Okay, ngoja Ngluang aongee and please
Wanna call changes. Where will you get that change?
Sawa, Gaddafi amekusikia. Ngoja sasa akujibu.
Yeah.
No.
Thank you, Gaddafi. I think I understand where he's coming from. Na venye amesema this is Africa, but it doesn't have to be at oh, this is Africa, this is Europe. We don't have to live like that. Unajua, we can always live like in a unified space, in a space where we all understand each other's cultures and everything. Yes, I understand that. Lakini in a place where we have unity and a fairness to everyone, that is a place where we can, it's non-negotiable. We can't negotiate on that. You can't tell me, oh, this is Africa. No, where people are living in mabati houses, where their politicians, their MPs, their MCAs are living in like crazy houses, big places. The people who they represent wanaishi kwa wanaishi kwa mabati and manyumba za carton. No way. I don't like that. I don't like that idea at all. And me, I'm just like, if we are kama wewe unaishi because me in the place where I live by myself, and I'm like the person who wants me to vote for them, after they put their address there, when you go to see their house, it's just like yours. It's just a normal house. Yeah, it's not like
In the last election, what percentage are the newcomers, the fresh elected leaders? What percentage represent the fresh people? And in this election, which percentage will you think will be fresh people to be elected? And again, hauwezi sema unataka change when you keep on recycling your leaders.
Exactly. That's why I told you. That's why ndio maana that's why I'm telling you, like, I'm not electing Uhuru, Raila or Ruto. They can go to hell for all I care. Waende watafute kazi ya kufanya. They should, with all the money they have siphoned, they should have a great retirement. We need new people here. People who have lived in the street, people wenye wame experience shida. What is problems in this world? We need those people. Me, Uhuru, Raila, Ruto, sijui. That's why I'm like, you people are arguing about 3 people here. I'm just looking at you people like, are you psychos? Are you crazy? Nyinyi watu akili yenu ni sawa?
Mutembei, can we have our points now?
Ayaga uliza na wewe tuende kwa kipengele.
Ayaga, just one moment.
I'm not asking. I want to make my point and rebuttal some.
Just one moment tu, dakika moja hata itajaa.
Okay.
Glow, with all due respect, if others take it kind, I don't. That we can be abused and allow it to just slide. I don't think anyone is crazy, neither is anyone mad. We are all here to give our points. If you hate the candidates, that's good. If you don't like any of them, that is equally okay. But this is what democracy says, that the majority will have their way, but the minority will have their say. By the end of the day, allow us to make our say. We might not be from the first world countries. This is our nation. It is small, growing, upcoming. These are the choices we have at the moment. If God gives us new leaders, fine. But we are stick to what we are having. Thank God you're seeing new and different places. But whatever we are having, we might not be proud, but the choices we make are ours to bear. So allow us to the decency to respect you, and you as well accord us the decency to respect us and our opinion. I didn't want to cut you short, but honestly, I respect where you are. Respect the poverty we live in. Respect the lawless, because this is where you came from.
That's enough, Jax.
And another thing, this is Kenya where vote don't count.
No, bwana. Give us some time to talk.
Ngoja,
I don't want to heck on you.
Nglo, before tuende kwa Yaga, unauliza hapa candidate wako wa 2022 ni nani?
My
Anna.
candidate, my 2022 candidate
Yes.
I'm
is
your candidate.
nobody until this government gets themselves together. Wakae chini
Hana.
waseme okay, si tumekaa kwa kiti long enough. We have fucked them. I'm sorry, we have done the minds in of these people long enough. Tumewafanya ile mambo long enough. We need someone new. We've
So you will not vote.
collect now to the point where you have a chopper.
Anna.
Imagine a chopper.
Simple,
No,
simple point.
kulikuwa na Peter
Mutembei,
Kenneth. Peter
she doesn't have.
No,
She doesn't
Ayaga,
have.
wewe,
Anna.
usinianze. Ayaga wewe, because I have a long beef with you. Don't even start. Anyway,
Thank you.
there was
Nipe time
Peter
yangu.
Kenneth.
I don't want to heckle you.
Ayaga, I am not talking to you. I will never ever talk to you ever. Hakuna siku utanipata hapo na wewe. Oh my God, you are delusional. Anyway, to the point you own a chopper, mpaka ina crash, and he even has insurance to even pay for it. Like, do you know how much money that is? No. We need new candidates. Let's scrap. Tuweke kwa side. Let's just put them to the side.
What is the problem?
I can't support any more of these Ruto, Raila, whatever. I can't.
What is the problem exactly? Because you're not telling
Okay,
us
ngoja Bernard, acha tusikize Ayaga then tutakuja kwako.
Yes. Thank you very much. Glow, my sister. You are in a country.
Oh no, I'm not your
that
sister.
is.
No, stop.
Okay.
Call me Glow.
Glow. You are in a country which is still under colony of UK. Everybody knows in the world that Australia and Canada are still under colony.
Ayaga, I will never, ever, ever, ever engage you in any sort of meaningful conversation. Okay?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Nipe time. If you heckle me, I will heckle you. You will hate me more than the way you hate me now. So everybody knows in this world that Australia and Canada are still under the colonies of UK. And Reunion, we have an island here next to Madagascar, also are still under the colony of France. So the people who are still under colony, where the whites on those lands cannot fight for their independence, should not lecture us about what democracy is. Let me recognize this guy called Let me recognize this guy called Michael Onjiko. Mike, yes, you are still under colony, my friend. You guys fight for your colony. You fight for your freedoms there.
So what?
Mutembei, can you mute my sister, because I will heckle her and it will not be good.
Oh, you can't do shit.
I can. So give me time, Give me time. Michael Onjiko aliuliza kitambo sana about wakati Jaramogi na Jomo were fighting for independence of this country. Where was Ruto's father? I always ask that question in the group. People say I'm abusive. I'm sorry, today imeulizwa, hakuna mtu amejibu hiyo, na hakuna mtu amesema Michael Onjiko amemtusi. To my point about Mount Kenya, what is happening in Mount Kenya? What is happening in Mount Kenya will happen to Luo Nyanza very soon. So ukiona mwenzako ananyolewa na wembe, tia yako maji, kwa sababu Mount Kenya West, where Kirinyaga, Murang'a, Nyeri, and perhaps Kiambu, they have ruled their fellows from Embu, Tarakaniti, Tarakaniti, and Meru counties for long times, even from Kamba, before actually Kamba's bolt out from that organization. So it is time, my brother from central Kenya, to just realize that it is time for rotational leadership. Not even the presidency, even the leadership. You cannot rule people forever. Even us from Central Nyanza, we will not rule the southern Migori and Homa Bay and the Kisis forever. There is a time after Raila, we need somebody strong from the other end, and we should support him. Kuna mtu ameweka echo, tafadhali azime mic. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Finally, nilikuwa nataka kuongelelea Kwame Nkrumah, the first president, kwa sababu Glo alikuwa anaongelelea about the issue of wisdom. Kwame Nkrumah told us about something in 1960s, early 1960s, and he was killed because of that thing. That if you want to fix economic side of a country, first solve the political side of that nation. At that time, actually, people think he was a madman and he was killed. And it was like a simple coup that took place. At that time, even US, the blacks like Martin Luther King was still fighting for the freedoms of the white men, the black people. Because the white people, they learn things very fast. They learn things very fast. Yeah? They learn. Tafadhali, kuna mtu ameweka mic on na inanimaliza masikio. Azime. They learn things very fast.
Nafikiri Kimengere, tafadhali.
Kimengere umeweka mic on na inanimaliza masikio. Thank you very much. So, our watu, they learn things very fast and always face Africa. Yet all the wisdom inatoka kwetu. If you read history, very clear, those who went to history books, the first university was built by somebody called Manmusa. I think the president of, he was a king in Mali, somewhere, the Kiata Kingdom, Mali, I think, if I'm not wrong. So the big university, we are traveling abroad to go to universities. There were universities in Africa. The problem, like Kwame Nkrumah told us, let us solve the political history or political problem first. The economy will boom in a peaceful environment in even 10 years. We never listened. He was killed and he was thrown out of power. When people think that economy comes faster before political side, it is politics that is before economy. US is before us today because of good politics. China, the other day, was a very poor country, very poor, up to around 1970s, very poor country. You could not even compare China with even Kenya. But they realized that let us fix the political side of our nation, then in 10 years' time, the economy will be as something we cannot predict. Today, we borrow from China. We ask technology from China. What I'm asking our ladies, our sisters, and brothers in this nation is one thing. Our political side in Kenya is simple and clear. It's like a football match. When it comes to football, our problem it is only laws and lawyers, nothing else. If we solve that, the way we resolve it, we can't have a Gor fighting FC. We have a peaceful football matches. It is like, let us have these Kikuyu dynasties and Luo elites reasoning together the same way they're reasoning together in 202. We never have political tension in 202. It is only if these guys can reason together, even in 2022, we don't even need BBI after that. We don't. That is the fact. We can run around the bush, beating around the bush, but that's the fact. If Luo elites and Kikuyu dynasties can have a peaceful in their imagination and reasoning. Other communities, I'm not demeaning them, but they will be peaceful. Thank you very much.
Hey, excuse me, would you give me a chance?
Hello.
Jack.
Hello.
Jack. Nani kwa nataka?
Bernard, nimekaa hapa wana hujanikumbuka.
Deto.
No, ngoja kwanza Deto ngoja kidogo. Hebu tupate wekeza sababu amekaa kwa muda mrefu. Ndani Deto.
Hi guys. I want to begin by a comment Kimengere made. He talked about the political class trying to reform the judiciary just for their own sake. I want to say that, most of us Kenyans, we are focused on what is happening between Uhuru and the judiciary, and most of us, we are looking at it from the prism of his revisiting. But going back to our history, these things have been happening even towards every election. Now, let me just quote one of the things that were happening 2011. It actually 2011, they said that the top leaders met. This was Prime Minister Raila Odinga, and then Kibaki and Kalonzo, and they discussed how to reform the judiciary. They met and they discussed how to reform judiciary, and that was the time when Uhuru and Ruto were being proposed to go to Hague. And the idea was this: at that time, Kilonzo was the Minister of Justice, and they were toying with the idea that they are reforming judiciary so that they can show the international community that Kenya has its own justice to deal with its cases internally. They don't need to take these guys to Hague. And so the same things that Uhuru is doing, like reforming judiciary, they went through the same process. Even they proposed the names of the who they wanted to be at the helm of the CJ, at the Court of Appeal, and all those dockets. But today we are looking at it as Uhuru had a beef with Maraka, and so he's revisiting the judiciary. So anything else Uhuru is doing, we see it from the prism of revisiting. But you look at it from a historical point of view, you see Kibaki did the same. You see even Moi did the same. Towards any coming general election, they did the reforms in the judiciary. So this, for me, this one does not hold water. Now, coming to the issue of Glo, I want to say that it's okay she has come in a political forum. And we say that in a political forum, you need to have a skin of a rhino. Issues are tough. We handle tough issues. One, we say that leaders are representative of the society. So there's no way, even if Obama comes to Kenya, he may not be elected. If Joe Biden comes to Kenya, he will not be elected, because leaders represent the society. So at the level the society is, that is what that's how it will produce its own leaders. Sometimes it's even a reflection of the society. So if you get a leader from US and plant him in Kenya, he may not be effective. And if you take maybe our leaders to US, they may not be effective because the terrain is completely different. So we cannot just pluck the things that Biden is doing and they transport them here and think that he will do the same. No, it doesn't work that way. So we have to understand that this the reason why
maybe the Hustler Nation is resonating with Kenyans because that is where they are. That is the challenge they are going through. The reason why we are talking about BBI and bringing Kenyans together, because that's our challenges. We are a tribal nation. And we have to appreciate where we are. We have to appreciate the struggles we are going through. And so if we have to make progress. Yes.
Wekesa, I have a question.
Yes.
In your own way of thinking, or in your own whatever you may have, do you think BBI will help us? If it is going to help us, why can't we make it? Why can we pass it if we think it's more important for us?
Okay, let me yeah, I will say yes. BBI will help us. One is that in fact, it's not only going to help us when we pass it, but by the time we began talking about BBI, and I said this on this platform, if I've not forgotten, I said that because right now Ruto can go to Kondele, the same area, the people he mentioned and say they are militias, and they can receive him. It shows that that idea of handshake and breaking the barriers and building bridges already is working. If you can see Millie Odhiambo, who was heckling the president, and right now they take photos with the president and they have no issues, it shows we have broken the barriers. I have seen now my friends who were sworn enemies of Raila saying, I can think of voting for Raila. And there are also those who are thinking of voting for Ruto. And there are those, even some of us who are Canaanites going to Canaan, we have been saying that we are ready to complete the journey with Uhuru. You see, we have broken those barriers. It can be PPI document you are talking about. It can also be the process that has changed even the political terrain of our nation. And that is very important.
Okay, Wekesa. So, anyway, I may ask a very simple question.
Yes.
I say, I don't see the reason why we should change the constitution or the laws or amend some amendment.
Yes.
If and when up to this very moment we haven't enhanced or tried to better the laws which are currently in this constitution. So first we have to enhance the laws and constitution at the moment before trying to amend some particular amendment which we think we are supposed that may have a little bit of questionable issues.
Yeah, you have a point, but you know the constitution is a living document. And the makers of constitution understood that. That's why at the end of the 2010 constitution, they say that this constitution is able to be reviewed within at the end of 10 years. So the makers of the constitution knew that one of the things that happened when we were making the 2010 constitution, that we had so many drafts. We had the Bomas draft, we had the Naivasha draft, we had the Wako draft, we had the Clivit draft. And so towards the final, it was a compromise document. I remember there were guys who were championing for the presidential system, and there's those who were strongly for a parliamentary system. But towards the end, they had to come up with a hybrid system. And so when we come up with a hybrid system, we're also trying to see whether it's workable. And that's why when we put the document and we have used it for 10 years, we realized that we needed opposition leader actually in parliament and not just a minority leader. So we are leaving out key people who will be implementing key policy issues. Most of people have complained on this forum. They are saying, why is the president mutilating the constitution but the opposition is saying nothing. But they are the same people who are happy saying that we voted for Raila, he should go home to Bondo. So they expected Raila to be at Bondo and Uhuru to be ruling alone. But they realize that this Uhuru they put in power cannot rule alone. He will be autonomous and sometimes bring dictatorial tendencies to.
Okay.
There need effects. So let me just bring the idea I'm saying. Yes.
Let me try to correct you a little bit. You know, I suppose and I think whatever the Uhuru and Odinga had, their handshake or whatever talking, it did not mean that the members of the assembly who are in the minority now, they are the ones who are supposed to counter check the government, whether the government is up to date according to the laws and constitution. Now they abandoned their role and they went back to the president to club on him, whatever the president is doing wrong. They don't see it as something which is not okay. They think it is, let us wait, let him go, let him go. And he's trying to break laws and each and every time. Sometimes we are too myopic, we are short-sighted, or we don't, I don't know. But anyway, let us keep, let us give somebody a chance. Then
okay, it's okay.
Okay. Hello, Wekesa.
Okay, hello.
Yes.
Wekesa, nataka asante sana. Umejaribu kusema
ngoja kwanza Kimengere, wacha nipatie ama ulikuwa unataka kujibu Wekesa kidogo?
Nilikuwa nataka kujibu Wekesa kidogo.
Alafu Deto.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Bwana Wekesa, umesema judiciary imetumiwa na Kibaki, imetumiwa na Moi, na sasa huoni shida ikitumiwa na rais mwingine. Na mimi asante sana, nilikuwa nimesema instead hawa watu wawe wanaitumia judiciary which is so sensitive, ambayo inawakilisha mwananchi wa kawaida akienda kuomba haki yake, ambayo inawakilisha hata hawa wakubwa. It is the only institution ambayo inawezatenganisha watu wakipigana, and you are telling me tuwe tunaiangalia ikitumiwa na everybody who comes.
That's not what I was saying. I was saying, as most people are having a wrong trajectory, they are focusing on the revisit thing. But on your side, you're very okay. You are very right. You know, the three arms of government needs to be strengthened and function independently. But when we talk about judiciary independence, we also know that executive has its autonomy, and we also know parliament has its own autonomy. But at some point, they have to work together because they're only under one government, and the head of the whole government is the president. So we don't make it to look like they are antagonizing each other, but they are retaining their own autonomy, but co-working together to bring harmony in the whole government. Yeah.
Hiyo ndio ile tuko naye, because now everybody is fighting judiciary is fighting executive is fighting parliament. Sasa wengine watakuwa wapi?
We are a growing democracy. We are growing.
Yeah, but we should not be always growing. Tutatoa neno lini? Tunataka kukula githeri.
Okay, gentlemen. Hebu tupatie Ndeto naye kidogo. Asanteni gentlemen.
Okay, thank you so much, guys. I've really been following you and listening to your good contributions. And I will start with the point on BBI. One of the solutions proposed by the bill is the issue of gender equality. I remember last year, Justice Maraga advising the president to dissolve the parliament because they have failed to enact the same rule, the two-third gender rule. So meaning, if the government by then was not in a position to comply or maybe to lobby for that bill to pass, why do they want to bring it in a political platform through the BBI? So on my opinion, I don't think BBI is meant maybe for good things to the Kenyans. It's just for the few people to benefit. Another thing, there is a guy who said, who should I vote in 2022? Is it Ruto? Is it Raila? I think, and someone said that just because our forefathers, that is Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, representing the Luo community, and Kenyatta, representing the Kikuyu community, because they are the one who took part during the colonization of our country, that just because Ruto's father is not somewhere to be mentioned among those people who took part, Ruto cannot vie. I think that is null. And one thing, I will vote for Ruto, and that is point blank. Reason being, if you look, majority of us who are discussing in this platform, we are young people. And maybe it's only those who are closing their eyes. If you have been following Ruto, he is one leader who is mentoring young people, young leaders. You know, Africans, we are used to preservatism, where just because you are the kingpin, for instance, of Mount Kenya, those who are trying to come up with their political ideologies, you suppress them through assassinations, you just kill their dreams just because they have something big, which they can maybe bring into competition on your point. So for that case, I may not know much about the economic model that Ruto will use, though I've been hearing about the bottom-up approach, but due to the fact that he is supporting young leaders, empowering young leaders, I'm there also to be empowered. Another thing we should... Yes, please.
Can we ask a question?
Before you continue, I think Bernard want to... Bernard?
Yes, ask a question.
Bernard, no, the other one. Bernard, maybe there's something I want to ask.
Maybe he is satisfied. Let me continue. The other point...
Unmute. Tell him, Bernard, can you unmute?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Ndeto. Yes, I want to get to his point when he said that Ruto has been mentoring young men, young people.
Yes. Yes.
I don't really understand why you say that Ruto mentors young people, because Ruto is in the government at the moment. Ruto is not Ruto of the government. Ruto is the government. So for any failures that we count about the government, Uhuru's government, Ruto is inside that government right now. Now the issue of who you are going to vote for should make personal. In fact, it would not be better for you to mention that this forum. We are seeing where this country...
Okay, thank you, Bernard, for your concern. Let me tell you that if you have observed the crew that works along with the deputy president, those are youths, people who are so energetic, people who have ideas. For instance, the other day I was watching an interview in Citizen TV by JKL, and you could see like the points Dede Nyoro was bringing on board. You can see this is a person who really understands even how Kenya
point of
can
a
get
point
to
of
the
order,
other
Sam.
level.
A point of order.
Yes, Ayaga.
Yeah,
Yes.
singependa sana ku interrupt my friend my friend Ndeto. Ndeto, a point you mentioned Nyoro, imenibidi niite hii a point of order. My friend, if you go to Ndeto tweets, Nyoro's tweets, some that I posted in Facebook, in our WhatsApp group. Are you getting me? It is Nyoro who advised the president to disobey the judiciary. Ukweli ama ni uongo?
Ukweli.
Kama una evidence ndakupa ukweli, yes. Ni ukweli.
Which Nyoro are you referring to? Because we could be referring to
Ndidi Nyoro Kiaru MP. Maybe ujui vizuri. Yes.
But the
Kiaru
guy is
MP.
in Tagataga. I don't know how the president should be.
No.
You know, some things are propaganda.
No. It is not a propaganda. Are you in our WhatsApp group?
When was that?
No,
when
give
was
him the
that?
context. He has not got. Give him the context.
2017,
Yeah, but
Ndidi Nyoro.
here we are talking about 2021.
Ndeto. In Kenya,
Let me tell you, politics goes with
ngoja, my friend. I've not even finished. Ndio kitu nimalize. Hii ndio kitu tunasemanga presidential terms end from after 5 years. You can't tell me ati mimi kama Yaga nasema Raila leo ni 2021 ati Raila akuwe president na akuwe dictator na siobei judiciary, alafu in 2023 or 2024 niseme sasa wewe Raila obey judiciary because Raila is not in bed with me politically. My friend, you eat your words. I think you could have quoted somebody like Kimani Chungwa. That guy has been consistent. But Ndidi Nyoro mwenye alitaka have you gone to dictionary and have you gone to dictionary
your point,
and even look the word no. The second tweet, the first tweet, he ordered president, alikuwa anaambia president not to obey judiciary. The second tweet, alikuwa anaambia president akuwe benevolent dictator. I don't think people like Ndeto have gone to even dictionary to look at what the kind of a dictator he was referring us to. The dictator, a kind of a dictator he was referring us to is what Uhuru is doing today. And why are they complaining?
Okay, Ayaga. Ndeto nafikiri amesikia. Nafikiri Ndeto
amesikia. I think I've heard your concern. Yes, I've heard your concern, but I would like to
it is not
bring
my
you to the context.
It is fact. Ukitaka ukweli nitakupa tu saa. Yes.
Whatever it is, but I would like to bring you into the context. Like, politics is not like any organization. Every day we have upcoming issues. And yesterday we could have been friends. Today we have those like areas of disagreement. And at the beginning in 2017, if you may remember very well, Jubilee was all the people in Jubilee, they were together. But when the narrative started diverting that the president no longer supports Ruto's presidency for 2022 and some other issues, that's where now we start seeing some diversions of ideas. And one thing I'm happy about this Tanga team is, you see, Kenya, we have been talking about tribal politics. It is for the first time I've had the difference in the narrative, where we have those who have and those who have not. It is better that way, because as a Kikuyu, as a Luo, as a Luya, whatever.
My friend,
Let me finish my point.
Ndeto.
Let me finish my point.
No. Ndeto. We cannot move from a tribal. We cannot move from a tribal issue to a classy issue. Classy is more dangerous than even tribal. Better we remain in tribal. I remember reading history, kuna wakati the rebels wakifika in Congo, wakati walikuwa wana overthrow somebody. Rebels ikifika mahali walikuwa na watu wako na pesa, all the rebels, they drop the guns, they loot everything, is when they continue with the war. My friend, classy war that you are telling us the haves and the people who do not have. It's like mimi kesho nikiendesha gari yangu nikienda Kisumu, nikiendesha gari yangu nikienda Kisumu, by bad luck nikanyage na nyanya ya mtu, gari yangu ichomwe. My friend, I will not allow for you to advocate for a classy differences. It is very dangerous than even the tribal we have been. Uwezi ukatutoa kwa pan na ukatuweka kwa moto thinking that is the solution. Hiyo ni takata.
Okay, Ayaga, let me educate you. Because we are living in Kenya. I don't know whether you are in Kenya. If we have one constant. If the constant
I'm in Kenya and I'm in Nairobi, capital city.
Okay. Your point would have been so valid if we do not have cases of corruption in Kenya. But the apex, the top few, who are the wealthy class, the class you are defending, these are people who are engaged in corruption issues. And
my friend Ndeto, it is known worldwide, not even in Kenya. When Ruto went to BBC and CNN and accept that he actually stole somebody's land, and the guy went to court and he should even be in jail.
Who can you vote for, Ayaga? I would like to understand.
Ngoja Neto.
You know you could be just fighting me because I declared my stance on Ruto.
Ruto is just
who are you going to vote for?
A corrupt young people who are very corrupt. People who believe in making money Ruto? in shortcuts. Why
Ruto? Why Ruto and not any other thing? If you ask me, the corrupt people.
No. I'm talking about Ruto. Okay.
Kwanza. Ruto will talk about him. Ndeto.
Yes.
I respect your views, but we seek to find a foundation of your argument. The support for Ruto is your constitutional right. The support for Tangatanga, you are entitled to it.
Yes.
But the premise upon which Tangatanga comes into formation, from the last time I checked, it's information that is born out of rebelling against the current leadership. And if that is what is attractive to the young people, and that the young people are following it because they can walk away from directed leadership, go and form their own thing and do their own thing. If that is the kind of legacy, come on, Bernard, mute your mic. If you're not speaking, your mic should not be on. Thank you. Now, if that is the example we are setting and we are pointing our younger generation to, then we have become a nation of rebels, and we are recommending that for others to follow. And that is what Ayaga is telling you. The moment we begin to say this ones have and this ones don't have, what happens is the people that don't have will say the reason we don't have is because these ones have. And then let us go and take back what is ours. Who is going to stop that kind of war when it begins? Secondly, the high priest of corruption is known. When the deputy president went to national television and said that corruption cannot stop a determined leader from delivering in any nation, that is when I lifted up my hands and surrendered, because anybody who sees corruption as not a problem in Kenya, that person is the main problem of Kenya, and it should not be anywhere where leadership is, because corruption is our #1 enemy, and anybody who is a friend of corruption should not be anywhere money is being counted.
Allow me to
Okay.
respond.
Okay,
Deto, just a moment.
let me come back to Bernard, please.
Deto, one
First,
moment. One moment. I'm giving you, sir. Bernard, thank you for your very tactful submission. One, you have said that youth are going for leaders who are rebelling from the president. You see, by the end of the day, everything happens for a reason. You see, it is a fallout when it happened in 2002 because of people who felt Uhuru was not the right candidate, and they formed the Rainbow Coalition and the likes. They fell out of Kano because they felt this is not the choice they wanted. This is not the desires of their heart. And they felt probably Uhuru by then had not really matured to lead them home. So Saitoti and the likes fell out and moved from Kano. And by the end of the day, they ended up making the next government. It was their interest then, so it's the same interest with the Tanga people at the moment. They feel aggrieved, so they looked for a home or a place they can air their views. Let me finish. Let me finish. If I finish, you'll see where I'm
things that are very different. The walking away of Raila and team from Kanu, it was a few months to election. It was not in the beginning of the presidency. How can you vie for as deputy president and 2 days in the office you are running away with another people saying because there is a handshake? You cannot compare that. Let's get our historical facts right and represent facts right. Not just compare things because they are there.
Can I mute until you guys finish heckling?
Yes,
Okay,
Jex, I want to listen to my senator, Steve Juma. I want to listen to my senator, Steve Juma. Please, if you want to do propaganda, that will cause the rebuttal. Please, just stop. Tafadhali. Nakuomba.
Ayaga, mute your mic, please.
Can I ask Neto something?
Mimi niko mahali very cool. I cannot.
Nataka kuuliza Deto swali.
Okay, niulize.
Can I had my senator in total silence, please, Mr. Who was guiding us here? Ametoka. So Bernard, take charge. Bernard, take charge. And I listened for I listened to my senator in a total silence. Or I will heckle anybody here.
Ayaga, hold on. Ayaga, we must move forward. Okay?
Echo all you want, but by the end of the day, we have one moderator, and it is me, or unless you want to moderate. So I think it calls for us to have a way of talking without making ourselves seem almost as if we have lost track of things. SJ,
ilikuwa sana, so sijui uwe umeanza saa ngapi, lakini ni sawa.
Leto had not finished things.
Yes, let me finish my submission. So I got some interjections along, and to Bernard. Okay. I will appreciate your question. So to Bernard, the way you have said that we know the high priest of corruption. I like that. The other day, the president told us that every day we are losing 2 billion. yet he is the head of the state. Do you want to tell us that he do not know the root cause, or maybe who are these people who are corrupt? Do you want to tell me that he do not know the best process he can use to bring these people into maybe accountability? I think let us not be like diverted by these leaders as young people, so that like to take sides without okay. Come up, please.
Thank you very much.
Ayaga,
Ndetu,
allow me not,
a point of order accepted. A point of order.
I think it's the chair who accepts orders and rebounders and the likes. Allow him to finish his point, because that's what you did. He has not finished his point ever since he started talking. You heckle him, you do a lot, you interject, you say a lot, and
a point of order. A point of order ni wakati mtu anaongea. Thank you very much. Sasa I'm the host now, eh? A point of order ni wakati mtu anaongea. You can't do a point of order kama mtu amemaliza kuongea. So
okay,
Mr.
move on.
Ndeto,
yes,
president, at any time president anaanza kufight for the corruption, these cases zimekuwa yani watu wanaenda kwa community yao wanasema sisi ndio huwa we are being targeted. Unaona, when Henry Rotich mess up with Ministry of Education, all Kalenjin say the president was fighting them. When they go ahead and eat Kimarera and Aror, all Kalenjin says they are being targeted. Head of pipeline, Kenya Pipeline, when the president was fighting that, they say, oh, it is sisi ndio we are being fought. So please, we don't want a president to form a firing squad to fire people at Uhuru Park. Ndio ujue akisema hiyo tunajua the ile side yenye ina support. It is the same side that supported Eurobond. Were you in Kenya? It is the same side.
Okay.
It is the
Let
same
your
side
question
that
be short,
supported.
please. You know, I don't know whether you are giving a statement or it is a question you are asking Ayaga. Be brief.
It is something like that. It is the same side. It is the same side that supported Anne Waiguru wakati waliita Raila Lord of Poverty. Raila akisema hizi takataka yote inaenda hapa Kibira ni watu wanaibiwa, ni pesa ya wananchi wanaibiwa. They went ahead and supported Anne Waiguru. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Okay. My point is, Ayaga, I am a taxpayer myself. I pay through where I work. I pay VAT when I'm buying various commodities. So if I hear that the money that I'm cut due to maybe my hard working or such is misappropriated, I have all the rights to come up and even suggest to the president that if you have stated 2 billion, maybe that's what is coming out in the media. We don't know whether this figure is even big. So meaning he know the source. That is my point. Because even during Madaraka Day, he repeated the very same words. And if you remember, this guy of the Navy, he said that the money that was quoted to renovate that ship was 1.5 billion. But they managed to use only 50 million. So who are these people maybe who quoted? For instance, they know. And were it not for this, maybe the Navy who took over the job, maybe this money could have been fronted. So what I'm saying is, we are not here to compete on ideologies. We are here to harmonize. And as young leaders, we reason it together and say that enough is enough. If these guys can only tell us through the media that money is being maybe being smuggled, and yet the government is divided into various dockets, We have the docket on security, other on agriculture, like such. Meaning, while it was an audit done, this 2 billion, which is equivalent to a level 5 hospital, being constructed daily in Kenya with the level of poor health conditions that our people are getting through, I think it's a high concern. And to me, the reason it concerns me so much is because maybe my father or my father never went to school. They do not know how to read these newspapers. They don't know how to go to internet. They don't know how to even listen to hii kizungu mingi tunaongea. But they managed to take me to school. And if I was taken to school only to come here and tell you how I know what, and I'm not taking any action, then that's where, as young people and leaders, we are losing the point. For instance, the other day I heard about this BBI, which was short-lived by the 5 judges. It is appealed. A certificate was put across, an emergency certificate, so that this thing can be listened very fast and a judgment should be arrived. Why don't we hear such certificate of emergencies on cases of corruption? For instance, two governors have been found culpable of misappropriating or misusing their offices. The governor of Wajir and the one of Kiambu. What are these stringent measures that were taken? Were their wealth maybe like hijacked by the government so as to repay what they were found culpable of? I think those are the key issues we should think as young people. And maybe you have come from, I listened to Glow, who is talking about how Americans, they are doing very well and such. Well, Kenya, we are just wallowing in poverty. What I would like to say is, as we try to come to various opinions, let us know there are people in the slums. And for me, myself, I work with the communities, for instance. So every day I get a lot of data. When it comes also to maybe giving something even out of my pocket, to buy for food to families, to do such, I find myself a victim always every day. So when I talk about maybe this high priest of, for instance, this high priest of maybe corruption, for instance, the reason why I'm saying I am for him, you know, if you want to catch a thief, it's also good to use a thief, for instance.
You said a thief, eh?
And let me finish. And due to the fact that huyu mwizi hata akiiba hakuli peke yake, we have seen him giving even to churches. We have seen him given to young people of Boda Boda, wa Mama Boga, and such. I mean,
thank you
I
very
better.
much. Deto, thank you.
Deto, I'm against that point.
Your time.
Please.
Order. Bernard.
Please, let me chip in.
Kimagere,
Please.
Kimagere, order. Your time will come.
Mr. Daniel, Mr. President, let me chip in. Just to Mr. Deto to withdraw something.
Mr. President.
Please. Wait a minute.
The guy has contradicted himself and don't allow him to withdraw anything. He has accepted that Uhuru told us who the thieves are, and those thieves every time they were wameiba wanaenda kwa community yao. So can I please listen to Steve Steve Juma, the incoming senator of Siaya, the great Siaya County, Steve Juma. Hapa mko na watu si mchezo. Hapa mko na watu wazito, my friend. The guy you are seeing in a blue coat is my incoming senator from Siaya County. He will replace the Orengo, the working constitution, very soon, and I'm going to campaign for him. So can we hear him actually 5 minutes in silence, please. Kamagere, nitakuja kwako tafadhali. You are also aspirant in Odhaya, nitakupa hiyo ruhusa if I'm not wrong. Thank you very much.
Then
Steve
you
Juma,
give me, Mr. Ayaga.
thank you very much, Mr. President, nitakupa.
Thank you, Ayaga. I like how you do your introductory part. I appreciate, and all for good. And let me just remind you that very soon you'll get yourself in unfamiliar territory where silence will be more louder than what you actually say. Why do I say that? Thanks, Jex. I'm happy to see you, Tanui, Mr. President, Kimagere, Bernard, and the other Bernard. My name is Steve. And I want to deviate kidogo because, you know, some of this discussion we do here, we tend to lose the focus. And I want to talk as a Kenyan, citizen of this Republic of Kenya, as a taxpayer, and a concerned citizen of this Republic. And maybe just to lace it better, a grandson to the First and Second World War fighter, and the grandson to the person who composed the national anthem to you. Because I had asking someone there, I was behind the scene, and he was asking, who is the Ruto's father? I've been asking something, Ruto's father, blah, blah. Now let me introduce myself. I'm a grandson to someone who fought for you in the First World War, Second World War, and father even composed the national anthem that you sing today. Moving forward, I mentioned that soon you'll get yourself under unfamiliar territory where silence is louder than that what will come from you. You see, interestingly, the other day I was listening to Madaraka Day speeches by His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta. What shocked me that when the president was making the speech or his remark, I beg to know or to understand. I'm a speech writer. I write for some governor's speech in this country. Whether he went through what he was reading, because in the context, you find that the president was saying he revisited what he had earlier revisited about the judiciary and spoke loudly before the newly sworn in Chief Justice, Lady Justice Martha Koome, on judiciary. We all know the scathing attacks he made. We all know that he also revisited the nullification of 2017 presidential election. And he told them, okay, if I break it down and maybe use my own words, hata tuliwaona kitu mulifanya kwa presidential election kule nyuma. And he was saying this one in a loud silence, where the petitioner in chief, Raila Amolo Odinga, was there. He could say nothing. Now, I don't know whether you see what I'm seeing. You are the chief petitioner. Somebody, you went to court ruled in your favor. Today, somebody is saying before you that hata tunawakumbuka, and now you speak as one entity, handshake fraternity. I don't know where Raila Odinga finds himself today, because he cannot talk about it. He cannot tell president, no, you are saying wrong. The court ruled squarely. Today, you are accusing the same judiciary. I remember so neatly, so well, so vivid, so clear. On the day a security bill was taken before court. I mean, there were some cases before Justice Odunga, Milimani Law Court, second floor, Milimani, on the left wing of the cat court. I know it every corridor because I've worked there for over 7 years. When I quote the judgments, and I'd said this before in this forum, in Justice Odunga's quote, he said, when you protect human rights, even the angels in heaven will sing hallelujah, saying that something has been done on earth. Today, you don't hear anyone, and that day, my honorable right honorable Raila Odinga spoke so vivid that the court has stamped his authority. Let's now be factual here. I had somebody called Rupia. I don't know, that was quite myopic, and it's sort of a psychophancy that should be, I don't know where it should be taken. It doesn't even belong to this class. And it made me feel that we need to vet people who talk, because we can't allow hecklers. I disagree with Ayaga, but I like how he says and how he presents his point. Though he wants to be much assertive and believe that whatever thing which is in his head should be what we carry home. Anyway, that is how a good way of pressing your point is allowed. But let's reason like typical Kenyans. Today, a court order has been issued. Let's say eviction order has been issued against, allow me, Ayaga, use you as example, against Ayaga. We know so well that appeal is done within 14 days. Have covered stories in these countries where court orders are issued, let me call them at night, inter partes, you are not there. And by 3 a.m., the police officers are there, armed to the teeth. Eviction is going on. They demolish even a poultry house. They don't even care about the timing. That is a state against the citizen. They happen every other day. People have spent their monies in doing this construction. They have followed the due process. Everything has been done. Then one day, one time, somebody else is interested to see you having no home, rendering you homeless and IDP. They carry their heinous acts. They don't even allow you to take your time and go appeal. Even if you go for appeal, the damage is already done. Who will compensate you? Today, if you go to a Savo National Park or any other park in the country, and you are found even fetching firewood, you can be shot. You will be arrested, and the fine is 200,000. Check the penal code on Animal Act. But if the same animal hunts you, my friend, it might take even 10 or 10 years. You may even die without compensation. Now, it is very interesting that the president has just demonstrated very well that he doesn't like certain things in judiciary. He wants things to go his way. Who are you when people go to court and you are just found out of order, and you are here, citizen, crying loud that you are paying tax? You pay tax to people who are in office who are now supposed to be in the office. They are not. What is administrative, whatever, CAS? Where is it in the Constitution of Kenya? And the court finds you wrong in this, finds you wrong in this. Do you think you will get away with these things? Buddha, tusidanganyane hapa. We are reading and we are learning. Who will speak for us today? Ayaga, my brother, my son, I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me that today, who is defending Wanjiko? Is it the president? Fine. Do we have opposition leader? Fine. But where are they? You are in a very deep state of dissolution, whereby you think everything is about BBI, everything is about how Samora became where. You take us to history as if we never met those books. You want to fix issues that are not existing. We have our problems at hand. Come on, man. Tusidanganyane, hii nchi ni
Thank
yetu
you.
sote. Asante.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, it is just a coincidence that Steve, we share the same county, which is Siaya. And it is also a coincidence that we share the constituency, which is Rarieda, the great Rarieda County. And it's also a coincidence that in Rarieda County, we are also coming from Uyoma. But Uyoma has a great history. That's where the great my grandfather, Dio Makasembo, actually hails from, and his grandfather, the other side, Ramogi Achieng' Oneko, also comes from, and he has told you very well that his grandfather are the authors of the national anthem we are talking about. So huwa tukiongea sana, msitulaumu. Let me go to this Bernard, the other Bernard.
Ayaga,
Wachana na huyu Bernard the pastor. Wachana na Bernard the pastor. The Bernard the other one.
Ayaga.
Yes.
Ayaga,
You people are prejudiced. You are prejudiced. You told us that the senator should speak in silence. We accorded him all the time. I had every reason to interject. I did not, in obedience. Immediately I fulfilled my obedience. My disobedience was punished. It's okay.
So ungesema point of order, you want to ask my senator a question. You know, the first senator from Siaya also came from our land, which is Dixon Oroko Makasembo, Dio Makasembo. So this one will be the third senator. So una swali kwa the third senator of Siaya.
Let the other Bernard talk first. I will compile my questions. I'll get back to him.
Okay, thank you very much. Bernard, you have like 4 minutes. Actually, make your points. Alafu tuende kwa another aspirant from Odaya, Kimagere, my brother. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, bro. I like the way SDF has articulated the issues, and from where we sit, we as a country, we have problems, and sometimes we hide ourselves in these things called political parties or tribes. By the end of it all, when you look at it, the baseline is all of us are the same. We have the same problems. You get a Kikuyu from Gatundu or a Luya from Busia or Karachonyo or whatever it is. Same problems we go through. But now the problem comes in when exactly we are now getting this thing called voting time, elections. People who want to vote for Ruto, who want to vote for Ella, who vote for whoever it is, without proper or principle or agenda at all. Now, when you talk of corruption, it's really, and I don't know how I can claim it, an infection or a disease, whatever it is, because a disease can at some point stop. An infection at some point can also stop, but corruption is going to go on as we move on with these people. The same type, we go on voting same people coming out here and there. Now, if you look at it that way, because the other guy was talking about Ruto. When you look at Kenya Pipeline, KPLC or Roro, whatever it is, the guy never committed anything. And now here, we are being told that he's the one who is murdering youths. Are we again falling back in that trap? Sure. Now, if you're talking about getting someone else, who is somebody else that you're going to vote for? Who? If not these people that you're talking about, he doesn't have a chopper. At the end of the day, you as an was going to school here in Nairobi, probably
Bernard.
vote. What about that guy?
Bernard. Yes. I was not intending to interrupt you, but if you mention the name sijui who, I think ungefanya tu your point ikuwe generalized like the senator did. A point utaanza kumention the names, you will get so many point of order because the people you are mentioning wako na supporters hapa, so watakuattack na you may end up not making any point. Tafadhali.
Ni sawa basi, Mr. Yaga. But the point is, this platform is very important. I mean, it's very good as people are coming together to have this kind of discussion and air their views out. But as we sit as Kenyans, let's not focus on individuals. Let's not focus on political parties. Let's have principles in this kind of politics, and that will go somewhere. But the issues coming around that, oh, we have to vote for this person because he mentors some people. I mean, mentors some people. People have gone to school. Who mentors you? Probably your own professor mentors you. Not even an individual as in terms of politics or politician. That's the point.
You are done?
I'm
okay,
done.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I wanted to give Mr. President, Mr. Kamagere, I don't know, you have a question kwa sababu ulikuwa umeweka point yako before ama ni a point of order? Please, can we hear something from Mr. President?
I will excuse him. I will excuse Mr. President, but I have a burning issue after this.
You are burning issue as a Democrat. Let me give you 1 minute or 2 minutes to air whatever you want to say. Mr. President will talk after you. Thank you very much.
Okay, Bwana SJ, can you mute your micro? Mute the. Thank you. Asante sana. Wacha niseme kuna kitu moja ambayo imenichangaza sana on this debate, ambayo ni very lively na nimeipenda sana because people are
mute your mic.
Thank you. Nimefurahi sana kwa sababu all Kenyans here are reflected na tumeongea kutoka roho zetu na mafikiria zetu. But I want to bring to attention kitu moja sana ambaye I usually like to quote the world constitution ambaye ni Biblia na ninaipenda sana, na Kenya we should not forget or run away from this. It is world constitution. Kuna kitu moja nataka Wakenya wote muangalie kutoka leo. When God was creating man, aliitana mkutano akasema, wacha tuude mtu anafanana na sisi. Kwa hivyo he was referring to other, we don't know whether it is individual kama sisi ama ni wanafanana na yeye. Ade alisema wacha tuude mtu anafanana na sisi. So I am imagining wakati alisema hivyo, Satan, he was present. And because he has been scheming about God, kuna tumutu yake aliumba hapo. Only God alitupea pumzi. The pumzi uhai is equal. Lakini let us create watu wanafanana na sisi. I am sure shetani aliumba tumutu yake, kuna wengine waliumba mifano yake wakimpelekea Mungu aweke pumzi.
Wewe umeanza kuharibu Biblia, tafadhali achana tunayo.
Ayaga.
Shetani
Ayaga, just a moment.
Point of order, Ben. A point of order,
Just a
Ben.
moment.
A point of
Just
order.
a moment.
Unajua mtu
Just a moment, Ayaga.
Jex, give me a minute. Give me a minute
You are the
to make
moderator.
ruling.
Allow me to say it and then you do it.
I'm just making ruling. Oh, thank you very much. Bernard, when somebody is making a reference in the Bible. Don't interfere, tafadhali. Bible is a
No,
verse.
no,
You
no, no.
can
The
also
Ayaga,
you
Bible is
can
Ayaga,
also
presented
you
as
can
it
also
is,
get
Ayaga,
not
another
as we
verse.
want to create it.
You
Ayaga,
can also get
Ayaga,
another verse.
Ayaga, let me say something.
Thank you very much. Jukes, go ahead.
For the final time, I am
Sijamaliza.
Jakes. Ni sawa
Jakes,
Kimegere,
Jakes,
but the
Jakes.
problem is this, eh? You
Uh-huh.
you said you love the holy book, but you're really misquoting it. The devil was not in heaven when man was created. I can cite verses for you. Number two, number two,
Order,
let me finish. Let me finish.
Jakes, Jakes,
I'm on a
Jakes.
point of order already.
Order.
Allow me to finish my order. Now, listen. It is very clear. In the beginning, the Bible says that it is God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. John 1:1. You should go to your Bible. And then finally, Mr. Kimegere, it is very clear. It is very clear. There are no creations of the devil. The devil was chased from heaven with the defiant angels. That is in the book of Revelation and in the book of Ezekiel, the fall of the great beast. So that is the correct, because it is wrong according to the Bible to add words that are not in the Bible or even to remove.
Jakes,
That is the Bible.
Jakes, a point of order. Oh, you are out of order. You are out of order, my brother. The ruling nilikuwa nataka kumake is only simple. Somebody ameweka mic on. Hebu switch off Jakes. Thank you very much. Kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema ni kwamba mimi niliambiwa kwamba mtu asikuconvince na Bible verse or an article in the law. A moment umetaja Bible verse, somebody will also atataja hiyo the other verse, so itakuwa argument up to tomorrow. So Mr. Kimagere, tafadhali.
Yes, I get
There
it.
are two there are two things you cannot convince a human who is a believer, most so Christians, with is Bible and the law. Hii kitu tunaita
Thank you very much.
constitution, kwa sababu ukimwambia hii chapter ataenda kwa chapter ingine ama article ingine, it will be
Hapana,
so.
Ayaga, you are
Tafadhali make your
misleading
point.
us.
Make
There are things that are
make your
factual.
points. You are
No,
you
Ayaga,
are a point
let
of
us,
order. You are
on this
out of order.
platform,
You are
let
Bernard.
us
You are
give
out of order.
people right information. And the right information is
Bernard. You are
God is the creator, the rest of us are creatures.
Bernard, I
If
don't want to go
we
there.
elevate a creature to the level of the creator, we are creating a huge problem.
You are out of order, Bernard. You are out of order. You are out of order. Please, let him finish his point. His point.
Asante sana Bwana Ayaga for direction. But what I was saying, Mr. Jakes, is just simple. We must think broadly. When God said, wacha tuude mtu anafanana na sisi, alikuwa analifaa nani? Okay.
My friend, you are also making a mistake. You will cause unnecessary rebuttal. Kimagere, you are out of order. You are out of order, and you will cause unnecessary rebuttal. My friend Daktari, if you can hear me, Daktari, I know maybe you are going to attend to a patient. Tafadhali, can you? No. By the way, Mr. President, you are like 4 minutes. Mr. President. Daktari, I will come to you later. Naona unabeba mkono. Utabidi tu ngoje kidogo tafadhali.
Okay, can we mute our mic? Kimagere. Okay, thank you, Ayaga. I've been following for a long time. I have just followed everything what you are saying, you guys. It's a very great discussion with a lot of impunity, and brilliant brains are here. I thank you all. lakini kuna kitu kimoja nitasema. Every day we come here, tuna argue, tuna discuss, but do we come up with a solution of what we are doing? Leo nimefuatilia sana, nikaona some people they are saying that we should not dwell in discussing Raila, Uhuru, and Ruto as the basement of our argument to be the president. It is true, tunaweza tukachange and tukuwe na young generation mwenye anaweza akakalia hiyo kiti. We don't, kwanza kuna huyu Bernard Pastor. Bernard, you are very correct. Ulisema we should think beyond that box na tufikirie, tujiulize, can we get another person away from these three people, discuss him, bring him up, and give him the highest position, and see if we can change our governance. Our governance is very incorrect. Why? Because the three principles or the five principles are only there because of their stomach, which is very correct. And that's why Wajiko down here kila siku analia, lakini hana solution. You as Ayaga, I see sometimes you defend the dynasty, but which benefit or which solution do you give to the rest of the country that we can mold up and change from the historical way of doing things, that create a new way that we can move on and equalize from those who don't have and those who have? It is upon us tukae chini na to decide tutapitia njia gani so that we can get the solution. Discussing day and now, every day here, and we don't have solution, it will make no change, my dear friends. What will make change is when we discuss and come up with a solution and implement it so that tomorrow our government will be different. Nimeona hapa, nasikia tuko na senator, nasikia tuko na ma MPs, nasikia tuko na ma MCAs who want to vie. Mi naweza nikasupport one person, Mr. Moses Kuria, because ukiona ile chama yake, he's very vocal na ana try kuleta the young generation to the leadership. It's upon you guys, hata nyinyi msimame na mtu mmoja. You bring civilization to our people. We change that mentality ya kushindaga hapa tukidiscuss Ruto, Uhuru na Raila. We should have a turning point to change from that point and to come up with another idea whereby we can change our governance so that tuone kama tunaweza tukapitia njia ingine and the model of historical injustice might change. So my point is, wakati ule tuna discuss hii issue, tuna discuss na tunakuja na solution. Tunajiuliza, which way should we go by? What should we do so that we have a turning point? That's my point. When we are discussing, let's come up with a solution so that we know if we go out there, we know what should we do. If there is corruption in our country, if we have corruption in our country, what should we do to minimize or to finish this corruption in our country?
With the feedback. Ayaga.
So up to this point, the platform is very vocal. It's very nice and it is growing, but we should think about that, which will be our solution and Kenya, as Kenyans, as young generation. Let's think about the young coming brilliant brains who thinks to be leaders of today, not tomorrow, today.
I have a question, Ayaga.
Go on.
I have a question to
Thank
Mr.
you very much.
President.
Okay, go ahead.
You you cite Mr. I'm even forgetting his funny name. Moses Kuria, yes. You say Moses Kuria, to you aspires the youth and all, eh? This is, I think, if not third, this is a second term MP. And I think the best thing he's doing is just showcasing his interest. What do you think makes him special, different from any other leader? Because I have not seen anything in him that makes me have something to smile about. I'm just asking you to really elaborate your point. Why Moses Kuria? Why picking from the 290 MPs that we have?
You are out of order, my brother.
Let me
I'm not
ask
out
him.
of order.
Let me ask
I
him.
think
I've
that
asked him a question.
Ayaga.
I think no, as a chair, I think that one will cause a lot of rebattling, unnecessary rebattling. But
No,
anyway,
Mr. Chair, let
you,
the debate
Mr.
continue. Please, let it take its
Mr.
road now.
President, yes, Mr. President, you have 2 minutes to answer that.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask him. According to the question, Mr. Joke is asking, he's very categorical, asking, why am I interested with the way Mr. Moses Kuria is doing? Moses Kuria, I think his party is not less than a year. It's less than a year, I think. But if you follow up his way of reading that small party, he's trying to bring the fresh mind to the government. He's trying. That's what I was trying to drive to you people, that we as young and fresh, away from the politics, we should come up with solution of the historical mistake which have been there. The corruption, the dynasty, the rich versus the poor. We have been oppressed. Wajikos have been oppressed because...
Now, Madulize swali. Moses Kuria is bringing fresh brains to which government?
Bernard, you are now becoming a heckler. You know, our answer is an answer.
But
whoever asks
it said Moses Kuria is bringing fresh brains to government. I want to know which government.
Not to government, to his party. That means...
Order, Mr. President. I think Bernard never asked you any questions, so don't bother him. Jakes, I think Jakes is satisfied with your
I am
answer.
not. I am not.
Now,
why are you?
no.
Why, Mr. Moderator?
An
Allow me
answer,
to put you out
an
of
answer,
order.
because
Allow
wewe
me to put you out of
wewe
order.
ndio ungeitisha hiyo a
How?
point of order,
I was,
lakini
but I was
umeacha Bernard akaitisha hiyo.
It takes a gentleman to allow one to go before him. So, allow me to put my rebounder correctly. Listen, Mr. Moderator, my question was not answered.
Kitu nataka, I don't want 1 point to take us 30 minutes. Tafadhali. Hiyo ndio kitu najaribu kuavoid. A moment mtaanza kuargue about Kuria.
Okay, let me put it in short. My point was, Moses Kuria, with his small party, he has tried to bring a turning point to show that not the only old politician who can lead this country. That was my point. I don't mean that Moses Kuria is perfect, but I'm trying to bring a point that we as young, fresh brain, we can change our country.
Mr. President, you can hear me?
I can hear you.
We have heard you. You have your time. Thank you very much. Moses Kuria, that party, for the information as Ayaga have, you may rebuttal it. That party is being funded by Gideon Moi. Let us have Mr. President. One day you let us have Mr. Daktari.
Ayaga, please wait. As a moderator, you should not.
Don't be a propagandist.
Yeah, no, you should not.
As a
So
moderator,
withdraw that
keep
one.
off from your sentiment.
I come back.
I withdraw and I apologize.
Moderate,
Thank
not
you.
participate.
We have copied it already.
Thank you,
Daktari.
Thank you, Ayega. And I think, who was there before? Nani ameongea hapo before? I think it was Mr. President. You know, you point to a problem that we've been talking about here for weeks, or even months, how we can move on. But we find ourselves in a very difficult situation. We just cannot move on. You know, the debate around Raila Odinga, Uhuru Kenyatta, Ruto Mudavadi is something that I don't think we can never be able to run away. And it's unfortunate, you know. I know you heard how Gloria literally was attacked here, and I really feel bad for that. And I think we all have to do better. For all of us veterans on this platform, we cannot let a lady be attacked that way, and you don't say anything. You know, Gloria, in as much as she is this or that, at the end of the day, she must be respected. It's her opinion, and I can tell you why she feels that way. She is outside. She has seen better, and for us, we know the reality on the ground. We can see that no matter what we do, it's gonna be Ruto, it's gonna be Raila, it's gonna be between those two. Maybe you add a few others, and so you can see where she is coming from. So, Mr. President, we have tried to move away from talking about these three, and we can. And I think it's unfortunate. You know, for me, I actually hurt and cry for my country, because you sit down and you ask yourself, where are we going? You know, how are we ever going to get out of this dilemma? Because it's a dilemma. You know, Ayega supports his own candidate. Bernard I support my own candidate. And no matter what you tell me about Ruto, I still think he's the guy, you know. I know people would like to convince me about Raila Odinga, but Mimi, I'm stuck. I'm stuck in some of his doing, some of his actions, you know, and one of them is right now, where to me, the constitution is being attacked from right to left, and the guy is just sitting down over there. So I find it very difficult for anybody. I don't care if it's Mutebe, I don't care if it's Bernard, I don't care. Nobody will ever convince me that we are sitting here, the constitution is being attacked, and the guy is sitting over there and saying nothing. And then you guys want to come back and tell me that...
He has left you a chance to say something. Let him be quiet. You say whatever you want to say.
Sasha, do you want to... Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and talk then. I will let you talk then.
Bernard Pastor, you are becoming a heckler.
I mean, if I
just let
Daktari is not welcome. If Daktari has chosen to be quiet, why are we not complaining about Kalonzo saying something, Mudavadi saying something, or these other people? Why should we blame one person when he's not doing, and when he's doing, he's also blamed? This blame must stop.
Bernard. Order. Let us have order. Kizito will talk. I'm seeing Steve. Amebeba mkono, so let us allow Steve like 1 minute, then Daktari will continue, then Kizito in that order. Tafadhali tusianze kufanya hii maneno. It is late at night, na hii ndio ile wakati tunasemanga it is our time to be sober. Now let us be sober. Ile wakati ya interruption na matusi mingi, mimi ndio nakwanga mtu wa matusi, everybody knows me, but hii wakati ikifika, I'm always sober. Steve, go ahead, ask your question.
Actually, I didn't intend to speak now. I thought I'd be given time after Daktari has spoken, but I will request Bernard, tafadhali pea Mr. Wangungu nafasi aongee, aseme yake. You actually becoming a heckler, and I respect you as a man of the cloth. If I were your congregant, I wouldn't give you sadaka. Please, we are not here to press doctrines to mind of our people. Daktari, please, you go ahead. Thank you.
You people, don't go there, please. Okay? Don't go there. I'm just making my point clear. If you call somebody as to be blamed, let there be a genuine reason why they should be blamed. If you want to blame me, blame me for a genuine reason, not use me as an scapegoat.
Order.
Bernard,
Bernard,
it's not you. It's not for you to determine. It's not for you to determine. The genuineness. Okay, I am a Kenyan myself. I have a right to look at Raila Odinga and say you have these credentials that everybody tries to give to you and say you fought for democracy, and I'm sitting here seeing democracy being tramped on, and you're not saying anything. I have every right to question that genuineness, and that's what I'm doing. That's why I'm sitting here and saying the constitution right now is being trumped by Uhuru Kenyatta and his men around him, and Raila Odinga is quiet. Orengo is quiet. All these guys are not saying anything. All I am trying to say is this: do not come down the line and try to convince me that let's elect this guy. Let this guy give this guy a chance because he fought so many battles for this country. Well, the most important battle that we would expect him to fight, he's not fighting it. So all I'm saying is that argument, if it comes down the line, mimi sitaki kuisikia, do not tell me to vote the guy because of that. That I will not do. That's all I'm trying to say. And I actually right now I lost my line of thought just because of how Bernard came at me. So I'll let somebody else talk for now.
Okay, thank you. Daktari Bernard is a strong supporter of ODM, and whenever you are touching on Raila's shoulders, you must get such interruptions. Can we have Sammy? Sammy, are you with us? Sam. Oh, it seems Sammy hayuko na sisi. Jex, you have a point of order, a question, ama?
I just wanted to direct the blame where it ought to be.
Ngoja. Give me a minute. It is a point of order, point of correction, or a point of directing blame.
I think I said someone has asked why did we blame one person. I felt I needed to talk on that.
No, if it is about talking, then you will have your time. Steve, you have a question, a point of order, or something like that? Steve,
I actually wanted to lay down my submission because
you are leaving.
No. I just want to make my point.
If you are still here with us, wacha tusikize Kizito, then we will actually come to you. Tafadhali, please, I beg you. If I'm not wrong.
It is in order. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kizito, the big man from Migori, a man who is representing us in Germany. He's a big man, Bazenga mwenyewe. Steve-O, talk to us, man.
Okay, thank you very much for all those your fake praises. Because you want to make the podium to be lively, that's what I accept. But what I would like to do, Mr. Wangugu, there's something you talked that has really touched my heart. Everybody has been complaining. Me, I'm a strong supporter of Raila. Just the way you said you support whoever you support, everybody support. Mama, a strong supporter of Raila. But why is it that by the time Raila was telling you people that there's a problem, everybody was giving him names. When he decided to keep quiet and let you do it the way you want it, you're still calling him to come. Right now, I can see Orengo, Tidamolo, they're getting more likes, more praises. But they are the same people who are they are Raila. Otiende Amolo and Orengo, they are Raila. It's only that now, because they talked something very little about opposite Raila, you people think that they are outside. And they are the people who are now representing Raila in the petition. That one, according to me, when we are discussing here, just the way to respect the way Dr. Wangunga said, everybody, you have the person you support, give us only its good merits. and we will also give you our person its good merits, so that we see whether you can come to our side or we can come to your side. Secondly, Mr. President, I would like to tell you that stop being a Kenyan. Being a Kenyan means Kenyans, they are jokers. Just like somebody sitting down and saying, Mr. How do we call him? The former governor of Nairobi to be the president. What Kenyans should do in their voting day, elect somebody, elect a leader. Don't elect somebody because he's there, he can talk propaganda and you listen. For example, in this podium, if we want to give somebody here within us, Senator, Ayaga will take the day because it's the best in propaganda. So when we are electing our leaders, let us elect somebody with good merits. Mr. Kengere was saying that, there was corruption, everybody was doing this. If Ruto, he knew all these politicians, they plan ahead, is going to each and every company, each and every place, is planting his people. Even if he comes out, these people are answerable to him. If he put one person in one place, he tells him that 10% should come to me. That one is a clean corruption that even DCI will never find it. Because this 10%, it is going direct. You will never see him going to collect that money. And that is the corruption we have in Kenya. How do we stop this corruption? The corruption will only end in Kenya if you people who are fighting Raila to go and elect Raila. We have only, I'm not a tribalistic. Me, my third wife and fourth wife is from Kikuyu and Kamba. The only people you can trust in this world, Wangungu, sorry. The only people you can trust who are very direct is Kamba and Luos. Kamba, they will never say anything, they will never touch, they will never do anything because they will just be there. They are very compatible. But Luos, especially people from Central, they are afraid only of Raila because Raila will tell them that no, you are not going to take it. That is the plain truth. But here we always just talk. We say Ruto is giving us this, is giving us this. Where is he getting that money? Which company is he having that is making money? Nobody ever asked even where he's getting the money. When Raila asked for that, our brothers from Central, they said, this is Lord of Poverty. This is a Lord of what? You gave him names. Even us, forget about people from Central. With us, we Luos, I'm a Luo man, we Luos, we have got only jealousy that you can even kill your brother. That is the problem. Ruto can even get 99% votes in Luos because we Luos, we are too much jealous to our brothers. Even your real brother, if I'm lying, ask SJ. Steve, you remember in a game, why do you always see that so many people say that Luos, we have Kemela, Luos, we have things like killing people. Nobody is in Luo that they kill. The only problem, we are too much jealous. From experience, I'm talking from experience. I'm 60 years now of age. I know I'm older than you all here. That was only my contribution.
Thank you very much. That's why I call you Bazoo. Bazoo means a big man. Yeah? Somebody who is older than us. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kizito. Kizito is just advocating for the tribes. Maybe amepata mke huko, maybe Kambas and Luos. But I don't want to enter there because Bernard anabeba mkono, italeta maswali mingi. Wacha nipatie Kimagero
I'm just
tafadhali.
reporting
Bernard.
myself. I have not made my submission since I came.
Bernard, you are a resident here, so wacha nipatie Kimagero, then after that nitaona venye nitafanya. Kimagero, tafadhali 3 minutes, stick to 3 minutes. At around 1:09 utakuwa umemaliza, tafadhali.
Asante. Thank you very much. Watu wote Kizito nimeshagia na nimefurahi. I want to make as my final submission as a Kenyan, as a youth. Kama wengine wako na 60 na wanasema they are too young, sisi ambaye tuko nyuma we are teenagers kwa wao. So we have a long way to go to make our country better and beautiful. Nimefurahi sana leo kuona
I can't hear you. Ama kuna watu wanakusikiza Kimagero.
He has no sound. He has no sound.
Yeah.
Kuna watu wengine wananikanyagia.
Hapana.
Sawa.
Endelea.
Sasa unanisikiza? Waacha tuseme hivi, hii debate ni mzuri sana. At the next time, waacha tuwe tuna debate na tunaleta solution. The solution I have ya kusema for today ni kwamba we have focused so much kwa serikali ya sasa, ambaye sasa ni lala salama, wanaondoka waende Malisa and go. Na sisi ambaye kama mimi I have interest na Kenya at heart. Nitauliza wa Kenya wenzangu, next 2022 tuko na vote, tuko na right ya kuchagua wale tunataka, tuko na right ya kuwauliza maswali. Kama leo nimeshangaa sana kuona Wakenya wakiadvocate Kimegere kesho akiwa MP, bora aibe alete watu yake, he is fine. Bora aende hapo ameabiwa na watu yake, tuibie he is fine, he is clean kama pamba. I want wale wanasema tuchague Ruto, tuchague Uhuru, tuchague Raila Odinga, waulize hii maswali na nitauliza on the behalf kama sauti ya mnyonge. Niulize Bwana Ruto, kindly when you come back to the field 2022, tell us, wakati ukiwa saa hii uko kwa serikali, utuambie the logic behind mayai kutoka South Africa inakuja Kenya, inatoka $5 all way from South Africa, inakuja na ndege na inauzwa $5. That's killing our own people ambayo wanafuga kuku. Igine Bwana Raila Odinga, when you come to the platform, I want you to tell Kenyans frankly, mimi sio kieleweke, mimi si tagataga, I find independent candidate. Na ninataka kuwauliza on the behalf of Kenyans, ni Raila, when you come back on platform, tell Kenyans, you have been fighting, and we know your colleagues in the Africa, akina Sankare, akina Cham Nioma, akina huyu alikuwa Congo, when they were fighting, walienda kama wewe Soviet Union, na walisoma the same logic unatumia kunyanyasa wa Kenya, but when they come they renege and they got killed. Sasa wewe now you are sleeping with the government. Everything happens, you don't ask question. Na ndio na support bwana senator akiuliza, you are the voice of democracy. But serikali saa hii tumeuzwa UK, they can do business with us without paying tax. They are killing our industry. You don't ask anything.
Thank you,
Haya,
thank
ya
you,
mwisho.
thank you very much.
Ya mwisho.
Thank you very much, thank you very much. Ilikuwa
mwisho.
mpaka saa 7 na dakika 9 na umeenda na dakika 2 juu, so let me
Nasema ya
give you
mwisho.
like 30 seconds tafadhali.
Asante sana. Ya mwisho kwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Please, kindly, rudisha wa Kenya, you have a good legacy ya kuleta wa Kenya pamoja, from judiciary, from police, from your deputy and Kenya at large. Bring them, waambie what is eating nini na kusubua, ndio usiwe unaongea na deputy wako unaenda kwa wengine ambao wanaleta shida. With that one we will heal Kenya. Na Kenya itaendelea.
Point of interjection.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I would like just interject a little bit.
Kizito, please.
Okay, Mr. Kemangere.
Kizito, please. Kizito, you are out of order. Can we have Bernard?
But I will forget, please. I just want a question. I have a question to Kimangere.
It will cause rebuttal.
Kizito, ask the question.
Okay, thank you. You know, Kimangere has talked something very good. That is going to vie as an independent. What you have to know, first, these politicians, all of them from MCA to senator to everybody, they always vie with the political party because they just want ngazi ya kupanda juu. You as an independent, whom you are going there and you, before you ask Raila to be, Raila has tried until ukamwita every name, everything that you are calling him. Now, can he also rest and leave you? He wants you people to learn, because in our culture we always say, before, if somebody is not seeing what you are telling him, let him go into that fire. He enter after he has been burned. Let him come back to you to cure him. That is what Raila is now doing.
Kizito. Sijaona swali hapo. Mr. Kimagere, don't usijibu swali haiko. Steve, Senator, you have a question?
Now that you've mentioned me, I know Bernard will take time. I don't know whether you can agree to donate his time for me now.
No,
so
I
that you
have
take
donated. I've been very generous. I just beg to make 1, 2, 3, 4 points niondoke.
Sawa.
Naomba tafadhali. And it's not much. I appreciate everybody and their contribution tonight. It's building up to be something bigger than we anticipated. But Ayaga, your mic on and is giving me problem. And Kimengere. Thank you. Beginning with Daktari. Daktari said he's a very worried man about the situation in Kenya. We'll go back to the hymn. Why worry when you can pray? Trust in Jesus, he knows the way. Let us just, at least there is still hope for this country. And if we will take responsibility to see to it that we bring about the change required, we are not badly off. It is not a worrying situation yet. Although, if it's not managed, it may end up there, but we are not yet there. Mr. Jake said something. Why are we asking what has Ruto done? And we claim that Raila fought for democracy, he fought for what, new constitution and the rest. And the question is not what has Ruto done in respect to what has Raila done. The question is what has Ruto done for Kenya? Because Raila's fight, as much as everyone would want to call it a personal interest fight, he has given more of his life, especially his youthful life, for the country. And that is something that we cannot brush off. The history books will indict us if we try to. And everybody who knows Kenya well will respect that. And I believe from our history as a people, African continent as usual, I mean, when we give it in that view, the people that were honored greatly in the past and in history were the people that displayed the heroic perspective of life of sacrificing oneself for the welfare of many. And if that is not demonstrated in your quest for leadership, then it makes your quest for leadership an opportunity for you to go and gain for yourself at the expense of everyone else. And that is why I have reservation about the DP's quest for leadership. For the many years he has been in parliament, from 1992 until now, if we cannot pinpoint one thing that he has done for this country, just because of this country, not for himself, not for his political party, just one thing he has done for this country, for the sake of this country, then I have a lot of reservation in entrusting my future with such a person. Because if you, even in our religious belief, we say that we trust a limping prophet. A limping prophet is more trusted than the one who has all his bones in one place. He can take off anytime he wants. But the limping one, he will limp until you catch him. It is important that we put that in view. The outcry is that the old man, Raila Odinga, should pave way for the youth. My question is, who paved the way for him? If you want to assume a higher office, you grow into it. You don't demand that somebody leave it for you. And if we are men enough, let's flex our muscles and prove to Kenyans that we have grown to size and we can provide required leadership. Not to cry and say, let somebody else go so that we can get. Nobody's going anywhere. Everybody must grow into the right size to provide the required leadership. Idiots also grow up, also grow old. I don't deny the fact that idiots also grow older. But if this person that has grown old, if his mind has determined the direction of the country for such a long time, I think that kind of idiotism is a good one that we need to adopt. Because if we want to gain from the elders, we must first of all appreciate their wisdom. But if we call their wisdom foolishness, I think we end up being more foolish than they are. Glorifying theft is the highest level of wickedness. Anybody coming on a public platform like this and is comfortable that somebody is stealing and sharing what he's stealing, that is unforgivable. We cannot allow that to happen. It is about time we need to call thieves thieves and saints saints. And as much as we cannot have saints all over, it is important that we keep the standards, at least the standards, that this is a saint, this is a crook. But if we call a crook a saint and a saint a crook, we have reversed the order and we transfer the same to the upcoming generations. We are causing the whole society to rot. It is important that as much as we may have our personal weaknesses, we have not lived up to the standard. We should not change the standard because we could not meet the standard. Let's keep the standard where it is and confess and say we tried, but we didn't reach there. But if we reverse the standard and begin to call what is wrong right and what is right wrong, we are not doing well for this country. Mount Kenya, I love what is happening in Mount Kenya, the Eastern Bloc, and their revival of asking for their autonomy. I'm happy about it. We have lived like that. I come from Western. We have lived like that in Western. We are happy people because we are free people. We don't have to follow anybody in order to feel a sense of belonging. We go out. My wife can vote for Jubilee. I vote for ODM. We come home together, eat our omena. We live together. I think it is healthy for the people to begin to question some things that have gone on for long. And if they want to be heard and be represented practically, I support it. So let everywhere in the nation have an awakening, whereby our vote counts, not our blocks, our vote. The reason why we go to the ballot alone and vote alone is because that one vote should speak for itself, not I vote for my block. When we are making national decisions, we should make them as a nation, for the nation. Not I'm voting for the president, but I'm expecting the president to serve my backyard. That is the wrong way. Each vote should count, not how many votes they are, but let it speak. I voted this way because I believe this way, and that my individual vote counts and makes my point go home. So every region that has arrested votes and wants them to be speaking in one way, that is one way of defeating the purpose of democracy. And therefore, we shouldn't enhance blocks. Let's have individuals go out of their house individually, vote individually, and come home. Let us see diversities, that we had different people voting everywhere, but the majority, okay, got these votes and not from one place. He got the majority votes and they are all scattered around the country. That is the purpose of democracy. And I believe we need to get that. As I close, I'm finished. Somebody is interjecting me.
Yes. I can
What?
see senators' hands are up. Just 1 point for senator because he has
I do
a
1
point
point
of
or
order.
he does a point.
Senator, you have a question?
He's coming after me.
Okay, Bernard, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, some said something about the current state of affairs, whereby the legislature is not able to hold the government to account. Ayaga, your mic is on and giving feedback. Now, the legislature, that is the parliament, has not been able to keep the government in check. And this is my response to the same. It is true, okay? Since 2013 until now, except 2013, 2017, when we used to demonstrate on the street. Now, when the government is supposed to be held in check in parliament, the parliament was pocketed with tyranny of numbers. They couldn't hold the government in check. So we had to get on the street to get anything done. But according to the framers of the 2010 constitution, it is a legislature that needs to hold the government in check. That has failed. And that is what is necessitating the BBI, so that we'll have an official opposition leader inside the parliament who will be able to champion the checking of the government excesses. So the BBI is trying to improve on the 2010 constitution by the 10 years of experimenting. Okay, it has proved that if we continue like this, the legislature will be in the executive, the judiciary is now being enacted in the executive, and we're going to end up worse than when we began. So I believe we need to make that a point. For the senator, you came up with a point very seriously, but you asked a question. My question to you is, where was the error? The error was the petitioner taking the case to court or the judges ruling in favor of the petitioner? I didn't get that clearly, because if the president spoke about the judiciary in the presence of the petitioner, and he was expressing his frustration on how he can't move because the judiciary is gagging him on every step he wants to make, I don't see how that speaks of the fault of the petitioner or the ruling in the first place.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ayaga, he said something about Kwame Nkrumah. I'm finishing with this. Fix the politics and then you will get the economy working. I believe in that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Daktari.
I was just going to say something 30 seconds before the Honorable Senator comes in. And this was just observation on Bernard. See how beautiful your presentation was? I wish next time you can accord other people that same time. You know, nobody interrupted you for a good 5-10 minutes. Kindly do that next time to me and everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's why I was actually calming him down. You know, somebody once said that history is like a side mirror, and the future is where you are heading to, and you are the driver. Mr. Senator, tafadhali go ahead.
That's a very good rejoinder. You know, I've seen how you beat around the bush, Ayaga. You know, we fear curses. You know, when a man of God is talking, you don't want to interject them. And you've seen how Mchungaji Bernard is making his point. He kept on saying, "I'm finishing, I'm finishing, I'm finishing," but the time is going, and that is how our priests also behave. And I would request Mr. Bernard, once get back to the church, also remind your congregants that they can go for second dose for vaccine. You know, it's important. Thank you. Daktari, maybe a point of may I know, sir, are you a doctor by profession?
Yes, I'm a geriatrician. I practice geriatric medicine. I'm a geriatrician, yes.
Thank you so much. You know, my training demands that you respect titles. They are hard to earn, and we have to respect them. So for those who kept on referring you to Mr. Is a bit demeaning, and I apologize on their behalf. Now, moving forward, you know, we've talked so much about Ruto, Raila, and everyone. And maybe just to clear the air, because Mchungaji Bernard was struggling to understand what I meant when I mentioned the petition and everything. I was just putting a rhetoric subject in your mind that the petitioner, the opposition has been gagged. You know, the opposition went to court to sue the IBC plus the then incumbent president, who is still the president. And in his petition, he argued that the elections were not done as per the laws and there was some fraud in it. And then this point is the one who led us to demonstration And I remember people going to IBC, storming IBC. It was a running and battle in the CBD. People lost their lives, and I can tell you for sure, I visited a family locked somewhere in Kajiado, if I'm not wrong, in one of the hospitals that I may not mention here, because they could not raise medical fee, and they got accident during the running battles in the CBD over IBC and everything. I know Ayaga will be quick to ask me, Israel, who sent them? That's how they reason, you know. We allow you to also to echo us like that. So they were there, they're stranded. There was no one to pay their medical fee, and they're like just normal Kenyans. So that is it. So Uhuru would point the eye of Raila. You went to court, they gave you orders. We will revisit that. And the man is just seated there. He's helpless because they have been caged. Anyway, moving forward. My point is, how do we revive the economy of this country? Besides all these politics, Pastor, you will agree with me that it's even difficult for you to balance politics and even intercessing for us. You should intercess for us so that you pray in silence, so that God may change this country. We live in a country where somebody, some philanthropic, want to help us recover to our economy. For example, Mumia's sugar company. Then you still hear people still trying to make things hard for him. That's the society we are. Ayaga will tell you that where we come from, we used to have cotton farms, and I doubt whether even saw the cotton, the huge, large-scale cotton farming in Siaya. I doubt. He's too young to know that. And today, if you talk to some of these kids today, they may not even know how the crop look like. These things died. The cotton factories died. Today, you keep on telling us of things that cannot even help us today. For instance, in the year 2000, everyone will agree with me, 2000 is not too old. I'm not an ancestor when I talk about 2000, the year 2000. I used to buy a kg of sugar at 48 shillings. 48 shillings a kg of sugar. Now, my son Ayaga came the other day to see the son, and he got sugar being sold at, I don't know, 80. I don't know. We go to the supermarket these days, we don't know whether we are conned because we just ensure that your trolley is full. I may not be sure about the price of the sugar, but you just get comfortable with it. You want to preach the politics of KANU. You want to preach the politics of ODM and Ruto. Can we have an independent sort of mindset where when you talk, you talk? Let us not judge you from which political party you are affiliated to. Yeah, let's talk sense. Let's put our interest first. Then the interest of the politician follows. Because you say that politics about interest. The other day, my son Ayaga was putting it very clear. It's about interest, emotions, and everything. Fine, but who manages your emotion? Who manages your interest? Will you be managing their interest? Then you remain there yearly talking about politics from the day of election to the another polling week. Anyway, can we talk on politics that also benefit us? We need to change this narrative. What is Wangugu doing in, I can see that is a wooden structure. It could be in the US where it's called. What are you doing there? And we have our hospitals here. We have our patients here. You are looking for a greener pasture. We live in a country where even to do a bridge, to construct a bridge, you have to bring Indians, Chinese to come and do it for us. Where we have engineering courses in Nairobi University, being ranked. You know, I'm sorry for those who went to Nairobi University. I have to refer it as the Nairobi University. You have the good structures there in engineering courses. I don't know, grade 1, what, grade 2. We have technical schools. We have even welding, my friend. The other day I was going through some documents that I even have here of Kenya Pipeline. And I'm told even welding welding. Somebody has to go to Germany to be trained on how to weld those tankers. And we have our welders around here. So we talk, I don't know, I think we are lost. Most of us, we are just lost. We are not talking on real issues that affect us directly. Let us talk on our issues sometimes. Daktari should tell us what led him to be in US. What are the factors? Do you think we don't have hospitals here? Don't we have drugs here? If we cannot even do a vaccine on our own, and you are here, I want to preach us on how Raila will be the president, whether you like it or you don't like it, how Bernard, let me tell you one thing. I want to hit around because I have so many things in my mind and I want to fit you in my box also. You know, pastor, you know, we live in a country, Daktari, where even pastors are actively in politics. You know, pastors are very strong in politics than even in the church. That is the state of this country. That is the state where we are today. When the pastor should be taking time to pray for this country, interceding on our behalf, preaching and asking God to have mercy on us, at these wee hours of the night, pastors here are also telling us on how Uhuru should do this and that, do that. Fine. I rest my case. I don't think I had any other point, but just to give us a reminder of what we need to do. Thank you.
Oh, thank
I
you very
beg to
much.
answer.
Which question?
These pastors are Kenyans, and the political situation in the country affects them directly. So we don't do politics because we are pastors. We do politics because we are Kenyans. And our voice is needed in what is going on. But that does not mean that we are not pastoring or we are not praying. We will pray what needs prayer. We will speak what needs to be spoken. And we will do what needs to be done. Thank you.
Pastor, you have a clerical call. You have a clerical call to pray for this nation than to engage into active politics. Kindly respect the pulpit, and like I said, remind your congregants that they should stay safe, wash their hands. COVID is real, and more. That's why we'd advise you better on where you are better placed. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, daktari ndiye alituadvise hapa, ndio maana ukiona kama sijapata COVID si ati ni mimi na nini sana, ni daktari alituadvise hapa kitambo sana. So he has
And
been
by the
here
way,
with us. Thank you very
Ayaga, make sure CJ comes more often to this platform, because you must make him know that we talk about a lot of issues. We have tried. Yesterday was a whole thing about we talked about greener pastures. We talked about professions. But we had a whole. Like, the thing is, we take 4 steps ahead and then we take 2 back. We do whatever we can, then we go back to Raila Odinga. We do this, then we go back to, which is unfortunate.
Oh, okay, thank you very much, Daktari. I was just telling the panelists, maybe wale ambao wakujui vizuri, umekuwa na sisi hapa, wewe ndio ulitu advise. Actually, you advised me. I remember kuna wakati tulikaa hapa mpaka karibu saa 10 ukitu advise about COVID. Ndio maana mpaka saa hii sijashikwa na COVID. About pastors as on chair, TB Joshua today amekufa. The rate at which people are mourning the guy, have been following the trending since the death of the guy. Our pastors, we need to talk about that. But for now, let me allow M Fighter, have your 3 minutes, please.
Yes, Mr. Yaga and the panelists, thank you so much for giving me this chance. And for sure, you have given me the list of the minutes when others have spoken more than 10 minutes. You are not being fair. Let me go straight to the topic as far as I have understood it, so that I should not kill my time in making some allegations here. Number one, I want to talk about what. That's where I got the game, because I don't want to know. I don't know where you started about what Bernard said. Bernard, I just want to address this in a very clear way, that fighting for the democracy in Kenya, there are so many people who vote for democracy in Kenya in so many ways, and most of them even they died fighting for democracy. So that one does not qualify you like now we have to embrace you and make you a president because you fought for democracy. What about those who died when they were fighting for democracy? Can we wake them up now to make them presidents? Why am I saying this? Raila has been given a responsibility in this country as a prime minister. We know, all of us, we know what he managed to do and what he did not do. And I'm not against the fact that he has done what he has done. Raila has been given a responsibility in this country, not really given, that he has been a leader of opposition in this country, whereby that's an opportunity which he had to speak, to check the government. So whatever we call that he was fighting for democracy, he was fighting for what? That was his role during that time, because he was an official of opposition. So his work was to check the government. Whatever they are doing wrong, he should be doing it. He should be putting them online. He has been, even now as we speak, he is the one who is supposed to be checking the government, because why? He is the leader of the minority party in parliament. That is the job of the minority party in parliament. It's not the parliament that is supposed to check. I heard Bernard saying that the parliament, the legislator, is supposed to check the government. The legislator cannot check the government. The minority party in parliament is the one, which is ODM. He is the one which is supposed to check the government where it was wrong. So we should not now start blaming and saying the leader of the minority of the parliament has not checked on their job. If I hope you are hearing me. Hello?
I'm hearing you.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You can hear me? Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Tunakupata.
Okay, thank you so much. I have had a question. Some people are asking what Ruto has done for this country. I want to come out clearly. Ruto has never been given an opportunity or any responsibility, as I can say, in my own considered opinion, that we can blame him that he has not performed in this country. One, he has only been the MB and a minister. In this case, when he was a minister in agriculture, we all have the records. We know what he did in agriculture, and his ministry was grouped to be number one in that time when he was a minister. Number two, Ruto went to be a minister in higher education. He is the one who introduced the double intake. That's what I know Ruto has done for this country when he was given the chance to do what he has done. And he has performed for sure. If we are true Kenyans, we must appreciate what he has done when he has been given a chance. The time when he is now, from 2013 to this time, it is not his duty to do anything in this country. Ruto has been the DB, not the president. We cannot blame him for not performing. The one to blame in that regime is the president. Ruto is an assistant to the president. So we cannot come out now here and say because he has not performed. Where do you perform right now from 2017 up to this time? Ruto has been an outsider. How do you blame him and tell him that he has not performed? What do you want him to perform if he has not been given the responsibility by the person who is supposed to give him the responsibility? So we should not blame and say Ruto has not done this because he has never been. Raila was the prime minister in this country. Ruto has been none. So we cannot compare Raila and Ruto. The only thing that we can say about Ruto is that we must give him a responsibility. And before I go there, I want to make you understand this thing. The only problem that we have here in Kenya is one thing, that Raila, he will struggle to be a president because the reasons are this. Raila is an engineer, and Ruto, for that matter, is a mathematician. An engineer, and in mathematics, in politics, is all about numbers. So what we are going to look at this, the way I'm going to look at this is this. I am just going to give my points, Bernard, and finish. Then you will go ahead with what you want to say. What I'm saying, okay. What I was saying is this: we are not going to force people that because Raila has fought for this country, which we all of us know, that now he must be given this. He must have a strategy by himself on how he must gather the votes, how he will get the votes to his wherever it is. Otherwise, if we are going to say that now this is the time to grant him or to give him whatever it is, he has been when he came to the government in 2018, Raila has been fighting for that, what we call, they were saying the government was borrowing so much. But as soon as he entered with Uhuru on bed, he was the first person to go with Uhuru to China to borrow the money. This country is in this debt even today. Whatever is increasing every day, and there is just there one of them who are borrowing. In the initial days, in the past, he was quarreling on how these people are borrowing carelessly. So we cannot forget about that. So what I'm saying is this: someone asked about, I think, Kizito, before I'm finishing my time, that what is this which is giving Ruto a lot of money from which he can be giving out or doing all these things. Ruto is a businessman. He has an insurance company. He has a poultry farming farm. He's the DB of this country. He has been in parliament for all this wrong. And he is a hard worker person. What do you expect him to do? He is in real estate. So you cannot question where he's getting his money from. The only thing that people should think at this time, according in my own considered opinion, is that we should not blame Ruto that he has not done anything when you have not given him an opportunity to do anything and he failed. Ruto is the way to go, my dear friends. The last one, before Bernard speaks, because I see he's very eager to speak. The last one. I'm finishing. You will talk. I'm finishing. You will talk.
You are out of order. Let fighter finish.
I'm finishing. You will talk. I am talking about this guy said about the pastors and the evangelists or whatever it is should not interfere with the politics. No, it's about time for pastors and the bishops to sit in that table so that they can discuss what is right, because this country has been led by people who don't know about God, so they do things the wrong way. It's about time for the church to stand up and sit on that higher table so that to direct things the correct way. So we can, those people who tend to be pastors or who know about the gospel, we are not going to sit back and watch things going wrong simply because you are pastors. When things go wrong, the pastors and the church is being blamed. So it's about time for the church to stand up and protect the dignity of the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, fighter.
Yeah, Ben,
Fighter,
you can now talk.
Before I allow Bernard to talk. Even me, I'm one of the panelists. I have something to say. You know,
Yes.
Steve, I'm left. Steve can tell you about those who fight for the second liberation. Steve can tell you one thing, that where we come from, we always say that a musician will always compose a song for somebody who is there. Raila is being mentioned because among the people who fought for second liberation, he is the only surviving and is the only one in active politics that we can talk about. We have likes of Koigi Wamwere. Where are they? They are still alive. Kivuda Kibwana. We have Willy Mutunga. We have so many of them that are still existing, but it seems they are not like a song that was made people jumped in Madaraka Day in Kisumu International Stadium. Do you know the guy called Osito Kale? That song was composed in 1998 when I was 4 years old. So the song was also composed into a style to praise the president. That is the narrative I'm giving you because Raila fought for this. Because he's the one who is here today, is the one we can talk about him. And also you say about something like Ruto is a mathematician, Raila is an engineer. My friend, I left engineering because of mathematics and QT. So maybe you are talking of things you don't know. So let me tell you, Ruto studies botany. Botany, I think Bernard is very right. Bernard will tell us what botany is. Botany is just studies of something like how animals production, so they should be taking care. What we can call in a layman language a veterinary, or something like that, if I'm not wrong. So if it is a matter of mathematics and engineering, there you are very wrong, totally wrong. So always jaribu kutafuta ukweli zingine mahali.
What I wanted to say is this, Mr. Ayaga.
Bernard, no. You had your point. You had your.
I wanted to answer you. Again, I want to answer you. I want to put you right. Maybe where you didn't get me correctly. Winning an election is about your strategy. Let me just stop there. It's about your strategy. You can't just win an election because you vote so much.
Okay, thank you very much. You know, you misled so many people kwa sababu nasoma comment. People are now start asking somebody who did engineering and somebody who did botany, who is a mathematician and who is a engineering. Sometimes the next time when you are making your point, actually be accurate. Bernard, go ahead.
Well, thank you. I would. I'm just going to say one thing. Huh? We are not against the DP. As a Kenyan and as a leader, we are only saying that his credentials are yet to come to a place where this country should be given to him. Ayaga, your mic is the feedback is too much. Okay, thank you. He needs to prove himself to be able to carry every Kenyan along with him. About his study, botany is the study of plants, if I'm not wrong. So him being a mathematician, it's neither here or there. But let him gather his people. Let everybody. In fact, what we need in Kenya is just a good, clean election. If there is no interference with the election, the loser will go home, the winner will go to State House. The only problem is we have people who are so twisted. Kivuitu's words, if I will recall them, he said there are people around the president that God should have never created. Kivuitu's lamentation when he was asked who won the election in 2007. He said he doesn't know. Now, that is where our main problem is. Your support for Ruto is welcome. My support for Raila is welcome. The fight for democracy took everybody, yes, but we have the leaders who led the way. We cannot brush them off. People lost lives, yes, as late as 2017, people lost life for Kenya, fighting for Kenya, agitating for Kenya, agitating for better free Kenya. It is something that we are going to continue in the same until we are able to get a Kenya that every Kenyan will be at home being in Kenya. It is sad that 60 years of independence, we are still yet to have a nation. That is one of the things that make me talk the way I talk. We can't be pulling in our direction at the expense of the nation. Who will carry this nation? What kind of nation will we hand to our children? If I fight for Raila, you fight for Ruto, have we constructed Kenya? Have we safeguarded Kenya? Do we have a Kenya that we can hand over to our children, or we give them ID and name? ID and name doesn't equal the nation. We need to construct a nation that we can give to our children, or we can sleep in our grave knowing that the children we left behind are safe. But if we plan for war and leave it waiting for our children to come, we have done them a lot of disservice. And that's why I believe this, our debate needs to be lifted to a higher place, whereby let's discuss Kenya. Do we have a nation called Kenya? Do we have Kenyanhood, whereby I'm proud to be a Kenyan, or I'm forced by the government to say I'm proud to be a Kenyan? Do I have that sense of belonging in Kenya, that if I have my kiosk in Muranga, my kiosk is going to thrive? It's not going to be said, huyu ni mgeni, you don't buy from mgeni, you buy from Mondo wa Nyumba. Now, if we can't have that practically in this nation, we are far from where we are supposed to be. And I believe we need to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernard. What I want to say is only one thing before I allow Jakes. Fighting for a cause, you can liken it like with the giving birth. When a woman is pregnant, she passes through a lot of things, cramps, contractions, you feel pain, at the end of the day, when you deliver, you will laugh. It's like when we are fighting for a cause, it will take time. Like our constitution, preaching for constitutional change started way back before we were born, around 1992. When new constitution was actually promulgated, it was 2010 when I was in Form 3. So it is a course. So those who says Atiraila has fought or this and that, fighting for a constitutional or reforms, these are changes. You can go and read about the stories of Mahatma Gandhi. You can go and read the stories of people like Kwame Nkrumah. When they were talking about things, people rubbish them off because people wanted short terms. Let us allow this man to lead because you are fighting for us for long. What the problem that India faced, Mahatma Gandhi told them that by seeing the current political situation in the country, because Mahatma Gandhi was from India, he told them that India must be separated. Pakistan will belong to the Arabs or the Islams, and the Indian community should be let alone. He was killed in the street because of that. Like 15 years after independence, they fought themselves, and actually the two countries were separated. So let me allow Jukes.
Ayaga, then you give me.
I really don't have much to say now that I've been sidelined for like 2 hours now. So allow me to give Benson. Bro, Benson, take my time.
Jex, wewe ongea, mimi nimekuwa hapa isipokuwa tu sikukuwa kwa kamera, lakini nimewaona from the time debate inaanza mpaka saa hizi.
No.
Okay.
Jakes
President, go
hajakuwa
ahead.
sideline, ali left kidogo ndiye akarudi baadaye na alipata kuna wengine wanaongea.
Before I left, do you know why I even said good night? I had stayed for a whole 1 hour 44 minutes. I timed you. I had an objective. You told me you'd give me time. You didn't. So I felt
Pole for that. I'm sorry
maybe
for
my
that.
contributions are not welcomed. So I chose to listen.
You can
So let me allow Mr. President to go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jokes, for giving me this opportunity. Ayaga, I think you should hear what Jokes has said. You should be giving him or anybody else here enough time to express and give his point so that everyone can understand each other and drive the point to the side.
Mr. President, I think you have been here with us, and those who are talking, they had not made their point before. Unajua saa zingine inataka wakati maybe uliongea kitu kama saa 4 hivi, mtu ameongea, unampa hiyo nafasi yeye pia aseme yake. And that is what I did. Jakes was here with us sometimes back.
Can I tell you something for free? I have not made my submissions the whole time I've been here. I have only answered questions, and in any case, you can go back to history because at least this thing can be rewind. I haven't made my submissions, but anyway, Mr. President, go ahead.
That's what I was trying to put it, that he should be given enough time to drive his point home. If this one will not, then people will feel like they are being put aside and they feel like I'm not supposed to be in the platform. Okay, well and good. For me, I'm going to thank each and everyone for the contribution. It's very healthy. And I think up to this point, we are coming to a point whereby we are realizing our mistake, our historical mistake in governance. So going forward, I think Muturi should be even trying to bring those young politicians in the platform sometimes so that they can hear our discussion and get one report from us, because it's a very healthy discussion, a very strong one, where he can change a lot.
Okay, Jakes. You can have your time.
Brother Benson really did a good summary. I wish he was still on. And he made quite profound and I might sum them intelligent presentation. Same to SJ. But maybe me, I love at times engaging people in terms of asking questions. Yeah. Maybe I can ask a question to Brother Benson.
Yes.
So let me ask you this, sir. Do you think our legislature as an arm has really helped us to make, because all of them, they swore an allegiance to the Constitution, but we have a president who has time without number not obeyed the Constitution as it is. Actually, most people would accuse him of breaching Chapter 6. Because I believe if we had a strong legislature, the word impeachment would have been used severally on him. Do you think our legislature has been captured?
I might say the legislature is not captured, but the people who are letting us down are the people in the legislature, because their allegiance are not to the constitution of the country, but they are paying their allegiance to their masters. Because like one thing that we have to understand, immediately you get elected, the first thing that comes, you are a state officer. The party is just like a place where you belong, but like you are a state officer. But like sometimes when you look at our legislature, some of the decision they make is based on what is coming from their political parties.
Okay.
So yeah, and that's why like most of the time you can see even during 2007. There was a bill, a security bill that the Jubilee wanted. I think they passed it because they had numbers in the parliament, yeah, and like this was to tame the opposition. Then the ODM, or like the NASA brigade, and like now things have really turned now, yeah, and that tells you the kind of country we are. That it is not like is a country whereby the leaders that we kind of elect to represent our views, they don't love the country. What they love, like their interest will always come first, then the interest of the country will come the second. Yeah.
Brother Benson, the reason why I'm asking so, I
Yeah.
find them vote in parliament and then come on Twitter and then they come say, oh, we have issues with the president, we have issues with a certain law, and there is so much in the Twitter and other social media platform. So where they're supposed to practice the law, they don't practice it. Where they're supposed to defend the constitution, they don't do so. So what they end up doing is come on social media and we see them criticizing the government, those in Tangatanga, those in Kieleweke defending the president, and eventually even what they're defending is contrary to what we call the rule of law, the constitution itself. So
yes,
do you think whatever they do, their role, does it really come out as what they're supposed to be?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so, because like Jake.
Okay.
Let us just be honest without having like political affiliation. Yeah. If you are true to your country,
yeah,
there are some of the things that you will always stand for. Yeah. And it's better to lose on a truthful ground, united fighting for your country, rather than like winning, fighting for pleasing somebody, like a semi-god somewhere, like even right now when we look at political scenarios right now in Kenya right now, is not a very healthy, is not a healthy politics. If we were to bring Kenyans together and stay, we have this conversation, despite the differences that we have, views and opinion, I think we could listen to other voice of reason, the way Deep is reasoning, even though they say he's a rebel, but like we should listen to what he's saying. We should listen to each and every person he's saying. The treatment whereby we give some other politicians, like some people are accorded safety, some people are not accorded safety. We've seen all this, like even what has happened to the DP. Even if you disagree, it doesn't set good leadership. It means if by any chance DP become a president, he might, as a normal human being, we might say, yeah, you did this to me, I will pay you back. I don't think it will be very good place.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Jex. Let me make my point on your question because I'm leaving. It is like 10 minutes past 2.
Okay.
I remember when I was in high school. Actually, what prompted me to love politics and love history and some things like that. I remember when we are in high school, question time. Kulikuanga na ile wakati on Thursdays. Ile tulikuwa tunaitanga question time. Tulikuwa tunatolewa class, tunaenda kwa hall watch that as a history class. Yeah. That question time where maybe Raila was having like 30 minutes answering question in parliament, ministers or Jode, George Saitoti, you can mention them.
Yeah.
That actually made me love parliament or made me love a situation like I suppose I'm a member of parliament.
Okay.
I think it is injustice for us since 2013, and that's why that's one of my main reasons why I'm supporting the BBI. This new constitution denied us a moment where we can have a question time, where ministers will be questioned, and that exchange and that love of watching parliament live taking place. This constitution actually denied us that. The people who are coming after us will only know of a member of parliament, which I think Benson mentioned about security bill, where they went ahead, passed a security bill, which mentioned that a police can just bump into your meeting and disrupt it. And today they are complaining about the same law they passed in parliament. Police is not making any law. Police is a law enforcer. When you pass a law,
I agree.
then
I agree,
police will,
Ayaga.
then
I agree, but the question was, the same way that Jubilee behaved back then, using their tyranny of numbers and the likes, is the same way we are using handshake because of the numbers that it has. Because it's not easy for anyone outside handshake to pass any motion. I don't know if you know that, yeah.
Thank you very
No
much.
one.
And that is
Let me
that's
finish.
my point.
Let me finish. Yeah. Let me finish. So we
Yeah.
don't have an accountable executive or anyone to hold them into account, because by the end of the day they almost control the handshake in one way or another. I love it when you say you would see Baba come, in parliament, answer a question, give his opinion. People put him to test. People questioned him. He had answers, and I even remember severally we could hear Moi people wanted to impeach him and the likes, because Parliament was seriously in one way or another playing its role. But we have another arm nowadays of legislature that cannot question. They are almost the yes stampers. They cannot disagree as long as they are on the handshake side. They cannot disagree. Even when they disagree, they'll still vote yes. I don't know if you remember what Otende Amolo would do. He would disagree with BBI but still vote yes. Even other contributors, they would come raise serious issues but still vote yes. I wish and love to see a nation where our leaders, they will stand their ground. I believe if we all stood our ground, the BBI will not have been rejected by the courts. I don't know if you believe like me, but I believe if everyone played their role correctly, this thing will not have been rejected, because by the end of the day, the pitfalls, the wrong mistakes, the issues raised, the challenges raised, in one way or another, they would have been sorted earlier. But because we have a chest stamping legislature, people who don't reason, and when you reason, they crucify you. You are chased away from a committee. Otende Amolo did not last a week after he opposed John Baddy. So what do you think? What do you feel? Do you feel that the legislature, they have the ability to exercise their mandate?
Asante sana. Asante sana. Fighter, give me a minute. What I was talking about, that the constitution, you know, there are things you can blame our member of parliament to do, which they are not allowed by the constitution. Let us say, if they order, like today, Matiang'i to go to parliament, he will not go. He will not be asked questions. He will not answer them there. He will say, no, better committee. He will not go to the public gallery there to answer questions. What I'm talking about, it is this constitution that actually has gagged our members of parliament of acting the same way. You know, nowadays I take time to watch the parliament in South Africa, where we have Malema, we have Ingozi. Even I know like 10 of them. I know the name because I take more time watching that parliament because they are more like the parliament that we used to watch when we were in high school, where a president is there, is being told the truth. I remember a time where Jacob Zuma went to parliament and he was being told, you know, you used to abuse your wife, Mr. President, something like that. Those are the things. But now in Kenya, we cannot. We have reduced our member of parliament into a rubber stamp, where what executive want, yeah, they just accept. If you try this, it won't work. If you try this, it won't work. Provided whatever the formation is formed there. Let us even not blame the handshake, or don't blame the tyranny numbers that Jubilee had between 2013 to 2017. My friend, our constitution has an error. That error, this member, what we call the CSS or the ministers, should go and answer the questions in parliament directly from the parliamentarian, because it is a member of parliament who represent me. Otiende Amolo represent me. If I have a question in a ministry of interior, Matiang'i should represent himself. But law does not allow Matiang'i, even if he is invited, the guy will not go there. That's why I'm telling you guys, and I've been saying this, our constitution has a problem and our parliament is becoming a rubbish that I cannot even allow my son to watch. I remember when we were young, even in primary, my father could have told us, now kama mko nyumbani ni wakati wa parliament, kaeni chini tukaangalie kwa KBC. Nowadays, what am I going to watch there? I better watch the Pan-African Parliament or the one in South Africa. Look like the parliament where Martha Karua was answering questions directly, where James Orengo was answering question. Shikuku mwana wa Oyundi. When Simeon Nyachai was a minister and answering question there, my friend, our parliament was beautiful. And I remember there was a time Simeon Nyachai was telling us our economy is in ICU. Nowadays, people just make that statement without knowing whoever told us the same thing. The author or the thinker of that. My friend, let us bring back the parliament we used to have.
Just hold on, Kidogo. Your submissions are quite in order. Allow me to bring in Collins. Collins, we can't hear you. Add your volume. We cannot hear you.
Still?
Now you're good. Go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm gonna speak and somebody's not going to. I'm sitting outside. I've heard people talk here. Ayaga has been speaking. I didn't know he's the coordinator or is still there. But Jake was not given enough time to speak. So I know we are not going to quarrel that again. It has been said. Now, the next thing that I want us to speak about is Jake's asked a very good question. But
Fighter, mute your mic. Fighter, mute your mic. Fighter, mute your mic.
Okay. Jake's asked a very good question. That are we?
Police, just a moment. Fighter, can you mute your mic? Okay, Collins, go ahead.
Okay. You asked a very good question that is our parliament able to do its work independently, or are they gagged by the executive? The answer is yes. Our people that we elected in parliament are answerable, not even to the parties, the party bosses. So whatever the party boss thinks is whatever is in the law. That is the law of the party as of now. The parties have the constitutions, they have their laws, but whatever the party leader or whatever the party owner thinks, that's why you will find people like Malala tomorrow, they are supporting Raila. And when they think there is a new election going on in Western, they go back to Mudavadi. And when they think there is something to be gotten from the government, they come back supporting Raila, or they now not support anybody. Our members of parliament have been reduced to what Ayaga calls the rubber stamps. Our constitution that was signed in 2010 is a very good constitution. The problem is it denied the Kenyans a way to elect their executives straight from the public. Our ministers should have come from the parliament, because if they come from the parliament, it's easier for the public to send their MPs to go and ask questions. For example, today, if anything happens in your constituency, you are not even able, even if you tell your member of parliament to go and ask the minister in charge of education, what happens with your schools? He will have to write a note. The note will have to pass through other people. Then he cannot call the minister and he cannot come to ask. Ayaga said that in 2010 he was in Form 3. That is good. So maybe he was taking the history and he was taking the history as a subject. During those times, the parliament had already become bad. If you watch the parliament of 1997, then you will know what the parliament would look like towards the general election. If you watch the parliament of 2008, before the promulgation, after the first constitution had failed, the one that we did in November 2005, and then we had a post-election violence. After the post-election violence, we had that coalition government. That kind of parliament was good because there were ministers that were drawn from the Kibaki side, and there were ministers that were drawn from Raila side. So the people in the Kibaki side of government, of parties, they were really firing questions to the people who are in the ministries. I remember Nyong'o was the minister of health, health.
Planning, health, yeah.
Yeah, and he was being asked some questions that you would even say, like, the questions are being asked. As at now, our ministers are being asked questions through the committee. And in the committee, there are a number of questions that can be asked. For example, we had 210 MPs. Now we have 360 something.
Yeah, 60.
360.
If every member of parliament comes with 3 questions for one minister, is your minister able to answer 300 questions? It's not possible. So the best we can still do is get back our ministers and appointed straight from the parliament, so that at least tomorrow we have my minister for education is answering his questions on education. The Thursday, which Yaga calls the question time. The other time it used to be Tuesday and Thursday. They used to ask some questions. You could present a result, or you could present a reply to a question that was asked last week, or a question that was asked. I remember Marende telling Ojode when there was a case about the cocaine and what, Marende telling Ojode, bring us the results, bring us the replies on the 2 days from today. As at now, for you to meet Matiang'i, it will be once in a quarter. So it's like you will collect a whole of your questions to meet Kibisho, maybe Matiang'i next time. You know, the other time we had our ministers and the assistant minister. So if the minister is not there, the assistant minister can answer questions, because I remember the Minister of Education being Sam Ongeri, who was also an MP, and the deputy minister, how do you call them, the vice ministers?
Assistant.
The assistant minister.
Assistant minister.
Yeah, assistant minister was, how do you call him? The assistant minister was Ayecho Lwen. So they could answer the questions. If Ayecho can't answer it, then Professor Ongeri could answer it. The minister of other higher education was Kilemi Mweria. If Kilemi cannot answer it, there is somebody who's going to answer it. There was a minister called Sambili. So if Sambili could not answer the question, there was another minister who was supposed to be answering. So at least these people were represented, and we could ask some of the questions straight to our MPs, and the MP goes and does, and then you will be sent to go back in your constituency and do a follow-up and bring us that question when it's a bit refined. As at now, your MP can stay with the question for 80 days. He has not met the minister. The question has not been answered. The condition has already changed. So even if he comes to ask the same question, the condition of the patient or the condition of the student already changed. Another thing that we are talking about with this issue of parliament, the constitution we have, the constitution of 2010, is one of the constitutions that can allow a president to be the biggest dictator if he wants. Because Uhuru Kenyatta cannot be called in the parliament to answer question. Kibaki used to go to the parliament to answer question, but as an MP for Othaya. As of now, we don't have the president, not even an MP of anywhere. So he can choose not to go to the parliament. He can choose to do any other thing, because you will take Uhuru to the court after he is already out of the presidency. What is it going to help you?
Collins, that now brings in a question.
Yes.
Do you want to mean the constitution we had prior to 2010 was the best constitution, in that the ones that we passed in 2010, despite us being told 80% was good, what you are raising, is it part of the 20 that was erroneous? And in other words, are you saying that we ought to have reconsidered all this before we changed to the constitution?
Okay, you know, even if they are talking about the BBI, which I said I don't support it and I don't reject the BBI. Okay. There are things that can be tweaked in whatever we have so that it can. The constitution that was passed in Ufungamano, and then there was the constitution that was brought up by the Bomas. Those two constitutions were so good. If you read both of them, there was a Ufungamano and there was one done by the Bomas. Then these people, instead of bringing the same thing that is causing the problem, they went to Kilifi and brought another one. That is Wako, whom we are now praising. And Wako, they brought in something called Kilifi draft that was rejected on November 12th of 2005. Then these people went to Naivasha again to bring a different constitution, which we passed in 2010. They are not the original thing that was in Fungamano. They are not the original thing that was in the Bomas. So even as of now, we still have problems that even if we don't change,
the question now comes in.
That we passed was bad. Okay.
I agree with you. The question that also comes in. BBI also had such evolutions.
Yes.
The first one that was presented was different from the one that they signed. You remember what they were saying about IEBC, that the politicians will have a way in it. You remember, yeah? But by the time tunafika time ya kusign, even Baba was not aware that had changed. So he praised it so much until he realized, part of the document, that someone changed. The ones who changed, we don't know.
No, we can't say we don't know. Kibisho did it. But we can't say we don't know.
Ayaga, do you know who changed that?
Collins, thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, I thank God. Collins amesema vizuri sana kitu nilikuwa kwa mind kusema. The constitution we have imetudinai ile manjari tulikuwa nayo kwa parliament. That is the truth. We cannot ask president questions. We cannot ask a minister questions. Collins put it in order. Maybe I don't have best word in English yenye ningeiweka nayo vizuri. So hiyo swali umeniuliza, whoever changed the BBI number one was a political process. I don't sometimes so whoever
because
changed
hapo
it,
ndio
I don't
unaona
know.
hizo hapo ndio hapo nilianza kuharibikia
Whoever
because some of these
changed
things were
the
even
BBI,
inserted after.
whoever changed the BBI, I cannot know, but unaona hapo kwa hiyo Uhuru's inside circle, there are people who are supporting it, there are people who are opposing it. You can look the Murathe side and whatever they are saying, Raila Mandela moment inside of Kibichus and the rest, they are saying blah blah. So it is like a double-tatty kind of politics that is going there.
Ayaga, you are hiding from the truth.
Collins, go ahead.
Ayaga, you are hiding from the truth. When the Constitution Amendment
Collins,
Bill was brought,
Collins, I'm leaving. Nitawasikia background by the way, na wacha nipumzike kidogo.
Okay. So when the Constitution Amendment Act was given, which we call the BBI, these people were given the opportunity to make the Constitution Amendment the clauses that they wanted, right? They went, the experts went and did their own things. Yes, it was right. I remember Major saying something that he's seeing some contents that they were never discussed anywhere.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, because they discussed some of their things, they put them in order, they brought them to the public, the people made a signatures, and then after the signature, the constitution that was being passed in the counties was the original thing. Then somebody made another document that was brought when now they were passing. The only problem that happened is by the time they were brought to the main parliament and the Senate, these guys realized we have two documents.
Okay.
That means the document that was original that's supposed to be passing is like at the printing point, it was changed. That's why Orengo and Otiende said, whatever, there are some clauses that are now not here. People are hurrying, they're rushing something. That's why they caused us to have articles of the Constitution that are not presently there in the Constitution. That Article 3, Section 2.3, and that 2.3 is not even there. It will be a 2.2b. So at the printing, and nothing happens in politics by accident.
Okay.
Even the number of constituencies that were being added, some of them have been added and they're not the original constituencies that were added. There are some constituencies that were supposed to be divided and they're not being divided because somebody who was doing the calculations and the statistics did not divide the constituencies. Then they came up with the regionalization. They came up, okay, we are going to give you 11 constituencies per county. Not per county, but per region. The regionalization was brought up by the second sector of these guys. So that's why you find that the constitution that we have on amendment called this BBI thing, somebody changed it. So because our parties are worshiping the party leaders, they can't go against the party leaders, even if they see something is wrong. Rigathi Gachagua knows very well that he should be saying no to the constitution according to their party, according to what they were campaigning. Gunjiri Wambugu knew very well that they are supposed to be voting no. But what's going on? They are now Kimani Ngujiri, not Gunjiri Wambugu, because they are looking at the interest of the region. Their region is now gaining something. He now thinks that way. That tells you something. Our members of parliament are not as independent. They cannot even see there is a problem here. But what do we see if there is a problem? We should start and say, no, we are rejecting this thing, or we give it time, bring it next week, as we confirm. Nobody said about next week. I don't know where the parliament was hurrying to because they were told by the executive, we want to pass this thing. And the
Okay.
people
Okay.
of Changatanga also
Yes,
they wanted to
Collins.
Just a moment,
Jex,
Colin. Allow me
Jex,
to
let me
bring
ask
you up.
you. Let me
I want to bring
answer
you up.
your question which you have asked, which you asked before it gets out of my mind.
Okay.
The one about our registrators, if they are assisting us or not. Now I have the different perspective on this, which is this. Our Political Parties Act is the root cause of this problem that we have. Because as soon as you go against the party that brought you to parliament, you are punished for that. So you find these legislators now, the MPs, they are now trying to be loyal to the party so that they can stay in parliament. So they are not independent in their own wisdom. Now they have to follow what the party says, even if that's why you see, like you said, Orengo can preach and say this is wrong, but let it come. I've said this in time without number, that they have been compromised in one way or the other. You can hear someone criticizing something in so many words, but you see him saying yes. You wonder whether, do we have animals in parliament? This is how I call them. In this parliament, do we have animals, or we have human beings who have reasoning capacity? Because you can hear someone criticizing something, they can say, I gave example of when they were removing this guy called Kiture Kindika. I had an opportunity to watch them live. Someone can praise Kiture Kindiki in so many ways, but he says, I support for him to be removed. So I ask a question, what is this about? Do this have, are these people in their senses? The problem is that they have been compromised, one, with their leaders, two, with the Political Parties Act. If you go against this, you are going to be penalized in this way. I want to think the way we can, if there was a way our views could reach to the top there, the Political Parties Act should be looked at so that these MPs who are given an opportunity to represent people can be independent.
Okay. Well said. Dr. Molud, can you hear me?
Yes.
If you can unmute your mic, eh? Daktari, go ahead.
Unanisikia?
Nakusikia vizuri sana.
Me, I think the biggest problem we had when we were making our constitution, I think there's something called political culture. Eh?
Okay.
They did not consider the citizens' political culture, the majority. Eh? A political culture, ours is parochial, while this constitution anticipated that we have a rational political culture. Eh?
Okay.
Meaning that the citizen knows what he expects from the government and what the country expects from him.
Okay.
To the point is about constitutionalism. Eh? So if we respect all of us the constitution, there should be no failure. Eh? Here we have a president who has remained with 85% of the budget. He is running after governors using the DCI to explain how they have used the 15%. And nobody to tell him to account for the 85% that he has remained with. About coming to the debate about the ministers, those who are just shows just to please the citizen, their voters. Eh? The constitution anticipated that we have elites experts in those ministries, who are not politically aligned to anybody. And they should be planning the country's need. But when you give a minister, we had the Moi time, even when you don't agree with the Moi, the KCB or the KSAC, the province that pleases him becomes number one in exams. That was the situation how they were being misused.
Okay.
About accountability, we have house committees, education, security, budget, all these.
Yeah.
The only thing that we have people who are greedy, the representatives. Everybody has a problem. He has stolen the CDF or something like that.
So whenever he has to speak, they will be followed to where it is. Look at what used to happen in Luo Nyanza before the handshake. Somebody is just using the country's resources the way he wants. If you just question his method of administration, you are denied what Sonko and others happened to him. And now you see what's happening in Kisumu, the number of projects being taken there. Kisumu was part of this country. That shouldn't have happened, or where I come from, Wajir. Schools were closed for the last 2 years because of Al-Shabaab menaces, and nobody's addressing. And we are living in the same country and expecting the same kind of exams. In a nutshell, our problem, we have no problem with our constitution, tribalism, corruption. Until we deal with those things, I think we will not have solution. And this is the best constitution, because this is the first time even we have seen something at least 15% coming. Coming to the BBI, I want to come to the BBI. You know, the rest of the story is just a dangling carrot. The real issue these guys just want is to expand that executive. I just want to come to the group who are pro Raila. I think Rao, I don't know why he's insisting. This group which were calling themselves the likes of Kanu and Mudavadi and these guys. If Rao under the current constitution, Uhuru supports him, he will just by sign atakuwa president. But when you give these big 4 seats, Kalonzo atapata mahali, Watangula atapahali mati, mtoto Nyayo atapata mahali. But if you deny them, watakosana saine. I don't know what is so special, because there's nothing special about that. For example, what have they done about the violence? There are only 5 tribes. They want to take whatever the seats they are. Hata huko mashinani kuna mtu atakosa governor, kuna mwingine atakosa senator, kuna mwingine atakosa MCA. What do we give them? Is a question. Here is just there's something called a class struggle. What the top leaders is about the class. How much do you have in your account, or what education do you have? When they come to missionary, they give us tribalism, and then which is just used as a ladder to their parochial interest. So about this BBI, I think there's nothing there. One, the 70 increased the constituency. Let me tell you the truth. Let's assume 5% of our budget is given to the CDFs. That 5% is not increased there. What we are going to divide is that 5% again among all those things. Even where they did not get a constituency, even their location will go further down. The 35%, you are unable to pay 15%. There was this money meant for those who are left behind. What do they call it? That money. Marginalized community. You are saying you want to bring everybody on board, and yet you have not, until it is a constitutional requirement. Up to today, you have not paid a shilling. So me, what I could say, this is just, we are just pleasing the political class. Mchana wanatuonesha hivi, usiku wako pamoja. I think I even could have said, let's not waste time on the topics and the issues. The earlier we agreed that we have no tribe and we are having the same problem. Wale wako na 5,000 kwa account, tuko kabila moja. If you are nurses, tuko kabila moja. If you are a police together, this thing, let's forget about it. There's no bad constitution. This is one of the best constitutions. The expectation was, according to Maraga, if we are in a developed world or a people who respect the law, the MPs could have impeached Uhuru of what he is doing. So we have no problem, and good night. It is about obeying the law. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
We appreciate you for your contribution.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Mr. Larry.
Yes, brother Jake.
Can I have you
Okay.
on board now?
Mine is just to thank you all.
Okay.
All those panelists, they did an amazing job enlightening the masses about the progress of our country.
Okay.
Another thing is this echo-link thing. I don't know how you are getting this. To me, about those who are presumed hecklers. Yes? Those that are presumed that they are heckling others or even interrupting others. They should not be criminalized for that. Why? Because these guys, sometimes when you bring out like claims about somebody and somebody intervenes and he wants to put the record straight, you should not he should not be criminalized for that. Okay, about the where we are heading as a country and about our problem, it is my thoughts that we don't have a problem. Our problem is failing to exercise our roles as patriots.
Okay.
And to me, that's not a good thing. Like, for example, why should we be expecting Raila to point out, like every time you want Raila to talk about this and this and this and this, everything. Why? When you are also there and you are even eligible to assume his role, yeah. So we don't have a country. Is a matter of just accepting what we can do for our country, and all will be well.
Rally, before you go.
Yes.
Just a question. Do you think our elected leaders have failed in their mandate? Because we might say Raila has not been elected there, but there are people in ODM, there are people in Wiper, in other parties that when the president goes out of hand, do you think they have failed in their mandate to hold him accountable?
That's exactly my point. Like, what if, as an elected member, I'm supposed to represent the interests of my people?
Okay.
Then when I reach there, I'm just again I'm representing a party's interest. How? So you see, the problem is failing to take our roles seriously.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Brother Benson. Oh, Brother Benson is gone. Come in, Brother Benson.
Yes. To talk about, I like what Collins has really said. Collins has said a lot of good things, and like what I think also should happen, like if Collins, we need to change the constitution and bring the executive back, or the ministers back into the parliament. I think it should be a conversation whereby all Kenyans are invited, and like let us look those things that really matter to the country, and we bring them to referendum. Something like expanding of the executive, I don't think that one is one thing that can solve our issues, because like based on how maybe they were saying it, like is going to solve the fight that we usually have after every election. I don't think that is going to solve it, because that is just like a selling narrative. It's not there. Even like the increasing of the MPs, all these things, they should just have like people have a conversation and like people agree on what is it that is very important that can unite us as a country. But like even if you look at the process as how it was done, like there was a lot of intimidation, which it was not bringing country together.
Are you through, Benson?
I wanted to add on what Collins was saying.
Okay. Okay. Collins, go ahead. But Collins, even as even before I bring in Fighter, I wanted to ask you. I believe there was a reason why they removed the ministers then to now the CSs who are outside parliament. What do you think informed the drafters of this constitution to change the way we used to do it? Because by the end of the day, there could be a reason, because they did just change it for the sake of it. There was something that drove them rather to change the way we used to have them to now how we have them.
Yeah, if you check on what informed, okay, that's my opinion, but I'm just speculating it, that our people didn't need doubling of duties.
Okay, replication of duties.
Yeah, doubling of duty, like the duplication. I think that's the right word, because you'll find that they were thinking, okay, on my own opinion, I think these guys sat down and said, yeah, if we have an MP who is also a minister, then this person is paid twice. Because MPs were being paid as they're also paid as ministers. Another thing is, in that culture, they thought somebody would favor the party policies.
Okay.
So they thought like, okay, if we take them as the party policies, then let us pick people who are professionals. Also, that's the third point. They thought that president has a hand now to pick the professionals, because most of the time, you may find that the parliament is made up of mostly lawyers, because in the past, even at home, our parents believe that if you start politicking around, then they say, you want to be a lawyer. Even a kid that changes words with the parents, like the parent says this, oh, did you wash the cow, the children? And no, I didn't wash them. Why? I was doing this. Then they were like, this one can be a good lawyer and this one can be a politician, you see? So most of the time you'll find that most of our politicians who are being elected were either lawyers or other professions. So they thought like, when we give the president the authority to choose from experts, and that's why Uhuru said on the first time, our ministers will only have 3 or 4 politicians and others will be professional experts, okay? Of which you realize that the first ministers that were given the position who were also the politicians were Ngilu, Balala, and there was another one, I think Munyes, huh? Munyes, and no, Abdi Kuti. So these are the people who were given ministry that were not, they were politicians. So people thought that they are going to have new people with a new thinking style. They didn't know that only the forest has changed, but the Nyani are still the same. That's what messed us. So as at now, even if we bring the new constitution, Benson said like expanding this executive, even if we expand the executive, if we don't change this thinking system, still we will, even if we bring Jesus Christ and Muhammad to be the deputy president and the president respectively, we are still going to have the same problem.
Okay.
Why? Because the thinking system is still the same. And giving us 5 positions to exchange, like now, we are not going, this thing may not solve. It's not that it's going or it's not. It may not solve our problem of post-election violences.
Okay,
It's only going
Collins,
to create.
can I ask you?
Yeah.
What if the drafters of BBI came up with some clauses just before I go to fighter, with some clauses where they said in these 5 posts we need, since there are 5, we need a woman for 1 seat, we need the marginalized for another seat, we need people with disabilities for 1 seat, and then these remaining 2, the big whatever tribes that they feel are big, they scramble for the same. Do you think that would have helped in one way or another?
How many women are in Kenya?
Actually, they are more than men.
How many disabled people are in Kenya?
But I have no correct figures. Maybe I go to the
How
2019
many less
census.
privileged people are in Kenya?
I don't know.
How many jobless youths are, the name hustlers, are in Kenya?
The last I checked, they said it was around 16 million.
If there is special groups that are supposed to be considered in giving us anything called a position, then the jobless. Kenya stands at 64% joblessness. So do you want to give them 1% and then you represent the 64%?
Okay.
So you see, what's going on here is
Because the issue was, Collins, the issue was this post will help create the violence that happened in 5 years. Now, I'm trying to put my mind to think how. That's how maybe I'm asking the question. How would these five solve? Because we fight because of unfair elections. So how will five solve such?
the winner takes it all. It's going only to be solved a bit in a way that the leader of official opposition is now there. Now, we are postponing a problem. Okay? And the problem we are postponing is back to the counties, because in counties, there is no leader of official opposition, as in the name of a person who fought for the governor and failed. So it's like we are moving the fight from the national cake to fight in the counties, because what happens in a county like Kisumu, where I come from, where Kano are the highest number of people.
Okay.
Okay. And then we have Nyakach. There are also so many.
Okay.
Then we have the people who reside in the urban centers. They came from different sides, Migori, Kuria, Wea, Keancha, and people came from Nandi. We also have a Nandi in Kisumu County.
Okay.
So who is going to represent them in the county assembly?
So in short, you're saying, now that we are talking of creating the position of the official leader, we also need to consider the counties
We
so
are
that
getting back to
we
roll the
don't
ball
shift
down.
the battles from up there to down here.
Yeah, I see Brother Benson doing this because it's not functional. It is not practical.
Okay.
Let him
Brother
talk.
Benson, Brother Benson.
Do you know the reason why I'm agreeing with the Collins? It is something that, like, even like somebody who has not gone to school, who has lived in Kenya, can really tell you that thing is not going to cause that. And I want to tell you the problem, the greatest problem that we have in the country are the leaders themselves.
Okay.
One, the kind of words they say make their followers to fight. You know, the kind of words they say. I can remember there was a time, to quote Mbugua, there was a political rally in Kericho. Then by then, Mbugua, I can quote him, he usually say that we were good until I don't know, something from the lake came. And like when you're saying something from the lake, I'm from the lake. And it's an insult to me, you know, it's an insult to somebody who, and like that hunger is there, you know. And if you want to see how Kenyan members usually love one another, just take when incident happens. Like there's a building that has a collapse somewhere. Like the Kenyans will work without saying like this is Kikuyu, this is Jaluo, this is they will work. People will come with food, the people who are bringing water. But what our leaders will say, they're the people who are dividing us. It's not even the constitution. I think some of the things, you know.
Wow. Fighter.
Yes, sir.
Come in this.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you think BBI will be shifting the problem from top, where we fight for the presidency, to now we'll go local to fight for our governors, our MCAs, the aggrieved ones, those who will be losing, because if we create the office of the official leader of the opposition, claiming that will solve, do you think it will change that narrative?
Yeah, before I go there, I want to, because I've been quiet out here, so I have something to talk about.
It's okay.
The ministers, and so I should start from there before I go. I'll come to that one, to being the last one. What I'm saying, when the ministers were, when the constitution allows us now to get the ministers from outside, the purpose was, or the reason was, so that we can get expertism in these ministries. And that was a very good idea. And even up to now, I want to think is a good idea, because we could be having a minister of education who doesn't know anything about education, because he's an MP, he was given by someone who is his friend. So at the end of the day, we miss something. So in my own opinion, I think as it is now, is still okay. The only problem that the only problem that we have, I still go to that loyaltiness to the party leaders. Why am I saying this? There is committees in that environment, business committees, like for education, there is a ministry committee for that. There is a ministry for security. There is a committee for all those committees are there. And these ministers should be, they are supposed to appear in that parliament, in that committee, to answer questions to these members of that committee whenever there is something to answer. So they have never said they cannot appear in that committee, and they have never failed to appear. The only problem is, like, just like if you can see, like the other day, we had this guy called David Murade in parliament, in one of the committees, being questioned about the saga Kemsa. And you find some people who should be asking straight questions like Papa Win and so because they want to be loyal to someone else, they don't want to ask relevant questions. They want to ask questions which someone will hear, or to defend in one way or the other, because they have been compromised. So let us not lay this blame saying that the ministers are coming from outside, that's why they are not accountable. The major problem that we have, we don't have legislators who are holding these people accountable, because they are willing, they are supposed to answer questions, whether 100 questions when they are called to that panel, they must answer. I have seen a very serious man there called Ledama. That man doesn't joke with anyone. In as much as he's in ODM, even when the question comes that he has to ask, you see, he asks straight. So if we had some Redamas, so many of Redamas in this government or in that, parliament, we could be having answers to this wherever. So what I'm saying, let me go to the official opposition leader. Let us not forget this, my dear friends. We still have an official opposition leader in parliament who is the minority leader in parliament, whereby this official, the minority leader in parliament, he consults his party leader, who is like now, for example, according to me, the ODM party. And when it becomes to the government, there is a government in place with the MPs. I mean the MPs who like Jubilee, who are in the government side. But all these other parties, which vote Kenya, whatever it is, as soon as they go to parliament, they go to the side of minority. That's where they are placed. They go to the side of the minority party in parliament. So there are two parties in the parliament: the majority party, which has its majority party leader, and the minority party, which is all these other parties, which is number two. So saying that we want now the leader of opposition in parliament, it adds up to nothing, according to me, in my own opinion, because we already have that part in that parliament, but they are not doing anything because they have been compromised. Now, as we can say, minority party in parliament is in the government. So how can you check yourself? For example, you see some positions of the government, which is like was supposed to be for Jubilee, has been taken by parties which are allied to minority party. So they cannot check them. They cannot check themselves. So what I'm saying, there is no way we can say that there is no we can check ourselves when we are in the government. That's why you see all these problems. So the last question about elections violence, post-election violence. The only time we will finish this one is not about BBI, it's not about anything. Is when we will have transparent elections. Elections that will be seen for sure. I lost it. And it's when there is a willing person to accept that I have been defeated, I accept the defeat, let us move on. Because you cannot say, winner take all, when you bring a prime minister, just like Ruto, the way Ruto put it in Bomas, you bring the prime minister from NASA, from Jubilee, the deputy prime from that. How do you solve that? You cannot solve it. And for sure, in an elections, there must be a win and a loser who will go home. We cannot make things to make we must suit people to stay here so we cannot fight. No, the truth is people must accept defeat. But in the first place, we must have free, fair, and transparent elections. How do we come to this? We must have IEBC, which is independent. And by doing this, the procedure of getting that IEBC must be is defined in the constitution. So when we lose the procedure, we don't have the IEBC that is independent. Then we end up having a shoddy elections. At the end of the day, someone complains, and this complaint is the fight.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my opinion anyway.
Well said. I want us to wrap it up because it's now 3. But
James.
before we wrap up, let me have Brother Benson and then Collins. I'm sure you still have some more, and then
Okay,
maybe.
let me just tell Fighter something.
Okay.
About IBC. And I'm one time you will come and confess to me, even if the BBI passes, still people will fight after election. And the reason is because in IBC, all these people who are running for presidency, they have their people there. And when they are inside, when the commissioners are inside there, each and every person will not fight for the interest of the country to give the country the best result. They will fight for the interest of the people who are outside. And that's why, like, you saw in 2013, people like Akombe and all those, the commissioners were there, were not agreeing on the same thing. And this tells you about one thing, that even in our institutions, they usually don't put our country first. And that is what is killing Kenya. That is what is killing Kenya. What is killing Kenya is that the people that have been given the mandate to do the service for the country are not doing for the country, they do for their lords.
What do we do for that?
The interest of their lords come first, then the country comes second. Because, like, if let's say, for example, that Honorable Raila has his person in the AIBC, Honorable Ruto, Honorable Uhuru, and Kalonzo, and like each and every of them saying that my guy is the winner, I'm not signing anything. And like they have to communicate to them, and that's what they are going to tell their followers. And when they tell their followers like that, and that's why you see the war is erupting.
Brother Benson, maybe whatever you're saying is good. Whatever you're saying is good, but it now brings another picture. The commission has been having 3 people, and it is the president who is supposed to create or to appoint a committee who will sit and now help select members to replace those who resigned. Now, it took 3 years for the president to do so. Now, is the president not preparing us to fail? Because I think this ought to have happened like yesterday, but it has taken too long. And then, according to Kligler, a functioning IBC ought to be there at least 2 years to the general election. We are now headed to 13 months to the day, and unfortunately, we are yet to fully have the correct number or have enough members. So the president has taken his sweet time. Now is when I don't know if he's awakening from sleep. And then eventually when all goes to the dogs, we will complain IBC and all. But they were not well prepared. The team spirit was not built in advance. We were not, because at least with these by-elections, maybe would have seen some errors in them and all, but we cannot say much about IBC. They're even in court defending the 3, yet they should be in court presenting their case that it is not their fault. It is the president's fault that they are 3 in number. Because one of the reasons BBI was cited to have issues is because of the number 3. So, do you think the president is setting us to fail?
No, you failed long time ago because, like, you know, problem with our country is usually we want to solve things when there's a crisis. But when there's no crisis, we tend to think that everything is okay. And not even from today. Remember during the Hazaka San, yeah, like they wait until now. We are just about to go for election. Is when now all these things are happening. So like Kenya will always they will always wait for crisis. And when now the crisis looms, and that's where now they want to solve solutions. If like you've been given a time for like a year, and now you wait like it's only like around maybe like 2 months, and you want to solve something that you have not solved within a year. That's how our country operates, and that's why I'm telling you, even with the BBI, so many things it will not solve so many things because like the leaders themselves, they're not very true to the country. They're not very true to the country. If they
Because
were very truthful to the country,
I agree with you, sir. Because look at it, the institutions that are supposed to carry out a free, fair, and credible election, the one that calls the shot and declares who has won. And up to today, we are not yet sure who will enter into the panel and how will they conduct themselves. Until that time of election, that will know the behavior of some of the foiled, the elected, whatever, those electorates, are they whatever they call commissioners. We don't know we don't know who they are and what will be their interest. So don't you think this is one element that really, even if we had BBI maybe yesterday and all, this one element of not taking care of our election, don't you think this is what will be the single reason we fight? Collins, if I may have you. Just a moment, fighter.
Oh, okay.
Jake, we failed and we are still failing. We will continue to fail, and we will fail and fail and fail and fail and fail because that's how and that is like a typical whereby, you know, I just want to give you an example of why the reason why I'm telling you we failed. You know, it's only in Kenya whereby people want quick wealth and people can nobody work for a clean wealth. Yeah, people get wealthy very quick within a minute. So like we only wait until there is crisis. When the crisis is with us, and that's when we tend to find the solution, and we are running out of time, you know. And that is going to cost us a lot and cost us a lot and cost us a lot. And even if look at even like the leadership, the leadership of Orange Democratic and even the Jubilee, yeah, there were times that Orange was very vocal, and they could kind of like tell the truth, and all the scandals they could take them out. But right now, there's nothing. There's nothing happening. Even like all the commissioners and the constitution, people like Orengo knows that is something that is there, and because they're the legal minds, they know. They started to know this long, but like sometimes they are dragging because they say we told you this, and they want you to now to get the repercussions because you did not listen to us. Now they want to say for the history purposes, you know, like we mentioned for you this, you did not take action. Now it's a crisis with us, you know. So it's a country whereby it's a country for, let's say, revenge. You know, you do for me this in a wrong way, then I'm waiting for you. There's a point I feel like, oh, I'm going to wait Jakes at a certain point. I know he will need my help, and I will remind him that when I needed your help, you did not. Now I cannot offer you my help.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Collins, have your say before I go back to fighter, then we wrap it up. Collins, unmute yourself.
Benson has said something. Benson, he has said something. And fighter said something that is very important also. Our elections, our election laws. until we have a free, fair, and transparent election. That is the bottom line of everything. But there is something we have in Kenya where we have really normalized the abnormals. Anything that is abnormal in Kenya has been normalized. So when you normalize the abnormals, it's so bad because you are now operating with the new normals. You understood when they said something about new normals. New normal is creating something which was not normal. It's abnormal even if you see it. But because it's what you want to be contented with, when you say that's the new normal. It's only in Kenya where thieves are celebrated. And somebody will tell you, yes, we know he is a thief, but he is our thief. So who gets like somebody celebrating? Yes, we know Collins is a thief. But remember one thing, that he is our thief. So he is a thief, but he's our thief. That's why you realize that when the ODM, it's not the ODM that was vocal, it was Raila Odinga that was vocal about these scandals. And when he mentions them, he mentioned Waiguru after Waiguru stole for a lot of money.
Okay.
And I can say that she stole because there's a court case that she went through. So when Waiguru stole, and it's 971 million Kenya shillings from the NY, what were we told? The country was good, and Raila wants Uhuru Kenyatta's government to do what? To fail. So we are living in a situation where at home, I just want to take everything home, background. Somebody will tell you, na sasa wewe, nilikwambia huyu mtoto ataanguka. He saw the child at form 3, that child ataanguka, anangoja mtoto anguke mtihani kwanza ndiye anakuambia, niliona huyu mtoto ataanguka, huyu angepita. That's the same thing. We saw the government failing, but when we talk about it, you say, no, we know he's a thief, but he's our thief. You see? We know that guy has fallen from us, but he is a thief. You see the people who are telling us now something. Orengo may be bad, Raila may be bad, but you will find the Luo people once.
Ongeza Ashley kwa link.
Okay. Or you will find somebody defending Raila so much, even if he's wrong, because yes, he's wrong, but he's our bad man. You understand it? Elections will only be fair if you don't have the president choosing who to elect him. How do you expect Uhuru Kenyatta to choose the commissioners to come and say that he has lost the election? You see? So the political parties we first have to reduce the political parties. If we have reduced them to 3 or 4 coalitions, then we say we have Jubilee, we have NASA, and we have independents. Or we have the Third Way Alliance. Then we have only 3 alliances. We need 9 commissioners. So we should have 3 coming from each party. There is nothing like majority. We have 3. So the party will also choose its person who has never been a politician. Because somebody who has interacted with politicians is a politician. He will see Benson and he tells Benson, I have a contract that loan, you see that loan that I campaigned with last year, I've not paid it. So if you give me this 50 million, then we can fix you we give you your governor that you want. You see that kind of scenario. So every party should present the names, both at the county levels, who will be appointed as the commissioners, not commissioners, but how do you call it? The returning officers. So they present the people at the county level as parties. And then these people will be taken to the national level. The commission itself, through the chairman should be now sitting down and saying, we have 18 people who are given to us by the political parties. We only need 9. What do we do to get the 9? We can sort out some of the things and then we get the 9. These 9 will be representing parties. So that when my ODM is being debated, the ODM is representing as agents. When KANU is being debated, KANU is representing as an agent. When Jubilee, so that we don't, because if you tell us that the churches will present one person representing in the commission, the church can be charged from Central, the church can be charged from Nyanza, the church can be charged from Rift Valley. So we cannot have Or they tell us like Kenya has 8 regions, which are former provinces. Every region to give us 1, 1, 1 in the commission. Then there will be some fairness. But here's the case. The Eastern has Kambas and Merus. If Eastern produces 1 person, they will be like, you know what? You're not giving us the right thing. Nyanza has Kisis, the Kurias, and the Luos. If the Luos present their person, then the Kisis will feel like if their presidential candidate is a Kisi, it's not going to be taken care of. You see what is going on? So each party should be giving us 3-3. If we have 3 coalition, then we have the number. That will give us a free and fair election. Then the election commission should be in place 1 or 2 years before the elections. And they should not have expiring contract at the same time. Because if you have them expiring at the same time, then every time there will be new 6, new 6, new 6, new 8. As that now, if we do the commissions, we are still going to have a lot of problems. I think that's my take.
Just unmute your.
Sorry. Allow me to bring in Ashley. Ashley, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, come into the discussion kindly.
Good morning, good evening.
Good morning to some, good evening to you.
Yes. So I wanted to comment on the winner takes it all. And I know someone had said about the good thing about the BBI is because it helps prevent winner takes it all and violence. So I was like, if we have an election and assuming the president rigs the election, so the person who's been rigged in becomes the opposition leader. So are we saying that once you're rigged in, just because you're going to be in government, you'll be acceptable of the results, even though maybe you won, but you are rigged, so you take the opposition position instead of the presidential position? So does BBI solve that problem? Because maybe if someone wants to be the president and they rig in because they were defeated and they rig themselves in as the president, would the opposition leader be comfortable with being given the second position, even though they won the first position? Does BBI cover that? Does it take care of that? And since the president is the one who's going to choose the positions for the expanded government, is he given a guideline as to how he's going to accomplish that? When he chooses those leaders, how he's going to make those decisions? Is he going to choose people from his own party, or is he going to choose people from the opposition, or a mix of both? Or is it up to his discretion? Then when it becomes up to his discretion and then he chooses people from his own party or his own tribe, how does that help solve this problem of inclusion? Does BBI address that?
Interesting questions.
Are we relying on the integrity of the president? And who is this person with that much integrity to be able to do that? The third thing is the IEBC. I think IBC should be chosen not by the president, who is an interested party. It should be chosen by an independent council, just like we saw the Supreme Court judge being chosen by, like a committee or whatever you call them, instead of one person, because Uhuru, or the president who chooses the IBC, is an interested party. So how can he be impartial? Especially in most human beings, anyone. It's hard to be impartial if you're an interested party. So you always tend to choose people who will favor you. So that already is not fair. It's not fair from the beginning, because even by the people you choose, you're not being fair. So you start off very uneven ground. So I personally believe, and I don't know how, sometimes when I come here, I'm like, are we talking just to waste time, or how can our views be ingrained into the decision making of our country? How can we make this happen? Because we talk, but what's the solution?
I don't know if Collins and Benson have ever noted this, that at times when we discuss you will find a leader amepost ka quote na ukijaribu ukasoma ni kama kametoleango kwa hii discussion. I don't know if I've ever experienced such of late, Benson.
Yeah, we are going
unaona
to talk to Mutembei. We should talk to Mutembei, though. One day we should be. Mutembei has now a media house because he's now having like a media house. We should now arrange himself so that we can get some of these politicians and we bring them on board. Even if we start with the MCAs, we can take one county and we start discussing one county one day, and then we bring in a few of 2 or 3 MCAs, and then they discuss this so that the people will. The other leaders will be interested. I know we have our MPs who are very interested in these things that we are doing, but they don't.
Because I remember, I think the other day
Actually, I've seen some decisions that are made after Sunday. Look at Monday. I've seen some decisions that are made on Monday that we talked about, and I feel like sometimes it influences. Just watch Monday.
I think they have some spies, because I remember the other day I saw Mulcomen in KTN, and the points he was raising, they were raised in this forum in different ways by different people. So he kind of summarized it, and he was bringing it as his own argument. So I don't know. I tend
Even
to
the time they were supposed to remove Ruto, we talked
Yeah.
about it that Sunday, and the next day they said all of a sudden that Monday there was a change. So I've noticed some of the things that we've talked about here that affect.
No, we have them here.
Huh?
Some
We
are
have the
here
politicians here.
because
We have, they don't watch with us, but some of them do come after we have left.
or also they can be in because they have not logged in. You cannot know.
Yeah, they are on YouTube. If you go to the YouTube, they always check on it.
Yes, they
If
do.
you want to know, they check on it. Just do a mistake of mentioning somebody who has not been mentioned in any scandal, then you'll see them asking you that thing.
Anyway, but Ashley is raising a very interesting point, Collins, if I ask you correctly.
Let me finish.
Okay.
First. I
Okay,
want
finish.
to say I wish that we would have an international board like Price Waterhouse be the people choosing the IBC, and also choosing an international company or someone like United Nations once or twice for 2 consecutive years to do our elections, just so that we can have fair, where someone feels that it's not being interfered with. But for that, we'll need people who really want to see Kenya move forward. The problem is the people who would give that mandate themselves are interested, and the people maybe who are doing the rigging, so it would be hard for them to accept that intervention.
Okay. I don't know if you're through. Mejimute already.
Yes, I'm through. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Sawa.
Actually,
Collins,
that question was the question you've asked about the price house, the Price Waterhouse Coopers to or UN to run the elections. Huh? In 2014, Raila came up with something when he came from the US. You remember Raila went to the US for some months. And then he came back to Kenya. And then he said that the election should be done by at least an independent, or the choosing of the commission should be done by an international community. I remember Otieno Kajwang saying, as currently constituted, the IBC cannot run any credible election. I think somebody can remember when Otieno Kajwang said that thing. Hassan Omar, who is now the big darling of William Ruto, said it, that this IBC cannot run any election the way it's constituted. And he said it in Mombasa. So today, the same Hassan Omar is saying nothing is wrong with the IBC. You see, nothing is wrong with the IBC, and things can only work if they work the way they work. Ashley, you are correct, and nothing can happen. We need to have new people being chosen not by the president, but by other sectors. But the first thing is the parties can present the people they want, then the people are taken to the commissions, vetted, and then these people can choose their chairman from within. Let's say they elected 10 people, they can choose their chairman from there. Then they elect their own chairman. Then they now know everybody who has been
You know,
chosen by the
Collins,
party.
the problem with these people will not be independent. You see, they say that Raila is not in government, but Raila controls ODM members of parliament and he controls the Senate because whatever he wants goes. And if you don't toe in line with the party, like you can even lose your job. So even if you choose people for IBC, they will not be independent. They will do as told. So that will cause a lot of more conflict in the IBC with people fighting. I actually think that company
let me tell
and
you,
those become employee of Pricewaterhouse where they can lose their jobs. Because
tell you something,
when parties start bringing, it will be just Raila bringing 3 of himself because they will have to go and do as they were told.
Now, look here. When the 3 parties or the 4 parties bring their number of people, okay, it is not easy to corrupt both the sides because we know Kenyans go for it. I participated in one election, and you're participating in an election, and then you are expected also to vote. What are you voting and you're unofficial? So the best option maybe, like, because it's now Kenya, because there was a time I proposed that any person who is coming from Nyanza should be a returning officer in Central, a person coming from Central should be a returning officer in Rift Valley, a person coming from Rift Valley should be a returning officer in Western, then like that. So that the person contesting there as a governor doesn't know you in person, and you don't have any influence with them. It's not your tribe, it's not your clan. You understand? But now this is totally Kenya. We can't have somebody drawn from somewhere. And you, as I said, Alua will, even if Raila gets less votes, Alua will still say, is the chairman, he wants to declare Raila. Akikuyu will still say, oh, he is the chairman, he wants to declare Uhuru. Akalenjin will say, I want to declare Ruto. So for us to say all these things, the parties should choose their people. Then these people should go there and contest. Nani anataka chairman? So even if you become a chairman, you are still being controlled by these people who were chosen by other parties. Everybody will go with the interest of his party.
Okay, Collins.
Yeah.
Can I come in, Mr. Checks?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry
All
for
right.
that.
I just want to be brief in one way or the other. Collins, that the procedure is hard, my brother, because let me remind you guys, because the president does not appoint the commissioners, and that is all. No, the president appoints the commissioners. Then these people they go to parliament for vetting. The only people who are giving us problems, correct? The problem which we have is in parliament, whereby even if the president brings rubbish, because they have been coerced, they just pass those people, they go to those offices. If they bring someone who is not competent, or they bring someone he brings people from the same region, for instance, Parliament should come up with a clear mind and say, no, this cannot happen because number one, we cannot have this from this one from this one from, even that one can they should come out and stop. But the problem, because they have been coerced, they have been compromised, they will never give us the right thing or the correct people. Whatever comes to Parliament is what we get. I am giving an example. For you,
ENM, I think the problem, one thing we need to fight in order to do that, it should become a crime for the party to interfere with the members in their decision making. Where they say party line, it should become a crime for the party to interfere with the person, a senator or an MP, making a decision on behalf of the people who pay him. Unless the party pays the MP or the senator, they should not force the person, because like what you're saying, if they go in parliament and the party has told you all have to vote in one way and you don't, and then they start to remove you because you haven't done that, then don't you think that the problem is not even the person, it is the party that is controlling them? So one thing we need to do is to make sure that the parties stop controlling like their members like robots.
Yes, it's only that you came maybe a bit later. I had spoken about this earlier on, saying the major problem that we have is the Political Parties Act, which makes it compulsory for an MP or a senator to toe to the lines of the party decisions. So if the party act the party's act is revised in a way that a parliamentarian or a legislature is independent, just like you are saying, we have spoken about that, and that's why I'm coming back to that issue, that the only problem that we have, people who should give us the correct people are the people who are there to vet these people. I can give an example. Madam Kome is now the Chief Justice. But if you look at the people who are present in that commission and who are interviewed, I can tell you the truth. She could not qualify. I'm saying this without doubt, without any doubt. She could not qualify more than other people who were there. But because of whatever reasons, people have been compromised even in these commissions. They go to what is there or what they have been told to do. So that is now where we come to this point of saying there is no patriotism, whereby someone can stand on his ground and say, no, this one cannot happen. It has to happen correctly like this because this is the one who qualifies. So if I come to the issue here, and it still goes to the blame goes to that, the issue of Uhuru not appointing not doing his mandate, not doing his duty, like appointing the commissioners. Uhuru himself, in my own view and a considered opinion, he has his own common interest. He doesn't want to hand over the power. According to me, he wants us to have a constitutional crisis whereby it comes to a point whereby even if he's bringing up the commissioners, it will be too late. Now it will be argued that these commissioners, they cannot be able to run credible elections, so as to push forward the election to another time, which is not known. That's my own opinion. So I want to say this: these delaying tactics, for those people who know, if we had a parliament that is active, they could have called the relevant body to task and ask these questions. Why is the president not doing this? If it means the president to answer, the president could have answered why he has not done his duty. But now we don't have anyone to raise that one. We don't have anyone to call that a constitutional committee, which should be taking care of this.
Yeah. And if anything, if the president's term ends, the day it ends, he should leave. If there is some reason why the election should not be held, we should have an interim government, because extending his term is, if he failed to do something, he should not be extended a term to do anything.
Actually,
he should just leave.
Right now, you can hear some voices out there. Those voices which you hear that, oh, there might be no election because of this, because of that. It's not there for nothing. It's there to test the waters. I'm telling you. At the end of the day, you will hear these delaying tactics and all those things. They are so much there, and there is a reasons as to why they're being done. Like, he's doing these things intentionally, knowing what he is doing. And there are some people who are doing this, playing this game down there. Some of us who can see from the distance. I can only say this: in as much as we are discussing these things here, they are listening. That's what I can say. They hear us. Let us keep on telling them, and the world will know that we said it. The only people who are failing us, even up to this point, is our legislatures. As soon as they open their eyes and start doing what is right, we will get the right commissioners in the IEPC, because they will be vetted, and if someone is not qualified, he will be thrown out. But as long as they are doing what they are doing, we will never have the credible elections and transparent elections. But this issue of saying we must bring MP and some 3 from ODM, there are so many parties in this country. Everyone would want to bring his. At the end of the day, this is a crisis. We cannot talk about 3 parties. We have more than 1,000 parties. Who wants to participate in that election?
I agree with you. I agree with you.
So there is no way. The only way forward is to have the legislature, more especially the MPs in the parliament, because this is where these people go for vetting, to who can identify the problem that if someone is fed and it doesn't qualify, it doesn't matter where he comes from.
Okay.
And for sure, like now, if we look at the ministries and all those things, there is what we call I don't know what I can say is tribalism or whatever it is. Even the way posts are being given to different people, some areas are marginalized in so many ways. So we can only have that when we have a parliament that is working.
Okay.
Like the other day, I had Malala. He spoke sense. I could hear him asking so many questions about who is the head of this place, who is the head of this. But you know what? It goes under the waters. They say, "Oh, this one is the made man." What? But he's saying the truth. And that's by the time we realize this and solve this problem, Kenya is a very good country. If we had a leader who is really a leader, we don't have to stay outside here. Kenya is a good country where everything is there.
Okay.
Yes.
Fighter, we I love your sentiments. They are passionate and highly driven. Finally, lady and gentlemen, I can allow you to give your closing remarks and probably who should pray for us today. Collins, will you pray for us today? Unmute yourself.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so you'll be the last person to give us your closing remarks. I'll be the second last. So I'll begin with ladies first. Ashley, take it home.
My closing remarks is that we pray. I know the BBI team is saying that they had 4,000 or 5,000 millions Kenyans who want BBI, and so the judges should consider that. What I want to propose and challenge the opposition to BBI that they should also collect signatures to show how many Kenyans are opposing BBI, so we can see is it how many Kenyans versus how many want BBI. Because if they say 5 million want it, what is it in opposed to? Because if there's people in court asking to stop BBI, that means there are Kenyans who do not want it. Are they 10 million? Are they 20 million? Or is it just 1 million? Because at the end of the day, the side that has the most should win. So that's my closing remark.
Okay, Ashley. Thank you. Benson, before we go to Fighter, your closing remarks.
My closing remark, I would just to request each and every Kenyan who are watching out of this platform that all that we require is love. We should not hate, because we cannot afford to live in hate. Another thing, like I know there are people here, like people like SJ, they are planning to run for offices, and we are wishing them well, and they should bring the ideas that we are fighting for Kenya in their career, and I know they will do best. And another thing is just to pray for each and every one of you that God may grant you your desires that you want, and that's it.
Wow, thank you, sir. Fighter.
Yeah, also myself, I would want to say thank you so much for you guys. You are really inspiring. Some of us, we are learning so much. And I would want to tell Kenyans that it all starts from each and every one of us. All this that we are saying, we really need to start implementing it from wherever we are so that we can have a better Kenya. About the BBI is not is a bad thing, if I can say, but the ones who will determine this BBI, I want to think the bottom line is the process is as good as the result. How it started, who started it, they must observe all those things, and then they come up with the solution, whoever who is going to determine. So I'm asking Kenyans to keep on praying, because Kenya is our country. We all desire a better country, and we could want to be home, because home is the best place to be. when everything is okay. And our people there who are back home, they should not be suffering. I want to encourage them that when it comes to the time of voting, we must vote soberly, looking at whom we are voting in. Thank you.
My parting shots would be to call everyone to order. One, I would wish to call the voter to order. You have a right to vote. Vote for whoever you wish, and your vote should be protected. Your vote is your right. Then that means it drives me to IEBC. We should have integrity of our voting. We should have integrity in the results, integrity even in the announcing of the results. And then to the leaders, it's important that you play your role. You are voted into office not to represent your parties or to go sing praises to a leader at the expense of the people who voted for you. You who sits in those offices, forgetting the common mwananchi who, one, voted you in office to serve, voted you in office to bring development and the likes, but you end up singing party issues, singing songs just to praise an individual at the expense of the electorate. If all would play their cards right, if the leaders play their cards right without sidelining or showcasing their prowess in party positions and the likes, we would have a better nation. We need our president to come to order. We need him to follow the constitution, what he sought to follow, what he sought to serve and protect, because by the end of the day, we will hold him accountable. I would wish to have him leave a legacy of a law-abiding citizen. By the end of the day, he is answerable to the millions who voted for him and the millions who did not vote for him. When he abuses the judges, when he does not respect the rule of law, what will the common mwananchi do? Who will respect these judges? Who will respect the constitution? If everyone lives as if the constitution is an inconvenience, what country will we be leading? And finally, ladies and gentlemen, our politics needs to change. We cannot live praising the same old simply because they come from our tribe, they come from our region, they know how to mobilize and speak our language, but eventually they don't deliver. We need leaders. We need to see them leading us. We need to see them bringing their best foot forward. We need to see our schools built. We need our health to improve. We need water to be supplied to the people. We need good governance. We need good and correct leaders. Corruption is what destroys us. If we can have you take responsibility and obey the constitution, integrity is well and enshrined in our constitution. If we can have you follow it to the latter, I think that our nation will be beautiful. I end by saying thank you to everyone who has participated in your comments. Akina Patrick Moshiri, Variety Ngatish. We have seen you. Thank you so much. And above all, God bless you and do you good. I give it to Collins. Unmute yourself.
Thank you. I was just trying to run to a place where there's light because it's already getting dark. I'm still in the park. I'm not even home. My closing remarks should be very short. Kenya is the only country we have, and it is the best country for us that were born there, and those of us whose parents were born there. Tribalism is good, but negative ethnicity is bad. Corruption has never been good anywhere, and it will never be good. Theft and looting are part of the corruption, but if we worship the people who do it, then we are making more corrupt people, including our children. We cannot inherit a country that is torn apart by hatred. But if you want to hate me, please tell me the reason for hating me. If it's something I can change, it's better I change it so that you don't hate me. We will never have a second country, even if you get citizenship of those countries. You can't carry the whole of your family. Electing somebody because he comes from your tribe or your family only benefits him and not you. Wealth created and gotten when others are crying for the same person that has created that wealth will never prosper. Thank you. I would pray. Loving Lord, it's another evening that you have given unto us. Father, we want to thank you for that. We honor you and we thank you so much for the lives that we have. We did not apply for the life. We don't get the life because we merit, but we get the life because of your mercies. Father, we have a country that is grappling with corruption, tribalism, and any other negative things, but you've still forgiven us to have it back. Father, may you cleanse our politics. May you glorify yourself in our country. May we have our youths getting their jobs and something to eat for the day so that we can reduce the insecurity and theft. Father, for us who are here, please thank you for giving us the minds and the brains to discuss whatever affects our country. May our wishes be done according to your will. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray and believe. Amen.
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 Thank you, Collins.
Yeah. Asanteni
Oh,
sana.
thank you so much,
Thank you,
guys.
Mtembei.
Mtembei,
You,
Yes.
when are you bringing that project? Even Ashley was suggesting about the one for Angela.
Hauja introduce.
No, you know, like you're the person to introduce. Mimi siwezi. Wewe unaona venye hii debate inakuwa moto hapo mbele, ukiintroduce utapatana na mambo yako.
Acha tufanye Friday jioni.
Okay, sawa sawa.
Na
what was that?
ukue hapo ndio nisaidie kuelezea cause sijuangi kueleza sana. I'm a man of few words.
Hizo few words ni zipi? What will you be telling us on
He
Friday?
is a man of few words with many wives.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, that's a
That
blow.
is how he's able to manage them.
Thank you so much. Mimi natoka, mosquito zimeanza kuwa.
Okay, Dex, we were planning on how to assist somebody like doing like a social thing. Like the other one we talk about sanitary pads and all that, and Ashley was mentioning one we can help one of us, like he was mentioning like Kitch and
Okay.
Ashley. So I don't know how that one will be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I think, Bernard, you had brought this yourself one time. You had said you talked to Mutembei about helping one of our own instead of talking how we want to help Kenya.
Yeah.
And then I had suggested Angela. And then we can choose one ODM, one Tanga, because I saw that people I had chosen were aligned to one side. And we can contribute, you know, like if they want to do a business, like Angela keeps complaining how business is hard. Maybe we can uplift her and see what we can assist her to do, you know, chip in so that she can do something.
Okay, no problem. I'm okay with it. So maybe Friday I'll try to come in so early and introduce it, then leave the show.
Yes.
But the question will be, how will you identify the people?
No, we can, the people who come here, Angela is one. Angela is our person. Mutembei can talk to her in private and see what she wants.
Bye,
Maybe
guys.
he can even do the service of adding her. She doesn't mind being in a polygamy.
Or maybe Mtembei can be allowed watu wamuinbox wamwambie, so that from there maybe kuwe na ka side panel kakuchoose.
Yeah.
Ndio. So people to inbox you, because by the end of the day I believe we are many, or rather there are people who are many that would want to help. But for us to know who to help and how, maybe we need to do it well, because throwing the ball to everybody, you might not fully get the genuine ones who need help, or if we can have maybe a side group or something.
Lazima tukuwe na kaside group ka few guys wenye watakuwa na decide.
People with sound mind, unajua pia it's not political,
Yes.
so
So,
that's
so
different.
you receive, tuna receive all the requests hapo, then we
Na ni
decide.
watu wanakujaga kuongea, si watu, ni watu wa show.
Yeah.
Candidates.
Okay.
That's what we are talking
Randall is
about.
there
Let us
interested?
at home.
Yes.
Randall is interested. He just wrote.
Randall, huyu tuko naye kwa group.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Mtembei, bye.
Haya, bye guys. Acha
So
tuone.
I think
nitakuwa hapa kesho. Actually si kesho, nitakuwa hapa leo. I'm hosting Joyce wa Canada. Nataka tuongea about watu wanaenda Canada. I want to see Kenyans going somewhere. At least waende wapate ma jobs huko.
Okay. So my question was, maybe those who would need something to inbox you, ama.
Yes, wenye watakuwa na shida watakuwa na inbox. Maybe wenye tuko nao kwa group they can come inbox kwa WhatsApp, na wenye wako hapa watakuwa na kuja through Facebook.
Okay, yeah, because so that at least we can be able to know, and also maybe the type of help, because maybe it's not always financial.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thanks. Good night, sir.
Poa.